Uchiha Yaya sat up from the ground covering his head. A strange yet familiar memory emerged from the depths of his mind, constantly stimulating his brain. While having a headache, he couldn't help but have a question: shouldn't I be dead now? The masked man who suddenly broke into the guard, the body that ignored the attack like a ghost, the emotionless eyes, and the pain of Kunao cutting his throat are still fresh in his memory. According to common sense, he would surely die if his throat was cut off. However, the familiar room in front of him and the real pain in his brain told him that he was not dead. At this time, the memory in my mind finally stopped emerging. Just as Yaya was about to think about why he was still alive, a notification sound suddenly sounded in his ear, scanning the current world information. The system is loading, successful loading, open the host attribute board, host Uchiha Yayu age, 13 blood succession limit, sharingan, 3 hook jade, abilities, shadow clone technique, Uchiha style swordsmanship, fire style great fireball technique, lightning style ground walking, chakra, 1.5 cards, thunder, fire, yin, strength evaluation, elite jonin. Suddenly, an inexplicable system appeared and kept sending him information, which immediately caused Yayu, who had just relieved his headache, to fall into chaos again. After a long time, after digesting that memory and the information transmitted by the system, Yayu finally understood his current situation. He is a traverser, and the system that took him through was the system that had just been loaded. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person on a blue planet in another world. In this life, he is a member of the Konoha village Uchiha clan. In the previous life manga Hokage Ninja, his father is a commoner jonin, and his mother is an elite chunin of the Uchiha clan, but they both died in the war with Miss Ninja during World War III when Yayu was less than 1 year old. At the beginning of the time travel, the memory of his previous life was not fully recovered, only some memory fragments appeared occasionally. Then he started a new life very smoothly, but because of the inexplicable sense of urgency in his heart, he has worked very hard since he was a child. Until the time period of the original Uchiha genocide night, at the age of 13, he had already started 3 Tomo Sharingan, and his overall strength had reached elite jonin. Whether in the Uchiha clan or in Konoha, he is recognized as a genius among geniuses. His fame and strength even stabilize Uchiha Itaki, who has not opened Mangekyo. As the captain of the guard, Yayu faces Uchiha Obito disguised as Madara. At this time, Obito's strength was even stronger than during the Nine Tails Rebellion. In the waiting room, more than a dozen guard members who were at least as strong as Chunin, including Yayu, were easily wiped out by him even if they joined forces. In this life, Yayu received a lunchbox like this. Then at the moment of his death, the system finally woke up from deep sleep, healed Yayu's injuries and brought him back to life again. At the same time, most of Yayu's sealed memories were also released. What? Who the hell are you? Why invade me, Uchiha? No, our attack can't hurt him at all. This guy is so strong. Go and ask the patriarch for help. There were shouts of killing outside, and Yayu knew without looking that it was Obito massacring the Uchiha people in the guard. The moment before Yayu's death, he used his last strength to throw the detonating talisman, destroying the sound insulation barrier covering the lounge. Therefore, in the guard, Obito can no longer carry out the assassination silently. But Yayu didn't expect the group of people outside to have any effect, nor did he hope for reinforcements. Obito is so careful that he has set up a soundproof barrier in the lounge where he is. Yayu believes that Obito, who is so cautious, must have set up a soundproof barrier for the entire guard. Unless someone can escape from the guard, the outside world will never find out what happened to the guard. And just relying on those members of the guards, it's not that Yayu looks down on them, it's because the strength gap between the two sides is too great. No one has any hope of escaping from Obito, who has the time and space pupil technique. Besides, the Uchiha people outside the guards are also in danger at this time. Really, the night of genocide has begun, and now I can only go up to it. Yayu pinched his forehead with some headaches. If my memory came back to me sooner, I wouldn't have been in such an embarrassing situation. He had already tried it before, and with his current strength, he couldn't survive a few tricks in front of Obito. Not to mention that as a member of Uchiha, in addition to Obito in the genocide night, his enemy also has Uchiha Itachi, a dutiful son. What's more, there are 2 old things, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, staring outside the Uchiha clan. They can't deal with Genbu and Umbu under them. So now, Yayu can only place his hopes on this pitiful system. I hope that the ability of your cheating system is not too weak, just use it a little bit. I don't want to die again. Yayu let out a breath and said seriously, system, let me introduce your function. The system responds immediately. This system is a recovery system, which can recover the substances approved by the system, and then use it to strengthen the host. Enable the exploration function to automatically explore the surrounding recyclable materials. Sounds pretty good. Yayu raised his eyebrows and said, turn on the exploration function. The exploration function has been activated, starting to explore the surrounding materials. Discover recyclables. Discover recyclables. Once the exploration function is turned on, the system beeps will keep ringing. So, Yayu followed the system prompts and looked at the recyclable materials. Then the next second, his pupils shrank. It's really interesting. Yayu's eyes narrowed slightly and flashed. The recyclables that the system just detected turned out to be the corpses of the surrounding guards. Then, try the effect first. Yayu looked at the corpse closest to him and said, recycle. He is not a hypocritical person, and this matter is related to his life and death, so there is no need for him to feel that useless intolerance. Not to mention, even if these corpses are kept, they will be studied and gouged out by Danzo and others. It's better to use the system to recycle. Yayu's strength can also help them avenge, can't they? Start recycling. Recycling was successful. Congratulations to host for obtaining strengthening point 150, Uchiha Bloodline, Urgoya Sharingan, Chakra Regiment X1. Host already has Uchiha Bloodline, system adjustment. Host Bloodline concentration increased. Host already owns 3 Tomo Sharingan, system adjustment. Host Sharingan pupil power enhanced. Host Chakra's condensed degree is enhanced. As an elite Jonin, an omnipotent existence of ninja, body, and magic, Yayu's control over his body has reached ultimate. Therefore, he can instantly perceive any subtle changes in his body. As prompted by the system, Yayu could clearly feel that the pupil power of his Sharingan had increased by 30% after recovering the clansman under his feet, and the chakra in his body was more condensed than before. The improvement of pupil power allows him to use the Sharingan more durable, and when it reaches a certain level, it can even make his Sharingan evolve again. If chakra becomes condensed, the consumption of chakra will be reduced when he releases ninjutsu, and the power of ninjutsu released will be more powerful. And the improvement of his own Uchiha blood makes him feel that refining chakra has become easier, and the burden on the body of Sharingan has also been reduced a lot. As for the 150 enhancement points in the system's explanation, by consuming different numbers of enhancement points, one of Yayu's abilities can be infinitely enhanced. The amount of enhancement points obtained depends on the strength of the recovered corpse. Genin can provide up to 50 enhancement points, Shinin can provide up to 300, Jonin can provide up to 800, cage level starts at 1000, and there is no upper limit. After feeling the change in strength, Yayu lifted his spirits and said, I take back what I said just now, the function of your system is simply formidable. After finishing speaking, he turned his head and looked fierily at the corpses of the other team members on the ground. My strength depends on you. Start recycling. With just one Chunin recovered, Yayu's own strength has improved so significantly that Yayu is no longer eager to find a way to escape from Uchiha. Naturally, he set his sights on the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Sacrifice the entire Uchiha, Yayu believes that his strength will reach a terrifying level. At that time, neither Obito, Itake, nor Konoha from outside the clan will no longer be a threat to him. Corpses disappeared from the ground one after another, and Yayu's strength began to increase rapidly. A few minutes later, there was no longer a corpse under his feet. At this time, the shouting outside had also stopped, and if nothing else happened, Yayu was the only surviving member of the guard. Yayu simply wiped off the bloodline on his lower body, and then changed into a clean suit in the lounge. While changing, he sighed, I really didn't expect that my pupil power has increased so much, but there is still no qualitative change. The 14 corpses on the ground provided Yayu with 5 pairs of 1 Goya Sharingan, 7 pairs of 2 Goya Sharingan and 2 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan. This immediately increased the pupil power of Yayu's 3 Tomo Sharingan by nearly 6 times, but there is still a big gap from Mangekyo Sharingan. Yayu guessed that Mangekyo's pupil power is at least 10 times that of Sanguyu's if only looking at the quantity. So next, I have to recover the corpse under Obito's nose. When it comes to facing Obito directly, Yayu no longer has much sense of urgency. Although he didn't activate Mangekyo Sharingan, his overall strength has reached cage level under the evaluation of the system because of Chakra's extremely concise degree. By the way, after the strength breaks through Jonin and above, the level of 10 tails Jinchuriki is thrown away, and there are only 3 divisions, ordinary cage level peak, and super shadow. Between ordinary cage levels, duels mostly rely on a series of factors such as combat experience, chakra restraint, terrain, intelligence, etc. to determine the outcome. The peak cage level refers to those existences whose own strength is not affected by the above factors, and who are still able to face several ordinary cage levels with ease. As for the super shadow, it refers to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The number of them has no effect in front of them, and the terrain can be easily rewritten during the battle. To put it simply, it is the Susanoo Buddha, 2 people destroying the 4 kingdoms. At this time, Yayu's strength belongs to the ordinary cage level, and in his speculation, Obito, who has the unsolvable Kamui, is definitely the pinnacle of cage level. So to be on the safe side, Yayu is still planning to use reinforcement points to increase his strength a bit. At this time, Yayu already has 2560 points of strengthening points. It takes 1,500 points to strengthen his best Uchiha-style swordsmanship, and the rest can strengthen a few more ninjutsu. So Yayu strengthened all the abilities that can be strengthened without hesitation, and the enhancement points were only 60 points in an instant. After finishing all this, he strode out of the building. At this time, the shouting and killing outside had stopped. Obviously, Obito had already dealt with all the guards except Yayu. While walking, Yayu secretly said, "I hope that guy Obito won't be greedy and take all the sharingan away." Obito participated in the massacre of the Uchiha clan, and also had the idea of seeking sharingan. But he should only be interested in those 3 Tomo sharinans, and only those sharinans can allow him to cast the forbidden technique as Inage given to him by Uchiha Madara. So Yayu doesn't expect that there will be 3 Tomo sharinan left outside. But I'm afraid that Obito will reach out to other sharinans, and Yayu will be in big trouble. There are more than 1,000 people in the Uchiha tribe. Because of the premeditated rebellion, there are nearly 100 people on duty in the guard, accounting for 1/3 of the Uchiha fighters, all of whom have opened sharingan. Yayu has a hunch that even if Obito takes away all 3 gems, the remaining 1 and 2 gems are enough to fulfill his wish and let him open Mangekyo sharingan. Quantitative changes can also lead to qualitative changes. On the way, he also recovered a few corpses lying in the corridor, and increased the pupil power of about 3 pairs of 3 Guyu. Next, we will face a tough battle. Yayu squinted his eyes, put his hand on the hilt of his sword, and stepped out of the guard building. Then he saw 50 or 60 corpses lying in disorder in the small yard outside, and Obito, who was bending over to grab the sharingan of one of the corpses. Obito, who was being watched, quickly reacted. He got up and looked at Yayu, and when he saw Yayu's familiar face, his pupil shrank instantly. "It's you." Yayu is known as Uchiha's first genius, and Obito, who decided to participate in the genocide night, naturally understands. But Obito clearly remembered that he took care of Yayu the first time he entered the guard, and the reason why his assassination was exposed was because the dying Yayu destroyed the sound barrier he made. But now, Yayu stood in front of him intact again. And look at Yayu's intact eyes, that's not the reason to use his Inage. He. Yayu sneered and said, "Why, you seem surprised that I didn't die." "It really surprised me." After a moment of surprise, Obito's tone suddenly became flat. "I didn't expect you to be alive after your throat was cut." He really didn't expect Yayu's resurrection, but after a brief surprise, he regained his composure. Since he can kill Yayu once, he can naturally kill him a second time. Then without waiting for Yayu to speak, he continued, "But it's okay, just kill you again. This time, I will cut off your head directly." Yayu couldn't see Obito's expression behind the mask, but from Obito's tone, he was completely underestimated. You really are so arrogant." Yayu pouted, and then waved his hand. The corpses within 10 meters around him disappeared instantly, accounting for half of the corpses in the yard. "Oh, collect the corpses for them?" Obito shook his head mockingly, and a pair of sickles linked by chains appeared in his hands instantly. "You collect their corpses, but no one collects them for you." In the words, it seems that Yayu is already a dead person. Yayu ignored Obito, and after a while he suddenly closed his eyes and sighed. "So, the villain died of talking too much. You have already missed the best time to kill me in this life." Just when Obito was wondering, Yayu suddenly opened his eyes again. I saw the 3 Tomo in his eyes twirling wildly, and in a moment they merged into a peculiar Mangekyo pattern. "This is Mangekyo Sharingan." Seeing this, Obito's pupils shrank immediately, and he instantly understood what Yayu just said. Seeing so many tribesmen dying in front of their eyes, Yayu was so excited to start Mangekyo Sharingan. Involuntarily, endless regret suddenly appeared in Obito's heart. Why did I say so many pretending things just now? This is all right. I have witnessed the rise of a powerful enemy. When it comes to how strong Mangekyo is, Obito has the most say. The man before the awakening of Mangekyo and the man after the awakening are simply 2 people. The miraculous Kamui gave him the confidence to be proud of the ninja world at the moment of awakening. After all, even if he can't fight, no one can stop him if he runs away. So before he understood Yayu's pupil technique, he directly raised Yayu's threat level to the same level as Itaka's in his mind. He suffered from Itaka's pupil technique Tsukuyomi. Even with Mangekyo, he was still pulled into the world of illusion Tsukuyomi for a moment. And if he hadn't activated Kamui in advance, he would definitely be easily killed by Itaka the moment he was controlled. Things are tricky. Obito under the mask frowned deeply. Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan? Compared with the previous 3-gauge Jade, it is a world of difference. Yayu felt the boost brought to him by Mangekyo. Because of the system, he perfectly controlled at the moment Mangekyo evolved. The world in his eyes at this time has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before. And Mangekyo Sharingan comes with 2 pupil skills, and it did not disappoint Yayu. Perhaps it's because his Mangekyo evolved by fusing the pupil power of countless ordinary Sharingan, resulting in 2 pupils in his eyes. The left eye is an enhanced version of insight, and the right eye is an enhanced version of copying. And the enhanced insight ability can allow Yayu to easily see through his weaknesses. Simply put, it can be regarded as a weakened version of the magic eye of death. As for the enhanced copying ability, in addition to being able to copy various ninjutsu, as long as the pupil power is sufficient, it can even copy other Mangekyo's pupil techniques. Yayu's pair of Mangekyo can be called the most perfect auxiliary eyes. This also let Yayu breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his pupil technique is not the kind of rubbish that manipulates ninja equipment, otherwise, he would be ashamed to use it in front of other people. Especially in front of other Mangekyo sharingan owners, they might be mocked. I have never seen such a rubbish Mangekyo. Next, it's time for revenge. Yayu looked at Obito. At this time, because Obito didn't know about Yayu's pupil technique, he didn't have the idea of attacking first, but watched Yayu vigilantly to prevent Yayu from using pupil technique to sneak attack. Seeing this, Yayu simply used the system to check himself and Obito first. Host Uchiha Yayu Blood Successor Boundary Mangekyo Sharingan Break Delusion Copy Ninjutsu Fire Style Great Fireball Technique Uchiha Sword Art Lightning Style Ground Walking Chakra Cage Level Peak Wind Fire Thunder Water Earth Yin Yang Strength Assessment Ordinary Cage Level Name Uchiha Obito Blood Successor Boundary Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui Intermediate Sage Body Ninjutsu Izanagi 3 Hook Jade Wood Style Insertion Technique Wood Style Hell's Rebellion Fire Style Great Fireball Technique Fire Style Storm Dance Chakra Cage Level Peak Fire Water Earth Yin Yang Strength Evaluation Normal Cage Level Peak Note, when Kamui is not cracked, it is the cage level peak. As Yayu expected, Obito's strength has reached the peak of cage level. Except for a few people or things who can restrain Kamui, Obito is considered invincible. But Yayu is not depressed. The stronger Kamui is, the happier he is. After all, it will soon be his pupil technique. Obito, just show me Kamui obediently. Yayu raised his hand, and the seal was completed in the blink of an eye, and then he moved forward to exhale Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. In an instant, a golden flaming fireball with a diameter of nearly 10 meters rushed towards Obito. The terrifying temperature contained in it, even if it is more than 10 meters away from Obito, still gives Obito a feeling that he is about to be burned. Not exactly feeling, because Obito's hair has started to curl up. What a scary fire style. Don't take it hard. Without the slightest hesitation, Obito directly opened the hollow and entered the Kamui space. A moment later, the blazing fireball passed through the phantom left by Obito, and hit the gate of the guard directly. Boom! After a loud bang, the wall where the gate of the guards was located had turned into scorched earth. At the same time, Obito turned his head suddenly, and then his face suddenly changed. The enchantment he set up in the guard was destroyed. Is this your real purpose? Obito turned his head and looked at Yayu with anger in his eyes. Yayu shook his head, then raised the corner of his mouth suddenly. My purpose is higher than you think. At the moment when the barrier was broken, he also successfully copied to Kamui. Although Mangekyo lost 1/3 of his pupil power in an instant, he couldn't suppress Yayu's joy. After all, unlike other Mangekyo owners, his pupil power can be recovered by recycling the Sharingan. Thinking about it this way, Yayu is equivalent to picking up a space-time pupil technique for nothing. But do you think this will stop me? Obito suddenly snorted coldly. The Uchiha clan is trying to launch a rebellion, and Konoha's senior management has long known about it. I was only entrusted with this shot, but there is someone you know in the Uchiha tribe who is massacring the Uchiha tribe. Looking at Obito, who was pretending to be mysterious, Yayu directly exposed. Are you talking about Itake? How do you know? The corner of Obito's mouth under the mask couldn't help twitching. He had the feeling that Yayu had seen through everything. I don't seem to need to answer you. Yayu drew out his sword and swung it. And when I'm done with you, I'll naturally go meet that filial son Itake. Saying that, Yayu's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and after a few flashes, he had already come to Obito's side. He raised his sword and made a sweep, aiming at Obito's neck. However, Obito's body didn't seem to exist. Yayu's sword directly passed through Obito, and at the same time, due to inertia, Yayu's body also hit Obito's body. Afterwards, Yayu and Obito merged together, and separated soon after a while. And at the moment when the two separated completely, Obito made a move. I saw him raise the sickle in both hands, and then pull it suddenly. The chain connected to the sickle immediately stretched straight. I won. Obito's deep voice sounded, and then Yayu was tightly bound by the iron chain. So what if Mangekyo is turned on? The pupil technique is still useless without awakening. Obito turned around suddenly. At the same time, he raised the sickle with both hands, and slashed at Yayu's neck and waist without hesitation. When you die, your Mangekyo will be mine. Obito's eyes are full of sarcasm. In his opinion, Yayu has no chance of surviving. And all of this was seen by Uchiha Izumi, who just arrived. Yayu, seeing that Yayu was about to die under Obito's side, Quan couldn't help screaming, and raised his hand to Obito to shoot several shurikens. But it was useless. Obito's scythe was about to touch Yayu, and even cut off a few hairs that were flying, which was not stopped by her thrown shuriken. Quan couldn't bear to close her eyes, and the three Tomo and her Sharingan also started to turn rapidly. However, at this moment, the battle situation changed in an instant. The one who died is you. Yayu suddenly shouted, Kamui. Yayu's body seemed to turn into Uzumaki, and the surrounding space began to distort and collapse in an instant. Under Obito's frightened eyes, first the iron chains that bound Yayu, then the two sickles, and then Obito's arms holding the sickles. In the blink of an eye, Obito was completely swallowed by the twisted space. After a scream, only the bloodline at Yayu's feet was left to prove that Obito had existed. However, after doing all this, Yayu did not relax, but came to Kwan's side in an instant. Great! Yayu, you're okay. That's great. Kwan, who didn't know why, immediately threw herself into Yayu's arms, and the guyu in her eyes stopped turning without anyone knowing. Yayu reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Kwan's eyes. Don't worry, I'll be fine. In this life, if there is anyone important to Yayu and Uchiha, it must be Kwan. The two have similar backgrounds, both mothers married foreigners, and they both lived outside the clan when they were very young. But compared to Yayu's parents who died, Kwan still has a mother to accompany her. And because of the reason of Uchiha marrying a foreigner, Yayu Izumi, as a descendant of the proud Uchiha clan, has actually been neglected all the time. So the two were attracted to each other when they were young, and they can be regarded as childhood sweethearts who have played together to grow up. The memory of the previous life that Yayu has awakened now does not mean that he will reject the memory of this life. The memory of the two lives is perfectly integrated. But now is not the time for Izumi to get along quietly. Yayu looked around vigilantly and said, "The battle is not over yet." Kwan looked up suspiciously, but still let go of Yayu, and stood beside him in a fighting pose. "You are so cautious. I even suspect that you have all my information." Accompanied by Obito's resentful voice, his figure appeared 10 meters away in front of Yayu. It's just that at this moment, he no longer has the calmness he had before. His arms disappeared, blood was dripping from his empty cuffs, he looked extremely miserable. Seeing this, Kwan subconsciously threw out the kunao in his hand. Boom! However, kunao passed through Obito's body and stuck on the wall behind him, without causing any harm to him. Don't worry, he is just a prodigal dog at this time. Yayu took Kwan's hand, and immediately calmed down the rather nervous Kwan. He has no intention of continuing to shoot, and he was able to hurt Obito just now, completely relying on the unequal information difference between the two parties. Obito knew very little about Yayu, especially after Yayu activated Mangekyo, but Yayu knew Obito's abilities like the back of his hand. Under the gap of poor information, Obito will lose so quickly and so miserably. But now that Yayu has shown Kamui once, Obito will definitely not be easily fooled again. You were just, Kamui? How did you do that? Obito panted heavily, his tone full of surprise and uncertainty. Yayu smiled coldly, hee, I don't need to tell you. Although Yayu didn't say anything, Obito still added in his own mind, is it your Mangekyo? I didn't expect you to be able to awaken the time-space pupil technique. Yayu curled his lips when he heard the words, and he was not going to explain, but mocked, stop talking nonsense. Aren't you going to kill me? Aren't you going to take my Mangekyo? You're here. Obito has Kamui, which is enough to use Kamui to leave before Yayu gets close, so since Obito can't stay, Yayu naturally has to taunt a few more words. Don't be too arrogant. Under Yayu's taunt, Obito also began to gnash his teeth, his eyes were full of anger. Although you hurt me unexpectedly, you still don't have the ability to keep me. Losing Kamui's mystery, and Yayu also possesses this pupil technique, Obito suddenly has the idea of leaving here. After all, if he hadn't used his Izanagi in time just now, he might really have died. I still want to complete the Infinite Tsukuyomi project and create a world with Lin, so I can't die here with him. Puff. Yayu couldn't help but sneered, are you thinking about running away now? Could it be that without Kamui's protection, you become a waste? Obito suppressed the anger in his heart. Since he decided to withdraw first, he immediately stopped hesitating. Suddenly a Uzumaki appeared from his right eye, gradually swallowing his body. We'll see you again. Next time. Obito wanted to say a few words, but before he could finish, Yayu raised his hand and threw a kunao to interrupt him. So much nonsense. Kamui, what a bug-level existence. Yayu sighed at Kamui's strength, then shook his head again. Unfortunately, even if there is no fourth generation in the world today, you have personally left a deadly hidden danger for it. Next time we meet, I will definitely surprise you. Boom! Yayu was lamenting, but in the distance suddenly flames blazed, someone was using a large fire style. Then there was a fierce iron collision sound. At this moment, Kwan also came back to his senses, and she immediately asked, Yayu, what's going on? The night of genocide has come to this point. Yayu has no need to hide it from Kwan, he explained, because Uchiha has been treated unfairly in Konoha in recent years, and even the clan land has been moved to the edge of the current Konoha. After several protests to no avail, the majority of the clan decided to launch a coup d'etat. This news was finally reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen by Uchiha Shisui, and he decided to use his Mangekyo pupil technique distinguished heavenly gods to change the leader of the clan leader who wanted to start a rebellion. There is such a thing. Kwan was stunned. The coup d'état was secretly planned by the Uchiha clan, but most of the 300 combatants, with sharingan, chunin and above strengths enabled, ordinary clansmen and underage children didn't know about it. Boom! There was another explosion. And after the explosion, battles broke out in many places in the Uchiha clan soon. Obviously, Itachi and Obito's assassination plan was a total failure. And there are so many battles at the same time, it must be that Danzo, who was watching from the outside, couldn't sit still and join the battle with his roots. Seeing this, Yayu hugged Quan directly. Go to Hajiki Aunt, I'll explain it to you on the way. And Quan was a little shy when Yayu suddenly picked him up, but this shyness was soon overwhelmed by the worry about his mother's safety. Yayu continued, these high-level people regard Uchiha as a scourge just like Senju Tobirama, especially one of them named Danzo, who hates Uchiha and peeps at Uchiha's power. Shisui was conspired by him to take a Mangekyo. Then, Shisui, who barely escaped, met Uchiha Itachi in secret. Yayu didn't hide anything, and directly told Izumi the inside story of the development of the whole thing, especially Konoha's high-level conspiracy against Uchiha. If Uchiha can endure all kinds of unfair treatment, then Danzo and the others will naturally not be able to attack Uchiha openly. But Danzo is sure that the Uchiha people are arrogant and unwilling to bow their heads, so the occurrence of the genocide night is inevitable. So, Shisui's plan was wrong from the beginning. If Konoha's high-level hostility towards Uchiha remains unchanged, then Uchiha will never be able to truly integrate into Konoha. If he chose to use distinguished heavenly gods on Konoha's high-ranking officials, he might have realized the peace in his heart long ago. Quan is a kind girl, and Yayu chooses to tell her all the truth in order to break Quan's last illusion about Konoha. People in Uchiha, no matter they are old or young, whether they have Konoha in their hearts or not, they are already on Konoha's must-kill list at this time. Since the night of genocide, Uchiha and Konoha have completely stood on opposite sides. Therefore, Yayu does not want Quan to be hurt by Konoha because of the kindness in his heart in the subsequent battles. Quan did not disappoint Yayu's painstaking efforts. Out of trust in Yayu, after Yayu finished speaking, she extinguished the last unrealistic fantasy in her heart. Especially her mother is still in danger at this time, that is her last relative. Quan whispered, Mom, you must be safe. I will rush over to save you right away. Hearing this, Yayu couldn't help speeding up her pace. In the original book, Itachi was killed from the edge of the Uchiha tribe all the way to the door of the center, so, after several flashes of the body flicker technique, the area where the home is located is close in front of the eyes. Sure enough, when Yayu arrived with Quan, it was different from the fiery battle in the distance, but the neighborhood of home was peaceful. There is still a faint smell of rust floating in the air. Mom! Quan felt bad, and was about to rush to his home. But before he could move, he was grabbed by Yayu. Under Quan's puzzled gaze, Yayu just whispered, 1, 2, a total of 9 mice? Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, dozens of piercing sounds suddenly sounded. Yayu just sneered disdainfully, playing ninja in front of Uchiha. After all, he raised his hand and threw out 3 kunao. Bang bang bang. After a few collisions, dozens of kunao shurikens fell powerlessly, but the 3 kunao thrown by Yayu still remained unabated. Puff! What? There was the sound of the blade piercing the flesh, followed by 3 painful groans. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the few people hiding in the shadows stopped hiding and jumped out. But at this time, only 7 of the 9 were left, and one of them still had a kunao stuck in his left arm. Uchiha remnants, kill. Without the slightest hesitation, those people were like killing machines, straightly killing the 2 of Yayu from all directions. Oh, the rats at the root. Get rid of you in an instant. Yayu snorted coldly, then pushed Quan towards the door of her house. He had already checked, and there was no one hiding there. Then he raised his hand and instantly closed the seal, fire-style great fireball technique. The people at the root responded quickly, and a person who was good at water style also responded immediately, water style. But before he finished the seal, he froze in place the next moment. What fire style is this? What he saw was not the great fireball in his memory at all, but a sea of flames covering a radius of tens of meters. Such a fire style, without 7 or 8 people joining forces to display water style, is simply irresistible. That's too late. The rest of the roots also froze in place. This idea just flashed through their minds, and then they were engulfed in flames. What? After a scream, the sea of flames disappeared, and the roots also disappeared. Yayu nodded in satisfaction. The enhanced Great Fireball is really powerful. His chakra is already very condensed, plus it uses the system to strengthen the Great Fireball, and now the Great Fireball technique has 2 forms. One is 2 or 3 times the size of the ordinary Great Fireball, but the temperature it contains is dozens of times that of the ordinary fire style. The other is that the temperature does not increase much, but the range of spells is very wide. If Yayu is willing to consume chakra, the temperature and range of the spell can also be increased at the same time. It can be said that after mastering the enhanced Great Fireball, Yayu no longer needs to learn other fire styles. Mother! Suddenly, Izumi, who entered the house, uttered a cry of grief. is that so? Yayu sighed, then entered the room instantly. At this time, Quan was lying on her mother's body, crying with grief. At the same time, an inexplicable dark power began to emanate from her body. Yayu is very familiar with this power. He couldn't help but said in surprise, "This is awakening Mangekyo." Yayu really didn't expect Quan's talent to be so terrifying, but after thinking about it carefully, he was relieved. Quan's feelings for her parents were very deep. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, Quan, who was only 5 years old, witnessed the death of his father and started sharingan. In the original book, she is considered the youngest eye-opener in records, so naturally her talent goes without saying. What Yayu didn't know was that when he designed Obito just now, Quan almost opened Mangekyo for him. However, now that Izumi has activated Mangekyo, Yayu can feel the despair in Izumi's heart at this moment. But he has never experienced this, no matter in his previous life or in this life. He is alone, so he doesn't know how to comfort Quan at this time. Yayu just squatted down, put his hands on Quan's back, watched Quan vent his inner sadness, and silently comforted her. After a long time, Quan stopped crying, and she raised her head to look at Yayu. Her eyes are red with tears hanging from the corners, and in her pupils, the 3 tomo have been replaced by 3 sakura flower-shaped Mangekyo patterns. Quan said hoarsely, "Yayu, I don't have a mother anymore." Yayu was silent for a moment, then gently embraced Quan in his arms. "You still have me. I want to avenge my mother. I'm going to question Itake why he did this. I'm going to question Third Hokage." Quan murmured in Yayu's arms. "I'll accompany you." From Quan's deep words, Yayu felt anger and helplessness. He kept saying to Quan that she still had him, so as to relieve Quan's pain. Suddenly, Yayu remembered something. He straightened Quan's shoulder and said, "Izumi, don't be sad. I think of a technique that can revive Hajiki and again." "Really? Really?" Quan's eyes lit up, and he stared at Yayu with wide eyes. Yayu nodded firmly. "It's true. There is also a kind of eye on Mangekyo, that is the legendary Rinnegan, and Rinnegan has a pupil technique called Rein Tensei technique, which can resurrect the dead. These are recorded on the steel in the ancestral land of Uchiha." "Rinnegan," Izumi murmured, and then pressed, "How do you evolve Mangekyo into a Rinnegan?" Yayu smiled and said, "It's very complicated to do, but I'm confident that my eyes will evolve into Rinnegan within 5 years, and even if the evolution fails, there is still a pair of Rinnegan in the ninja world, and I will get it at that time." With the system in hand, if all Uchiha's dead clansmen were recovered, Yayu felt that his eyes could at least reach the level of eternal Mangekyo. At that time, if he gathers enough strengthening points, he can easily evolve his eyes into Rinnegan, and even reach above Rinnegan. As for the problem of using the Rein Tensei technique to lose one's own life, he believes that when one's own strength reaches a certain level, this problem will naturally be solved. There is also Rinnegan on Nagato. He will naturally not let it go, but that will have to wait for his strength to reach a certain level. He still needs time to get used to Mangekyo. Yayu, who has read the original book, does not want to be like Suzuki, relying entirely on Sharingan to fight, and opening eternity can only reach the peak combat power of cage level. In Yayu's view, no matter what level the Sharingan is, it is only a part of its own combat power, not the whole of its own combat power. At this time, Quan has changed from the sadness not long ago, and exudes new hope from the bottom of his heart. Yayu pulled her to stand up and said, "Put away Hajiki Ant's body, we have to avenge her." Quan nodded, then took out a storage scroll and put away his mother's body on the ground. Even though it seems like his mother has been revived, Quan still feels like crying at this time. After all, it will be how many years will be the next time we meet. Seeing this, Yayu took Quan into his arms and said, "Go, I'll take you to kill. Spot 2 Uchiha, let's go together." No need for the two of Yayu to look for them. Not long after they walked out of the room, they encountered another group of roots. Then before Yayu said anything, Quan drew out his sword and directly killed the 5 roots. Seeing this, in order for Quan to gradually adapt to Mangekyo's power, Yayu just watched from the sidelines. And Quan did not disappoint Yayu. She quickly and easily solved the 5 roots. Afterwards, Yayu followed the principle of not wasting, looked at the 5 corpses and said, "Recycle." The recovery is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining strengthening point 1780, water-style water dragon bomb technique, earth-style earth flow wall technique. Hearing the prompt from the system, Yayu's eyes widened suddenly. Why is there ninjutsu? He immediately asked the system, only to find out that the reason why he didn't acquire ninjutsu before was because the original souls of the corpses he recovered had gone to the Pure Land, and the souls of the few dead bodies in front of them still temporarily exist in the body. Simply put, a simple corpse can provide Yayu with bloodline, and chakra, and the soul can provide him ninjutsu, occult, and chakra. Now, I don't need to just stare at those bloodline owners. Yayu's eyes lit up, and then sealed instantly. Shadow clone technique. The Uchiha clan became more and more confused. As Yayu expected, after a violent explosion occurred in the guard, Danzo led the roots to kill in the first time. The hundreds of people at the root divided into small groups and began to advance gradually from the edge. Although Uchiha had taken precautions at this time, facing the neat route, he still failed to form an effective resistance. And most importantly, more than two-thirds of Uchiha's 300 combatable personnel have already been eliminated by Obito and Itachi. There are less than a few dozen scattered around the clan, obviously unable to stop the massacre at the root. Yayu took Quan and killed all the way to attack his house. All the roots that occasionally appeared on the road were killed by Quan's sword. Before opening Mangekyo, although Quan was a 3-goad jade, his overall strength was only Chinin. And now, as she becomes more proficient in using Mangekyo, her comprehensive strength can reach that of elite Jonin, including the pupil technique of her right eye. This is simply a qualitative leap. Uchiha is worthy of being a cheater. By the way, the pupil technique of Quan's right eye is a spacetime pupil technique, and after casting it, Quan and the enemy will enter a different space at the same time. In the different space, only one party dies and the other can go out, and Quan can achieve infinite resurrection in the different space by consuming a lot of pupil power. And as the master of the different space, Quan can also forcibly stop this pupil technique midway, at the cost of consuming a lot of pupil power. This pupil technique is undoubtedly very powerful. In a team battle, it can force the opponent to PK, and if you can't beat it, you can stop it. After Yayu found out, she could only lament Quan's talent, and then stole this pupil technique without hesitation. As for the pupil technique of Quan's left eye, it has not yet awakened at this time, but it should also be the spacetime pupil technique. In this way, the two quickly arrived in front of Itachi's house. Looking at the gate of the former patriarch's mansion, the two could sense a familiar aura inside. It was a connection between fellow Mangekyo owners. Yayu and Quan looked at each other, and just about to enter through the wall, the door suddenly opened. He was dressed in a black umbu outfit, with a sword on his back, a cat face mask around his waist, and a thick blood stain on his face. It was Itachi, who just killed his parents with his own hands. Yayu, Quan. Itachi looked up at the two friends in front of him who were about the same age as him and who had been playmates when he was young. He murmured, "Have you also activated Mangekyo? If it's yours, you do have this talent, bastard." Quan clenched his teeth, changed his usual gentleness and looked at Itachi with a murderous expression. "Why did you do this?" Under Izumi's resentful eyes, Itachi's eyes flashed with sadness, but he still said firmly, "This is the only way for Uchiha to be saved." "Redemption? You say this is redemption?" Quan looked at Itachi incredulously. "Grandma-chan is over 60 years old, she is so gentle with her clan and villagers, and her grandson is only over 1 year old this year. What's wrong with Grandma-chan? What's wrong with her grandson? And, my mother, so gentle." As she spoke, Quan began to cry, but her gaze towards Itachi was even more murderous. "Bastard, I must kill you." Just after saying this, Izumi and Itachi disappeared in place. "It's really impulsive." Yayu rubbed his forehead with some headaches, and then said relaxedly, "But it's good to let off steam." After finishing speaking, Yayu walked into Itachi's house. He wasn't worried about Quan. In Quan's pupil technique, she could only hurt Itachi, and Itachi couldn't hurt her. For her, at most it would consume a little more pupil power. Looking for the smell of blood, Yayu soon found the bodies of Uchiha Fugaku and his wife. Maybe because of the arrival of Yayu and Izumi, Itachi didn't have time to clean up his parents' sharingan in the future, which also gave Yayu a chance. Without the slightest hesitation, Yayu directly recovered the two corpses. Recovery is successful. Congratulations to host for getting 3 Tomo Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha blood. Then, a powerful pupil force suddenly appeared, directly hitting Yayu's eyes. His eyes were wrapped in this pupil power, and he only felt a moment of comfort. For a while, he seemed to have touched a layer of paper, but when he was about to pierce it, that comfort stopped again. Still close. Yayu opened his eyes and shook his head. In the original book, Mangekyo was promoted to Eternal Mangekyo, and it was necessary to transplant the eyes of his own brothers. Perhaps it is because of the similarity of the same mother and chakra, it will produce special effects after transplantation, and finally form the Eternal Mangekyo. The connection between Yayu and Fugaku can be traced back 400 or 500 years ago, so naturally there is no reaction. So, if I want to force Mangekyo to evolve with huge pupil power, I still need a pair of Mangekyo, or dozens of pairs of Sharingan pupil power like before. I don't know how the collection from Shadow Clone is going. Yayu will not forget that Danzo is also coveting Sharingan, but it doesn't matter. Before you leave, you will meet that old guy Danzo sooner or later. Just grab what he collected. Yayu calculated the time, and just as he stepped out of the gate, Quan and Itachi appeared at the same time again. As he expected, Quan was only a little short of breath, a line of blood and tears left in his right eye, and did not suffer other injuries. But Itachi is miserable, not to mention the scars all over his body. His left arm and sleeve have disappeared. Izumi knew that even if he activated Mangekyo, his overall strength at this time was far inferior to Itachi, so he simply took advantage of being able to be resurrected and launched an attack without caring about the slightest injury. Under her attack, without knowing the characteristics of Quan's resurrection, Itachi cut Quan's neck with a knife, and was suddenly attacked by Quan, who was feigning death. His left arm was cut off by Quan Yujian under such circumstances. However, Itake's fighting talent is also strong. In the case of losing one arm and unable to use ninjutsu, Quan still couldn't take him down, so he could only add a few scars to his body. In the end, Itake, who was really overwhelmed, chose to release Tsukuyomi on Quan, which made Quan lose control of the pupil technique and return to reality. Quan bit his lower lip tightly, and said, "I'm sorry, I can't kill him." Tsukuyomi took a hard blow, even though she used her pupil power to block most of the damage. At this time she was also expending a lot, and temporarily lost the ability to use pupil technique. Itake has stayed in Umbu for so many years, and has extremely rich combat experience. "You have done a very good job." Yayu rubbed Quan's head gently, and said, "Leave the rest to me." Quan instructed, "Itake has a pupil technique which is an illusion technique, very powerful. Be careful." Yayu nodded, he naturally understood Itake's ability. Then, he looked at Itake, and his gaze instantly turned cold. "Do you still want to keep going? Don't expect your helper, he is worse than you now." Sure enough, Itake's pupils shrank. The plan really came from the person who called himself Madara. The injury that can be beaten by Yayu is worse than mine. He is definitely not the rumored Madara. But Yayu can hurt him who has the time-space pupil technique. Mangekyo's pupil technique may be very troublesome, I have to be careful. While Itake was thinking, a cold light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Shocked, he raised his sword immediately, but was still sent flying by Yayu. "How dare you lose your mind when facing me?" Yayu curled her lips in disdain. "Since childhood, whether it's taijutsu, illusion or ninjutsu, you have been firmly suppressed by me. Do you think you can beat me now that Mangekyo is turned on?" Itake clenched his teeth and said to himself, "In my current state, I can't be head-to-head, so... Tsukuyomi." Without the slightest hesitation, Itake directly released the pupil technique Tsukuyomi on Yayu, trying to create a flaw for Yayu. And because of the continuous use of the pupil technique, a line of blood and tears began to flow from his right eye. However, Yayu, who was looking directly at her, didn't show the slightest sign of being hit. His Tsukuyomi was firmly blocked by Yayu's pupil power, and it couldn't invade Yayu's mind at all. How is this possible? Itake couldn't help being shocked. His Tsukuyomi is obviously effective for Obito and Izumi, why it doesn't work for Yayu? Yayu smiled coldly and said, "I'm sorry, but my pupil technique is your natural nemesis." His left eye is designed to target the weakness of other arts. Even if it is the pupil art Tsukuyomi, he can forcefully resist it with his pupil power. If Itake wants him to be hit, unless Itake's pupil power surpasses him. At this time, Itake involuntarily increased his pupil power, but Yayu still stood there firmly. If we continue, we will see which of the two of them runs out of pupil power first. Although Yayu is not afraid of comparing his pupil strength with Itake, he is not prepared to continue in such a stalemate. "Just let you try your own ninjutsu." While resisting Tsukuyomi, Yayu also consumed his pupil power to steal Tsukuyomi in an instant, and then immediately released it at Itake with his right eye. Itake never guessed that Yayu could copy his pupil technique, so he was unprepared and directly hit the technique. After a while, he came to a familiar dark red world. Itake thought it was Yayu who finally got the surgery, but the next moment, he was framed by the familiar cross. What is this? Itake's pupils shrank, and it turned out to be him who hit Tsukuyomi. Afterwards, Yayu appeared directly in front of Itake, and in Yayu's hand was still holding a black stick that Itake was very familiar with. "It's really a good pupil technique. You haven't tasted your pupil technique yet, have you?" Saying that, Yayu directly thrust the black stick in his hand forward, piercing Itake's palm directly. "Ah! Itake, who had received Umbu's pain tolerance training, screamed pitifully, but Yayu forcibly increased the sensitivity of his soul dozens of times. I have to say, Yayu played Tsukuyomi so well that Itake returned 6. Just by this attack, Itake felt like he was going to faint. According to the development, I should say a line. Yayu grinned. "In the world of Tsukuyomi, you will spend 3 days, but in the outside world, it will only pass for a moment. Just 1 second passed, you still have 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. What?" In reality, in the blink of an eye, Itake suddenly screamed and fell to his knees. He covered his eyes tightly with both hands, and blood dripped from between his fingers to the ground. Just now he was not only mentally tortured by Tsukuyomi, but also backlashed by Tsukuyomi's failure in performing a spell. Now he can't even maintain Mangekyo for the time being. The Mangekyo in the right eye degenerates into a 3-god jade directly. "You look so pitiful now." Yayu smiled contemptuously, then looked at Quan and him. Quan nodded, took out a handful of kunao and held it in the palm of his hand. The thunder attribute chakra poured into the kunao, and then threw it with all his might. Kunao turned into a beam of light, came to Itake in the blink of an eye, and pointed directly at the center of his eyebrows. However, in the next moment, a red chakra light curtain suddenly enveloped Itake, and then quickly turned into a giant rib to surround Itake. Lightning-style kunao pierced into a bone in the ribs, and stopped at a place a finger's width away from Itake's eyebrows. still struggling. Seeing this, Yayu drew out his sword angrily, and then Chakra rushed in with a sword and slashed at Itake, and the moment it hit the ribs, it was sent flying. In the air, a large number of cracks gradually appeared on the red ribs, but they were still barely broken. In the end, the ribs and the ferret slammed into the wall behind, smashing a hole in the wall. With Yayu Chakra's condensed level, every physical attack is as powerful as Tsunade's strange power. Awakening Susanoo in a life and death crisis? Do you think this is making a movie or writing a novel? Yayu took a sword flower, and inserted the sword into the scabbard at her waist in a chic manner. In that case, let's play with you for a while longer. While speaking, Itake had already got up from the ground, and at this moment he was bent over and panting, but the Susanoo wrapped around him gradually began to become complete. First came the skull, then the arms, and after a while, a half-length skeleton with a height of more than 10 meters appeared in front of Yayu. What is this? Quan stared blankly at this scene. Yayu explained without looking back, this is Susanoo, a pupil technique that Mangekyo will have, and you will use it when you fully control Mangekyo in the future. But now, let me meet him. Yayu looked at Itake calmly, is this your last resort? Itake looked up, gasped and didn't answer, but he did use Susanoo as a last resort. However, it may be good to die here like this. Suddenly, a thought floated in Itake's mind. But soon he shook his head violently, throwing this thought out of his mind. I can't die. If I die, no one can protect Suzuki. Neither Yayu nor Danzo will let him go. Afterwards, Itake looked at Yayu vigilantly. Even with Susanoo, he had no intention of taking the lead. As Yayu said, he has been overwhelmed by Yayu in every aspect since he was a child, which also makes him always cautious to ultimate when facing Yayu now. Seeing this, Yayu shook his head amusedly. Just right, let me try Susanoo's power too. As he said that, an orange essence chakra emerged from his body, and in the blink of an eye, an orange skull that was no smaller than Itake enveloped Yayu. Unexpectedly, there is no pressure. Yayu raised his eyebrows, then continued to change. As he said that, meridians and flesh began to appear on the skull on his head, which was soon covered by a layer of chakra coat, and a sword appeared in Susanoo's right hand. Susanoo's second form. I feel a little bit, but the power is too weak. Continue. Susanoo transforms again, this time, surrounded by a thick layer of Utengu armor. At the same time, a huge mirror resembling a shield appeared in Susanoo's left hand, and a gourd appeared on her waist. This is exactly what Yayu just got from Itake's Susanoo Yata mirror, 10-fist sword. And what he himself Susanoo wears is the sword of Budu Yahan in his right hand. Yayu nodded, the power of the third form barely meets my requirements. After that, he looked at Itake again, what about you? Can you continue to change? Itake stared blankly at Yayu, this is nothing new, he was crushed by Yayu again. At this time, his Mangekyo has reached its limit, and his right eye has just recovered from the three-god jade to Mangekyo. Although it will not be blind, more than half of the power of the pupil has been consumed. And the reason why his pupil power passed so quickly was that he intended to use Tsukuyomi on Yayu before, but not only failed, but also received a huge backlash. Vaguely, he could already feel that his eyesight had declined a bit. No, it must be resolved quickly. Itake clenched his teeth, and forcibly mobilized a little pupil power with his will, and barely allowed Susanoo to reach the second form. It seems that you are only at this level now. Yayu shook his head, then died. Saying that, Susanoo of Yayu decisively waved the Buddha soul sword in his hand, and Itake also hurriedly transformed into a Yata mirror to resist. Boom! After the violent collision, the two Susanuos remained unchanged, and Yayu also looked relaxed. Only Itake spit out a big mouthful of blood with a wow, and then half-kneeled on the ground. If you had given up resistance earlier, why would you have to suffer this kind of torture? Yayu manipulated Susanoo to lift the Buddha soul sword again. This time, there were even a few tomo around the sword. Then, another sword swung down. Kneeling on the ground, Itake was on the verge of fainting, but his strong sense of survival allowed him to control Susanoo to lift up the Yata mirror. Boom! The sword collided with the mirror, and there was an even more violent explosion. This time, Itake Susanoo and himself were directly smashed into the ground, forming a large pit several meters deep. It's not over yet. Before Itake could heave a sigh of relief, another accident occurred at the stalemate between the sword and the mirror. I saw the few tomo around Buddha Yahanji and suddenly exuded a dazzling light, and then exploded. That is Yasaka's Guyu, Susanoo's extremely strong long-range attack ability. Fixed-point blasting, and specifically targeting the weakest part of the Yata mirror, coupled with the constant pressure from the Buddha Yahanjian, Itake, who was already lacking in pupil power, could no longer hold on. After a cracking sound, the Yata mirror shattered. Itake's Susanoo was exposed straight in front of Fuda Yahanjian, and then, hiss, with one sword strike, Itake's Susanoo was cut in half diagonally. Wow! At the same time, the Itake who was backlashed spit out a big mouthful of blood again. Then, he collapsed to the ground and fell into a faint instantly. Yayu controlled Susanoo, and easily picked Itake to the tip of the sword, hee. I told you not to insist, why bother? Itachi completely lost resistance, but Yayu did not disperse Susanoo, but scanned the surrounding area. I've been here for so long, why don't you come out and see me? Hearing this, Quan immediately looked around vigilantly. Despair, a dark shadow appeared. Tap, tap, 2, 3, tap, tap, tap. More and more black shadows appeared from all around. At first glance, there were at least 400 to 500 people densely packed. After these people appeared, they directly formed a closed encirclement with a radius of 20 meters towards Yayu and Quan. When the group of roots stopped, another one-eyed old man with a cane and one arm wrapped in a bandage came forward from behind. So many people. Quan was startled. She didn't notice this group of people before they appeared. But soon she breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Yayu with reverence. Fortunately, there is Yayu. Yayu threw Ataka directly at Quan's feet, and then looked at Danzo indifferently. There are so many people here? It seems that you have taken out all the old roots. Danzo, old thief. The first time Danzo came over with this group of roots, he had already discovered it. But at that time, he was abusing Itachi, so he didn't expose it. But now that Itachi has been dealt with, it's time for him to know the 5.5th generation Hokage. Hearing that this old man is Danzo, Izumi looked at Danzo in shock, and at the same time, he started to look at Danzo with murderous intent. She didn't forget what Yaya told her before. The old man was one of the instigators who planned the night of genocide. Uchiha. What a bloodline to envy. Danzo looked at Yayu, then at Quan, and when his eyes swept over the mangekyo of the two, he couldn't help showing a hint of greed. First Shisui, then Itachi, and now you two appeared again. Sure enough, it is safest to erase such unstable factors as Uchiha. Unstable factors. Danzo's eyes naturally couldn't escape Yayu's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Put your greedy eyes away before you say this. We are not Shisui and Itachi. Then, Yayu manipulated Susanoo to stab the Itachi at the foot of the spring with a sword. It stands to reason that the current Itachi is standing on the same front as you, and you can actually watch him being beaten by me until he loses his resistance. Are you confident that you can wipe us out without his help? Danzo hit the ground with his crutches, leaving a hole in the ground immediately. Uchiha, who is born evil, how can he be with me? For the sake of Konoha's stability, every Uchiha old man will not let go. It doesn't matter if Itachi slaughters the clansman or you kill Itachi, it just saves the old men a lot of effort. Yayu shook her head when she heard the words, it seems that you are really confident. As she said that, Susanoo threw out several Yasaka Gakudamas. However, Danzo was expressionless when he saw this. Defense. Then, several roots that had been prepared for a long time slapped the ground with their hands. Earth-style earth flow wall. In the next moment, an extremely thick earth wall rose in front of Danzo. Yasaka's Guyu hit the earthen wall, and immediately blasted the complete earthen wall to be riddled with holes. After a burst of sand and dust, the earth wall spread into a ball, but it also successfully protected Danzo and others. Confident, yet cautious, as expected of an old thing that has lived for so many years, Yasaka's Guyu was blocked, and Yayu didn't lose sight of it. It was his casual blow. If the root of the whole team can't even stop this, Yayu feels that he can push Konoha horizontally now. And after blocking Yayu's attack, the confident look on Danzo's face became even stronger. He said with a smile, Yayu, I have heard of your genius name. Speaking of which, I once invited you to join the root, but unfortunately you refused. Look at the people around here, the weakest among them is also the elite of Chunin. You have no chance of surviving. But the old man is a person who cherishes talents, and now I am willing to give you another chance. As long as you join Root and swear allegiance to me to the death, I am willing to give you and your little girlfriend a chance. He said he wanted to take them in as his subordinates, but Danzo's real purpose is self-evident, and Yayu knows it well. Susanoo gradually disappeared, and Yayu came to Quan's side in an instant. Seeing this, the smile on Danzo's face became even bigger. It seems that you are. But before he finished speaking, Yayu interrupted disdainfully, surrender to you? You are not worthy. Danzo's face darkened instantly, whizzing. At this moment, several piercing sounds sounded, and then three selves appeared in front of Yayu. This is. Danzo narrowed his eyes. He could see that it was Yayu's shadow clone, but he couldn't see what Yayu was doing. The three shadow clones each handed Yayu a scroll, and then disappeared into smoke with a bang. Looking at the three scrolls in Yayu's hands, Danzo suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Cautiously, he shouted without hesitation, let's attack together and get rid of the two of them immediately. It's too late. Yayu smiled coldly, and then thought to himself, recycle. Those three scrolls are nothing but the corpses of the Uchiha clan that he collected from the shadow clone before. He has learned from the disappearing shadow clone that there are at least 30 or 40 pairs of sharingan in it that Danzo has not taken. These are enough for him to advance to eternal mangekyo as he wished. That's why he was willing to talk nonsense about Danzo for so long. After recovering Fugaku's body, Yayu's mangekyo had reached a breaking point, and those sharingan in the scroll were enough to make him advance to eternal mangekyo. As for the evolution from Eternal Mangekyo to Rinnegan, it is not possible to simply accumulate pupil power. When he successfully possesses the Eternal Mangekyo, the ordinary Mangekyo will be like a tasteless existence to him, so he is not going to waste his eyes. He is going to leave it to Izumi. After all, there will always be a day when ordinary Mangekyo will run out of pupil power. At this time, the system also vigorously started recycling. Recovery is successful. Congratulations to host for obtaining Erguya Sharingan, Uchiha blood. The recovery was successful. Congratulations to host for obtaining a Sharingan, Uchiha blood. Yayu closed her eyes, ready to receive the next gift from the system. At the same time, he put his hand on Izumi's shoulder and stepped on Itaki with one foot. At the same time, the roots who received Danzo's attack order also launched an attack on Yayu. Fire-style flame bomb, wind-style great breakthrough, earth-style earth spike. With the tacit cooperation, the people at the root released all kinds of fancy ninjutsu, including mixed ninjutsu, and those who are slow to seal, take out kunao, tie detonating symbols on it, and then throw it at Yayu. And at the moment when all the attacks were released, those who are good at earth-style also constructed a thick earth wall in front of them to prevent them from being affected. The whole process is done in one go, without any extra action. Seeing this, Danzo nodded in satisfaction. This is the power under his hands. What a pity. I hope I don't hurt my Mangekyo. In Danzo's view, facing such a dense attack, the three of Yayu have absolutely no chance of surviving, even if Yayu releases Susanoo again. It is the strength of unity. No matter how strong your personal strength is, you can't stand alone in the face of hundreds of people beating you. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions was endless, and the bombing lasted for a full minute before the momentum began to weaken slightly. Even the earthen wall holding Danzo and the others would not be able to withstand the aftermath of this attack if it weren't for the constant input of chakra from those earth-style ninjas. Only when the earth wall in front of them gradually collapsed did Danzo and others see the effect of this attack. With the encirclement formed by them as the boundary, the originally flat streets and dense houses inside have disappeared at this time. Instead, it was a huge pit with a radius of tens of meters and a depth of tens of meters. The center of the huge crater was still smoking, making it difficult for everyone to see what was going on inside. But Danzo still waved his hand and said, "Look for the bodies of the three of them, and pull them out if they still exist." Yes. Several roots behind Danzo responded, and then instantly entered the thick smoke. What? Don't want. However, in the next moment, those people let out a scream. Danzo's complexion suddenly turned ugly. Why? What? Can, is this your method? Yayu's lazy voice sounded, "It's really painless to me." A gust of hurricane blew past, and the smoke cleared away. Yayu pulled the spring and stepped on the ferret, and appeared in front of everyone intact. There wasn't even a single wrinkle on his body. Not far away, the roots that rushed in first were already lying in a pool of blood. Quan calmly flicked the sword in his hand, and flung the bloodline from the tip of the sword away. A few miscellaneous fish, no need for Yayu big brother to take action. Damn it. Danzo gritted his teeth and growled, "Yayu, you must die today, ha 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 ha." But Yayu burst out laughing immediately when she heard his words. Really? Who gave you confidence? Could it be these miscellaneous fish under your command? Although the people at the root have extremely thin feelings under Danzo's training, they are also furious when they hear this. Seeing this, Yayu couldn't help but smile coldly. Forget it, let me show you what real power is. As soon as the voice fell, the orange materialized chakra appeared, and it returned to the appearance when Danzo just appeared in a moment. Susanoo third form. It's not over yet. Yayu shouted. Susanoo changed again. I saw Susanoo wearing Ryutengu armor began to grow in size in all aspects, and at the same time carried Yayu and Izumi continuously into the sky. Seeing this, Danzo and others retreated frantically. When they retreated 100 meters away and looked back again, their eyes widened in shock, and a sense of fear gushed from the bottom of their hearts enveloped them. What kind of monster is this? Standing in front of them was a 100-meter-tall orange giant. The giant holds the Fudo Yahan sword in his left hand, the Yata mirror in his right hand, a jug with a 10-fist sword on his waist, and a pair of huge wings of the same height behind him. Yayu held Quan's hand, hung in the air above the head of the giant, and looked at the ants at his feet from above. Susanoo complete body. Yayu looked at Danzo, who was like an ant, and said, "Danzo, are you afraid?" Boom! Danzo thrust down the crutch in his hand, and plunged into the ground deeply, as if this could eliminate the fear in his heart. He wanted to open his mouth to refute, but the refuted words reached his throat. He glanced at Susanoo's full body, and then swallowed it again. Danzo roared unwillingly in his heart, Yayu's strength, how could it grow so quickly? He knew that with the roots of himself and his subordinates, there was no way to stop Yayu in this state. If you haven't fought, you've already been timid. Danzo, see clearly, this is real power. At this time, Susanoo made a move. It raised the butt of soul sword in its hand high, and then swung it down violently. Whoosh! A huge sword energy visible to the naked eye was thrown out from the tip of the sword, and went straight to Danzo and the others. The seasoned Danzo narrowly escaped with a blink, but the roots behind him were not so lucky. The sword energy plowed through without any hindrance, and hundreds of people died instantly. But the sword energy still remained undiminished, leaving a crack on the ground that was more than 10 meters deep and could not be seen at a glance. The barrier specially set up for the entire Uchiha tribe was broken in front of the sword energy. At this time, the sword energy still had no intention of disappearing. It straightly cut through the tall wall of Konoha village, smashed the defensive barrier of Konoha village, and finally hit a cliff. A moment later, a burst of white light shone, and the mountain was cut in half vertically. The whole Konoha also woke up under this attack. This is the power of God. At the scene, a dry root gulped and then collapsed to the ground. However, Yayu ignored the group of ants at the root, but looked at the weasel who had been unconscious for a long time. At this moment, Itaka's whole body began to twist inexplicably. After waiting for so long, the fish finally took the bait. After Obito was teased by Yayu with Kamui, he didn't leave directly. He has been hiding in the dark, using Kamui to monitor Yayu's every move. But unfortunately, Yayu was very cautious from the beginning to the end. He couldn't find any flaws in Yayu. However, during this period of time, he has figured out Yayu Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique. No way, Yayu was too obvious, not only casting his Kamui, but also casting Tsukuyomi on Itaki, which made Obito have to think about it. Because of this, he didn't dare to shoot Quan beside Yayu. After all, Quan has demonstrated a peculiar space-time pupil technique, and Obito believes that Yayu will definitely copy it. So he just stood by and endured. Even though Itaki was in life and death crisis many times, he didn't show up. Although he valued Itaka's strength, he was unwilling to put himself in danger. It wasn't until Yayu released the full-body Susanoo, and launched an attack on Danzo and others, that Obito took advantage of Yayu's distraction to make a move. And his goal is Itaki, who was abandoned by Yayu. Obito wouldn't want Yayu to get a full pair of Mangekyo. If Yayu accidentally activates the Eternal Mangekyo, then unless he revives Madara, he will never even think about continuing to implement the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. And with the plug-in of the system in hand, Yayu is already an Eternal Mangekyo at this time. But Obito doesn't know, so he shoots. Also just fell into Yayu's trap. The reason why Yayu kept Itaki until now is to see if he can catch Obito. Although he has a way to deal with Obito's Kamui, it will take time to plan. Yayu doesn't want to wait so long. He hasn't avenged Obito for killing him once. Now, let's deal with you directly. Saying that, Yayu stared at Uzumaki's white arm exposed under his feet, and rolled his eyes at Mangekyo. In the next moment, he disappeared beside Quan in an instant. In another space, the dual space built by Tongli, the figures of Yayu and Obito appear at the same time. Looking at Obito, whose arms have recovered, Yayu couldn't help laughing. It's really convenient to replace White Zetsu's arms so quickly. I just don't know, after breaking your head, can you replace it with another White Zetsu's head? Obito didn't speak, but put on a fighting stance directly. It's so simple. Yayu shrugged, then disappeared instantly and appeared behind Obito. This is his new discovery. Kamui combined with Izumi's pupil technique can allow him to teleport in the dual space. That's why he's so confident that he can take down Obito. Yayu, who uses teleportation, is so fast that Obito has no time to react. Yayu swung his sword and beheaded Obito directly. However, Yayu, who successfully killed Obito, was not in the slightest happy mood. Frowning, he turned to look carefully at Obito's detached body. Gradually, Obito on the ground began to change, and after a while, he turned into a pale man with green hair. White. Absolutely. Yayu said word by word. His face was very unhappy. He fell into Obito's trick. I have to say that White Zetsu's transformation technique is really powerful. Even though he activated the Eternal Mangekyo, he couldn't see through his transformation under carelessness. It seems that the soaring strength has made me a little inflated. Yayu stretched out his hand to caress his forehead. After a brief moment of unhappiness, he didn't pay much attention to it. Let Obito and Itake live a little longer. The next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. Yayu turned his attention to White Zetsu on the ground again. Take it as waste and recycle it. The recovery was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining strengthening point 180, primary sage body, with style. Oh, there are unexpected surprises. Yayu became interested, and immediately began to check the 2 bloodlines he had just obtained. The junior sage body is so-so, but it just speeds up Yayu's refining of chakra, which doesn't help his current strength. And wood style also disappointed Yayu. The wood style obtained from White Zetsu is also at the level of Yamato, which is very tasteless. See how many enhancement points can improve wood style. 80,000. Yayu looked at it, and it took a full 80,000 enhancement points to upgrade wood style to the level of Hashirama in the normal state. As for the higher level sage art wood style, it will cost hundreds of thousands. At this time, Yayu has more than 20,000 strengthening points, which are all contributed by the roots that Susanoo killed with a sword just now. With Yayu's current strength, he doesn't deliberately hide the secret that he can become stronger by recycling corpses. However, it is also because his current strength is too strong, resulting in the recovery of those ordinary ninjas, which has little improvement on him, so it is a little bit useful to strengthen it. Host, Yayu age, 13 blood succession boundary, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, junior sage body, with style ability, uchiha style swordsmanship. Chakra, cage level peak, about 50 calories, extremely condensed, comprehensive evaluation, cage level peak half step super shadow, eternal Mangekyo not fully developed. In the system's evaluation, Yayu's strength has changed drastically compared to before. It's a pity that he is not yet a super shadow, and the super shadow recognized by the system is the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the peak period, and there are only 2 of them. Now he is indeed a lot worse in all aspects. It's time to put an end to the night of genocide. Yayu's figure disappeared into the dual space, %%%. Back outside, Yayu glanced at Suzanu's feet. Sure enough, Itaki had disappeared. Yayu sighed slightly, it's really a little swollen. Suddenly, Quan said from the side, what is Yayu big brother looking for? Yayu turned her head, only to see Quan slightly bent behind his hands, looking at him playfully. He shrugged, and said indifferently, I wanted to use the ferret to catch the man in the mask before, but I didn't expect to fall into the trick of the man in the mask instead. After finishing speaking, he also sighed, it seems that I am a little careless today. Really? Quan straightened his back, his face instantly serious. Then in the next second, she shouted with a smile on her face, surprised. At the same time, he pulled out a scroll from behind. This. Yayu's eyes widened. Quan said with a smile, just now Yayu big brother glanced at Uzumaki who suddenly appeared at his feet, and then disappeared in an instant. But after the big brother disappears, that Uzumaki still exists. To be on the safe side, I will use the pupil technique on the unconscious Itaki. Saying that, Quan pouted again, but I was a little annoyed when I saw Itaki, so I killed him in the dual space. Yayu big brother won't blame me, will he? Looking at Quan who was pouting to her to show off her cuteness, Yayu was a little dazed. In fact, he has never been fighting alone. Itaki died, and died under Quan's knife. Coincidentally, Quan also avenged her mother. And Yayu didn't feel much about it. His identity in this life is a member of the Uchiha tribe. No matter what his feelings for the tribe are, at least he is also a member of the Uchiha tribe. As for Itaki, since he chose to stand on Konoha's side, the 2 sides have been in an endless situation. What's more, it is also thanks to Itaki that he died once in this life. If it wasn't for the sudden activation of the system, he would really be dead. And Quan and her mother. As the first plot character who was indirectly terminated prematurely by himself, Yayu might miss Itaki, especially since his eyes can help Izumi advance to Eternal Mangekyo. Izumi, didn't you say you were going to question Sarutobi Hiruzen? Let's go now. Yayu put away the scroll that Quan handed to her, and then took Quan's hand. But before he left, he controlled Susanoo and stomped on a place where the roots were densely populated. After stepping on it, I crushed my toes like stepping on ants. Immediately, nearly 20,000 enhancement points were credited, bringing Yayu's enhancement points to 40,000. And the extremely condensed chakra has also increased by 10 to 20%. After doing this, Susanoo strode away without looking back. Goal, Hokage office building. As for the rest of the root personnel, because they were too scattered, Yayu didn't bother to let them waste their time. And that old thing Danzo, who got away when Yayu pulled the fake Obito into the dual space. Yayu is not going to deliberately find and deal with him, after all. Keeping Danzo will only make Konoha weaker. At this time, because of Yayu's previous attack with Susanoo, the whole Konoha was already in chaos. Yayu Susanoo is 100 meters tall. Without the barrier of the enchantment, everyone in Konoha can see this giant. The civilians thought it was another invasion of monsters similar to the Nine Tails Rebellion, screaming, pushing and rushing towards Konoha's safe zone. And those Konoha ninjas knew clearly that someone had launched an attack on Konoha. There are many old people among them, and they replay their memories to the moment when Konoha was first built, or even before Konoha was built. Back then, it was the era of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Back to the present, looking at the familiar giant, these old people once again remembered the fear when the ninja world was dominated by Susanoo. Susanoo walked towards Hokage's office step by step. Along the way, people who hadn't had time to run to the safety zone screamed to make way for Susanoo, and watched Susanoo walk past them tremblingly. They should be thankful that Yayu is not a bloodthirsty person, and he will not anger these civilians because of some people's mistakes. Of course, the premise is that they don't get in the way. Susanoo gradually went away, and the people who saved their lives breathed a sigh of relief, and then their eyes subconsciously began to follow Susanoo. The target of that giant seems to be the center of the village. Konoha is neither big nor small, similar to the county town of Yayu's previous life. In less than a minute, the Hokage office building is just around the corner. Along the way, apart from the civilians who were dodging, there were also some brave ninjas who gathered together and jumped out to release fancy ninjutsu in order to attract Yayu's attention. But Yayu just ignored them. A few small fireballs and a few small water jets are nothing more than a few small water jets. If the power is increased 10 times, it will not be able to break through Susanna's defense. So why care? This group of people gave up quickly after trying to stop them, and then carefully hung behind Susanoo, followed Yayu to the Konoha Center. But Yayu found an interesting phenomenon inside. The ones who tried to stop him were all ordinary ninjas, and some of them would only throw Kunao shurikens. As for those big families of Konoha, such as Hyaga, Abarame, no one can see it. Yayu secretly said they all come from the Sengoku era. It seems that they know what Susanoo represents. In the end, Yayu controlled Susanoo to stop 100 meters away from the Hokage building, and right in front of him are thousands of ninja troops led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the number is still increasing. Yayu sneered, "I'm really flattered to have such a big fight, I just don't know how many of you can stop me." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing in front of the troops below, took a deep breath when he heard this. From the moment the barrier surrounding Uchiha shattered, he knew Itaki and Danzo had failed. He was about to think of a way to make amends, but when he saw Susanoo from his childhood memory, he lost his composure instantly. Uchiha, there is an existence comparable to Uchiha Madara, but today's Konoha does not have a second Senju Hashirama. Involuntarily, Sarutobi Hiruzen's scalp tingles. He was 5 years old when Konoha was established, and he was already a youth when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama faced off. Having seen the changes in the landform of the Valley of the End, he naturally dare not expect extravagance, relying on him and the group of people behind him to keep Konoha. Therefore, he can only outsmart. The method Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared was to pretend to be stupid and put the blame on Danzo. It's not the first time he's done this anyway. For Konoha's safety, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that Danzo can understand his painstaking efforts. But what he doesn't know is that Yayu has watched 720 episodes of Hokage plus 10 special dramas. His performance will only become a clown's farce. Under Yayu's contemptuous gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few steps forward. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Are you Uchiha Yayu? Ha ha." The answer to Sarutobi Hiruzen was Yayu's two sneers. He couldn't help but twitched, but continued to shout, "Why did you suddenly attack Konoha? Are you trying to betray the village?" Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to take the lead and give Yayu a big hat first, so as to stabilize his ignorant character design. Then, in Zai's emotion and reason, he shifted the blame to Danzo, and said that he would punish him severely, and he could even hand Danzo over to Yayu. Finally, as a kind elder, forgive Yayu for the harm caused to Konoha, and throw out the sweet pastry of next generation Hokage. In the impression of all the villagers these years, he is a kind elder image. Even Uchiha, who intends to rebel, many people can't bear ill will towards him. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that Yayu, who is only 13 years old, will definitely not be able to see through his performance. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to imagine the beautiful life after Konoha owns Yayu, the contemporary Uchiha Madara. However, Yayu's response to him was a merciless kick from Susanoo, Master Hokage. Seeing that Susanoo suddenly launched an attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen, the group of Konoha shinobi screamed out loud. But their screams didn't help at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still stepped on Susanoo's feet mercilessly by Yayu. What an old thing, almost like Danzo. Yayu curled her lips, and then Susanoo raised her feet, and there was no bloody picture under her feet. The place where Sarutobi Hiruzen was originally standing has been replaced by a mass of dark soil. At the critical moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen unknowingly used the soil double, thus successfully escaping from Susanoo's feet. At this time, the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen reappeared in another place in front of Susanoo. Only this time, he was in a position where he was saved by the ninjas behind him before Susanoo attacked. Ha! Yayu has no intention of showing mercy, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought with some fear. Fortunately, his earth style has reached the point of perfection, otherwise he might have been killed by Yayu when he lost his mind just now. But it's normal, after all, the genocide Yayu just experienced. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted himself, and then suddenly gave a signal to the two partners. Seeing this, Mitokato Homura and Udaten Koharu at the rear nodded to each other and stood firmly behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Udaten Koharu shouted angrily, "Hiruzen, order us to attack together." Mitokato Homura also echoed, "This guy dared to attack Hokage, it seems that he is determined to defect to the village. Hiruzen, don't hesitate any longer." "No." Sarutobi Hiruzen refused without hesitation after hearing their words. "Yayu is an excellent offspring that I agree with. He has the potential to be a Hokage. Now that he is suddenly attacking me, he must have his own reasons." After explaining to the two old teammates, Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled at Yayu again, "Yayu, what happened? You must have a reason for doing all this, right?" Looking at the performance of the three people under her feet, Yayu suddenly laughed. He turned to Quan and said, "Look at these three clowns, isn't it interesting?" Quan is between Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance and Yayu. Of course he chooses to stand with Yayu without hesitation. It's really interesting, and the acting is just like the real thing. The two stood on the head of Susanoo at a height of 100 meters. The people under their feet only knew that they were talking, but could not hear the specific content of their conversation. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought Yayu was finally hooked. As everyone knows, Yayu and Izumi are already planning how to play tricks on him. Yayu grinned, just treat it as an appetizer before the blood debt is paid. How boring to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen with a clean knife. Traveling through Konoha, you still have the identity of Uchiha. If you don't choose to ruin Sarutobi Hiruzen, then the fun of this time travel will be less than half. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Do you really not know what happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head decisively. I really don't know what happened. Oh, Yayu raised his eyebrows. Didn't you let your colleague Danzo launch a genocide plan against me Uchiha with the roots of his subordinates? Now that I'm standing here, you don't know anything. As soon as Yayu said this, everyone was in an uproar. What? Uchiha is exterminated. Is this Master Hokage's arrangement? Master Hokage is going to kill Uchiha. It's terrible. How could Master Hokage do such a thing? Although the people in Uchiha are not lovable, they are also one of the pioneers of Konoha. Who is Danzo? Why haven't I heard of it? Listening to the discussion behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He can't admit this matter no matter what. He can't bear the blame for destroying the Uchiha clan who created Konoha. Even if he said that Uchiha intends to launch a rebellion, he doesn't have any substantial evidence to make people believe him. Originally, Itake could be a witness, but looking at Yayu's posture now, it seems that Itake is already in danger. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only shout unwaveringly, Danzo launched an attack on Uchiha? I really don't know about this. Danzo has the right to act alone in Konoha, and I can't interfere, but I can call him here to confront him. Yayu shook his head disdainfully. Confront him? That sounds nice. Danzo is in Konoha. Isn't he playing your dark side all the time, dealing with those shameful things for you? After finishing speaking, Yayu ignored the gloomy Sarutobi Hiruzen, but turned his attention to the group of ninjas behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone, do any of you know my eyes now? The ninjas below looked at me and I looked at you, but no one spoke. Mito Kato Homura said to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a voice only they could hear, what now? This guy didn't listen to you at all. Yuditen Koharu also said, at this point, I'm afraid there is only one war. Damn Danzo, even if you can't do this well, you still leave me with such a big hidden danger. Sarutobi Hiruzen, rapping Yayu at this time as the legendary Susanoo. Uchiha Madara used this technique to fight Shode, thus creating the Valley of the End. Although some may not be as powerful as Uchiha Madara, once we go to war, Konoha will definitely not be able to keep it. Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu were shocked, so strong. So what should we do now? I can only pray that the villagers can move quickly. After finishing speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed suddenly. Speaking of which, I don't know if Danzo is still alive. Mito Kato Homura, Yuditen Koharu, listen to Yayu, he shouldn't be dead. No one answered below, and Yayu was not surprised. After all, the only ones who can know Mangekyo are the patriarchs and elders of those ancient families. But now the families of Konoha are all huddled in the crowd, obviously they are not going to stand out. So Yayu introduced himself. My eyes are now named Mangekyo Sharingan, which represents the ultimate power of Uchiha. It has another name, the Eye of Spiritual Reflection. As the name suggests, anyone under these eyes will be completely seen through, and any thoughts in your heart can't escape my eyes. Yayu is talking nonsense. Anyway, people who know Mangekyo only know that Mangekyo is very powerful, but they don't know much about Mangekyo's ability. The corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched. He didn't believe Yayu's nonsense. Otherwise, how could Shisui and Itake carry out his orders so obediently? But before he came out to expose, Yayu laughed and shouted, do you want to know what kind of person is your most respected Master Hokage? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt bad. Regardless of whether Yayu really knows some of his dark spots, he can't let Yayu say it. After all, with the strength Yayu showed at this time, even if it is false, people will believe it. However, just as he was about to speak, he inadvertently glanced at Yayu. The next moment, after a whirlwind, he came to an ominous world full of dark red everywhere, and he was firmly tied to a cross, unable to move a bit. Pupil technique Tsukuyomi. Then, one by one Yayu appeared beside him, and each Yayu held a terrifying torture instrument in his hand. Bah. Without the slightest hesitation, those Yayus directly attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen with the instruments of torture in their hands. What? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help screaming after receiving various punishments. At this time, Yayu said with a blank face, this is the Tsukuyomi world constructed by my Mangekyo. In this world, you will spend 3 days, while in the outside world it will only pass for a moment. Just 1 second passed, you still have 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Then, there was another round of punishment, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also started screaming incessantly. Outside, under the puzzled eyes of everyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly fell to his knees, and his body began to twitch continuously. Mito Kato Homura and Yutaten Kohara were shocked. What's wrong with you, Hiruzen? However, at this time Sarutobi Hiruzen has no energy to answer them. Yayu looked at the miserable state of Sarutobi Hiruzen under his feet, and shook his head in disappointment, kneeling with one move. It's really vulnerable. Sarutobi Hiruzen is getting old, both physically and mentally in decline. Perhaps his comprehensive strength is still stable at cage level, but facing Tsukuyomi, who specializes in mental attacks, he kneels directly in one round. When Yutaten Kohara heard this, he gritted his teeth and looked at Yayu. Damn it, you did it. Yayu looked at her coldly. What? Are you dissatisfied? He will never forget that these two old immortals also participated in the Uchiha genocide plan, and they made great efforts. Asshole, Yutaten Kohara is going crazy. Since she became a consultant, Yayu is the first person who dares to speak to her like this. Anger immediately filled her brain. She roared angrily, Konoha's ninjas obey the order. This person wantonly destroys Konoha, and even sneaks up on the current Hokage without any scruples. This is an unforgivable crime. Everyone shot together and killed him. Yutaten Kohara just forgot, they were still discussing to hold Yayu down just now, to give the civilians and those genin time to retreat. Now her order means that the tens of thousands of civilians who have no time to evacuate will be affected in the next battle. Maybe, she never put those civilians in her eyes? In this regard, she is not even as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yayu shook her head disdainfully. What a stupid woman. Sure enough, none of Senju Tobirama's apprentices is normal. He taught you to make Konoha more decayed. At this time, the thousands of Konoha shinobi in front of Yayu also started to move after Yutaten Kohara's order. Sarutobi Hiruzen has ruled them for decades, and most of them will not choose not to obey Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders just because of Yayu's few words. It has to be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen deserves the title of the strongest Hokage in terms of the hearts of Konoha civilians and ordinary ninjas alone. And most importantly, no matter whether Uchiha is destroyed or not, it has not harmed their own interests. So, in order to calm down the group of guys, Yayu controls Susanna to gradually raise the Buddha Soul sword in his hand. Then, feel free to wave. The huge sword energy flew over the heads of these Konoha shinobi warriors, and under their watchful eyes, it directly hit the Hokage rock in the back mountain of Konoha. Boom! After the huge roar, the Hokage rock was directly wiped out by the sword energy. Not only that, the back mountain was also split open by this sword energy. Susanna retracted the sword, and Yayu said flatly, Everyone, can you listen to me calmly now? The group of ninjas who were about to move just now put down their weapons sincerely, as if they had never thought of confronting Yayu. After all, he can split the back mountain with one blow, and he can also split the ninja army formed by them with one blow. Of course, this is also because Yayu did not start a massacre. Otherwise, even if they know they will die, they will take up arms to defend their homeland. And Yayu has always controlled the inner thoughts of these people, making it impossible for the elders to give orders. And the only Sarutobi Hiruzen who can break Yayu's deliberately created aura is temporarily useless at this time. Yayu said indifferently, I believe in grievances and debtors, so I will not blame you for Uchiha's extermination. Of course, the premise is that you don't try to hinder me. Leave that aside, for now, let's talk about a topic that will definitely interest you, closely related to your beloved third Hokage. Yayu glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen who hadn't recovered yet, and said, let's start with a recent incident. Do you remember the day when Cloud Shinobi Village came to Konoha to sign a peace treaty 6 years ago? The group of people below looked at each other, a little confused. When Hayaga Hayashi in the crowd heard the words, he immediately looked up at Yayu. Many Hayaga people who knew the secret and couldn't forget that day were also moved. Yayu continued, on the night when the messenger from Cloud Shinobi Village came to Konoha, a messenger sneaked into the Hayaga clan and kidnapped the eldest daughter of the Hayaga clan, Hayaga Hinata. But when he left the Hayaga clan, that person was discovered by the Hayaga clan leader, who killed him and brought him to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, other emissaries from Cloud Shinobi Village also broke into Hokage's office, and after seeing the dead body on the ground, they bit Hayaga back. They accused Hayaga of killing their messenger for no reason, and threatened Konoha and Hayaga with the threat of war. Hearing this, some people below began to whisper in surprise. Is there such a thing? Cloud Shinobi Village is too odious. Why haven't you heard of it before? Because Yayu is also using chakra while speaking, his voice goes directly to Konoha. In the safe area outside Konoha, Hayaga Hinata and Hayaga Niji, who are the parties involved, heard the words, and couldn't help but look at Susanoo in the distance. Yayu ignored these and continued, hearing this, I think everyone should be clear, Cloud Shinobi Village has another purpose for coming to Konoha. That's stealing the bloodline of the Hayaga family. You may wish to guess how this matter was resolved in the end. Yayu asked with a smile in his eyes, he thought it was so interesting now. When the people below heard the words, they all looked at the Hayaga people in the crowd in unison. And the people of Hayaga have regarded it as a disgrace ever since. Many Hayaga people couldn't help but look ugly. Even Hayaga Hayashi closed his eyes indifferently. Come on, don't guess. Hayaga's performance has told them the answer. Hayaga made concessions. But this, many people couldn't help looking at the two consultants in front of the team. How could they do such a thing that made Konoha ashamed? Feeling the hostile eyes behind them, Mitokato Homura and Udaten Kohara couldn't help turning green and then pale. Udaten Kohara roared in a low voice, Uchiha Yayu, what the hell are you trying to do? Yayu said without a trace of emotion, I just want to let everyone here know some truths. After all, they are all members of Konoha. Also, if you interrupt me again, I will send you and your family to the Pure Land to confess to the people of Uchiha. Looking at Yayu's indifferent eyes, Udaten Kohara couldn't help but staggered back a few steps in horror. Now she doesn't even have the courage to look at Yayu. But after thinking about Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was knocked down after just looking at Yayu, Udaten Kohara's face suddenly turned pale, and he didn't dare to say another word. Looking at the commotion of the crowd below, Yayu couldn't help smiling. It seems that everyone has already guessed something, so let me confirm your guess. Cloud Shinobi Village demanded that Konoha must hand over the murderous Hayaga patriarch. Hayaga naturally strongly disagreed, and even said that if a war broke out, they Hayaga would be willing to rush to the front line. However, the high-ranking Konoha, mainly Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mitokato Homura, and Udaten Koharu, were the first to be persuaded. Not only did they not warn about Cloud Shinobi Village's behavior, but they also cooperated with Cloud Shinobi Village to threaten Hayaga, and they didn't care that Bloodline would wander to other villages. Finally, when the Hayaga clan was in a dilemma, Hayaga Hisashi, the head of the branch house and Hayashi's younger brother, stood up. Because as a branch house, as long as Bien dies, he will be automatically destroyed, so he can keep Bien bloodline from spreading. In the end, Cloud Shinobi Village took Hayaga Hisashi's body and left Konoha as a victor. Yayu told about this period, the entire Konoha was terribly silent. Whether it's a villager or an ordinary ninja, this is the first time I've heard of it. Having won World War I, World War II, and World War III, Konoha, known as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, was slapped in the face on his own territory. And as the high-level elders in Hokage, not only did they not retaliate, they even stretched out the other half of their face to let Cloud Shinobi Village fight again. Wow! After a short period of silence, the ninja troops under Yayu's feet and the civilians in the Muyin safe area were in an uproar. Master Hokage, how could he make such a decision? Shame! This is Konoha's shame. Is this true? Isn't this person talking nonsense? It should be true. Look at the faces of those Hayaga people over there. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen of Tsukuyomi, who experienced Yayu feeding board, finally recovered almost, and came back to his senses amidst the complicated and various discussions. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around in a daze, but found that everyone was looking at him very strangely. He couldn't help asking, what just happened? With a dark face, Mitokato Homura quickly repeated what Yayu had just said. Your Hokage-sama seems to have regained consciousness. Yayu raised the corners of his mouth after noticing the small gestures of the two of them. It's just right, Mr. Hokage. Please see if there is anything missing from what I said before, and add to them. I think they are really interested in this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, denying what Yayu just said. He was afraid that Yayu would cut him down. After all, what Yayu said was true. Just now he was tortured by Yayu and Tsukuyomi for 3 days and 3 nights, so now he dare not look at Yayu again. I am done. The prestige that has been painstakingly built is now all over. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's only thought at this time. He even wished he hadn't woken up. And what Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know was that those ninjas behind him really wanted to see him shake their heads and reject Yayu's words. This can also put a layer of shame on Konoha and them, even if they knew it was deceiving them. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been frightened by Yayu. Coupled with Tsukuyomi's sequelae, it can be said that his current IQ has dropped by more than half, and his brain is not turning anymore. It seems that Master Hokage has nothing to add. Yayu couldn't help laughing mockingly. Through the various expressions of these people on the field, he can grasp the thoughts of most people at this time. So Yayu knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen's silence made him completely lose the advantage of backing against Konoha. Without it, the Konoha executives headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the family behind them, Yayu can handle it as he wants. However, I still want to add another fire. Yayu narrowed his eyes and said, since Mr. Hokage has no objection to what I said before, let's talk about the next thing. The time this happened was 2 months after 4th Hokage used his life to prevent 9 Tails from destroying Konoha. Konoha was still very quiet, and the ninjas below did not have the slightest fluctuation because Yayu started to tell the next thing. Yayu knew that facing themselves, they could no longer raise their fighting spirit. In other words, they are no longer willing to risk their lives for Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen is contemporary Hokage. Yayu said, Orochimaru, I think everyone is familiar with this name. He is your Hokage-sama's apprentice, a hero who led Konoha to victory in many wars, but unfortunately he defected in the end. However, most of you only know that he defected to Konoha, so you probably don't know the inside story. People looked at each other, and when the name Orochimaru was mentioned, they finally got some reaction. But when Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the name from Yayu, he was terrified. He knew what Yayu was going to say. And once Yayu tells this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen will be completely hostile by the whole Konoha. Even if Yayu turned away now, he would be torn to pieces by angry villagers and ninjas. Uchiha Yayu. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and roared at Yayu, interrupting Yayu's speech. Hearing the shout, Yayu didn't turn his head, but slanted his eyes slightly, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen as if he were treating an ant. Facing Yayu's plain eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help swallowing, and the aura he just mentioned suddenly blew out. He. Seeing this, Yayu couldn't help laughing mockingly. Sarutobi Hiruzen in this time period is not worthy of the title of Shadow in any aspect. Compared with when he was young, he didn't have the decisiveness of ninja to kill, even when he was dealing with Uchiha, looking forward and backward, trying to gain fame. Compared with 4 years later, he also lacks the mentality to face death calmly, and now he is still nostalgic for the power in his hands. To sum it up in one sentence, indecisive, greedy for life and afraid of death. But soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance made Yayu slightly interested. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have thought of the tragedy of him and his family behind him after the Orochimaru defection incident was revealed. Both are dead. So, he suppressed the fear in his heart and continued to shout at Yayu, this farce should end. You first caused huge damage to Konoha, and then you used illusion to attack me, making my spirit and thinking sink into a slump. Taking this opportunity, you still use words to distort the facts and split the feelings between our Konoha companions. Hyaga Hizashi is Konoha's hero. He voluntarily chooses to use his life to defend the peace that Konoha finally achieved. I won't allow you to use the hero's death to slander and destroy Konoha, which he swore to defend. After making up his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have regained his previous courage, with sharp words and high fighting spirit. But Konoha's ninjas are not brainwashed idiots. What do they think? Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior at this time is trying to cover up. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what the people behind him were thinking at this time. When he talked about the passion, he waved his hand and shouted, "Ninjas of Konoha, pick up the weapons in your hands and drive out the enemy who destroyed Konoha in front of you." As soon as these words came out, the air on the field was instantly quiet. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept raising his arms, but behind him, no one answered his call. He couldn't help turning his head to see that the ninjas in the back were full of hesitation, pinching the weapons in their hands nervously, but none of them raised their weapons to aim at Yayu. The scene was terribly quiet, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was icy cold. Ha 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 ha. Yayu couldn't help laughing out loud. He shook his head mockingly while laughing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think everyone is an idiot? Will you believe your cries that are all lies? They have already seen who you are, and you are not worthy of letting them fight for you. So, stop talking about the word Konoha, you have no right to represent Konoha. Amidst Yayu's big laugh, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but staggered a few steps, his face instantly turned pale. Hiruzen. Uniten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura couldn't help but whispered worriedly. The interests of them and Sarutobi Hiruzen are bound together, one prospers and one loses. But the two of them just yelled worriedly, and didn't take any step forward, because they are also afraid of death. Even if they shrink back, they can only live a little longer, and they don't want to stand out. Sarutobi Hiruzen also saw the thoughts of the two friends. While feeling sad, he was also filled with endless anger. What? Uchiha Yayu? Sarutobi Hiruzen roared angrily, and then without hesitation, he made seals, bit his fingers, and slapped the ground violently. Summoning technique Ape Demon King. Boom! After a puff of white smoke, a Kongo wearing a tiger skin coat and a Konoha forward protector appeared next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After coming out, the ape demon looked at Susanoo in front of him, and couldn't help but grow his mouth. Sarutobi, what's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen said gloomily, it's too late to explain, let's transform into a Vajra wish stick. Hearing this, the ape demon didn't ask any more questions, and his whole body turned into a Vajra cudgel in an instant, and was hugged by Sarutobi Hiruzen in his arms. Vajra Rui stick. It seems that Four Tails is also called Monkey King. Yayu shook his head. I always feel like you are insulting my childhood idol. While Yayu muttered to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen also launched an attack. He suddenly threw the Vajra wishful stick in his hand at Susanoo, and jumped up from the ground at the same time. When the Vajra stick was about to touch Susanoo, he clapped his hands and shouted, Diamond Prison Wall. Immediately, the Vajra wishful stick differentiated into dozens of clones. After a while, these avatars were distributed all over Susanoo's body in an orderly manner. Then, these clones began to grow rapidly, forming a huge cage in a short while, locking Susanoo tightly in it. When all this was over, Sarutobi Hiruzen also jumped to a height of more than 10 meters. But at this time, he also began to fall to the ground. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a move, and another Vajra wishful stick appeared in his hand. He aimed the stick head at the ground, and then shouted Vajra Ruyi stick, get longer. Whoosh! After a sound of breaking through the air, one end of the Vajra Ruyi stick quickly extended to the ground and plunged into the ground, and then flew to the sky again with Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally came to Susanoo's head, standing opposite Yayu on the Vajra stick. However, he dare not look at Yayu at all. Yayu looked at the little old man in front of him. Come on, start showing your skills. See if you can please me. From the very beginning, he didn't stop Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. Even if it is the Vajra prison that blocks Susanoo's actions, although it is troublesome, he can't break it. He just wanted to see what Sarutobi Hiruzen could do. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, raised his hand and instantly sealed Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, 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 bang. For clouds of smoke exploded, counting the body 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen surrounded Susanoo's head. Then, the 5 of them sealed at the same time. 5 escapes Dalian Ball Technique. Blue, blue, white, red, yellow, wind, thunder, water, fire, earth. 5 attribute ninjutsu are used together. The target reaches Susanoo's head. After doing all this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's 4 shadow clones disappeared in an instant, and he squatted on the Vajra Ruyi stick panting. As a doctor of ninjutsu, he claims to be able to use almost all ninjutsu in the ninja world. This attack is not just using 5 attributes at the same time. When these 5 attributes touch together, according to the mutual generation and restraint between each attribute, the power can be increased dozens of times in an instant. After a moment of silence, boom! A huge explosion broke the sky. Even people far away in the safe zone subconsciously covered their ears amidst the roar. After a long time, the roar finally disappeared. But the source of the roaring sound, Susanoo's brain, was still surrounded by a blazing flame. Vaguely, people seemed to see some cracks appearing on Susanoo's shoulders. The Susanoo who brought them endless fear, shattered. Hiss. Faced with the power of Sarutobi Hiruzen's move, everyone below subconsciously held their breath. Third Hokage, so powerful, should be dead? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, panting. When he saw the crack on Susanoo's shoulder, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Susanoo is broken, Yayu must be dead. Then, he subconsciously looked at the ground. Although the distance was 100 meters away, he also felt the awe in everyone's eyes. His move not only eliminated Yayu, the enemy, but also successfully deterred everyone present. Yayu's previous wonderful methods made him lose the hearts of the people who have worked so hard for many years, and he was almost rejected by everyone in Konoha. But in the face of this absolute power, everything is already invincible. Subconsciously, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced again at the fading flames. He couldn't help but secretly said, speaking of which, I still have to thank you, Yayu. If you didn't let me use my tricks, I wouldn't be able to hit you with this technique so easily. So what if you opened the same eyes as Madara? Pride killed you. After feeling a lot of emotion in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen was ready to return to the ground. Next, he has to figure out a way to deal with the trouble Yayu caused. Snapped. However, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly heard a clap. He couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then the applause started rhythmically. Crack, crack. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who came back to his senses, widened his eyes and stared at the thick smoke in front of him. How is this possible? But no matter how unbelievable Sarutobi Hiruzen was, Yayu's voice sounded like a nightmare to him from the smoke. Good, very good. It's not in vain that I've watched your silly juggling for so long. 5 kinds of escapism form a compound ninjutsu. Looking at the ninja world, I'm afraid I can't find a second one. This move is really wonderful. While speaking, the dense fog quickly dissipated, and then Yayu and Izumi appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen intact. At the same time, Susanoo's head was also recovering rapidly, and it was back to its original shape in no time. Even Susanoo's defense was broken by your move. Powerful. Really strong. Yayu sighed and shook his head. It's a pity. It still can't hurt me. Bang bang bang. As soon as the words fell, Susanoo also easily broke the Vajra wall that Sarutobi Hiruzen worked so hard to display. Perfectly interpreted what Sarutobi Hiruzen did before, it was really a sideshow in front of Yayu. But Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't control these things at this time. He looked at Yayu blankly, and murmured, this is impossible, this is impossible. It's impossible for you to block my trick. Impossible. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seemed to be stupid, Yayu couldn't help laughing mockingly. Hee hee, the ninja world is so big, how can you see everything clearly? In this world, nothing is impossible for me. Saying that, Yayu moved her body. Is your performance over? If it's over, then it's up to me to act. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and looked at Yayu with red eyes. He seemed to have forgotten how he was overwhelmed by Tsukuyomi in the first place by Yayu. Luckily, Yayu also wants to see his dying throes. Bastard, die to me. I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen roar like a dog barking again, and then jumped up high. At the same time, the Vidro wishful stick under his feet, which had been extended to 100 meters, disappeared with a bang, and returned to his normal size in his hand. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen embraced the Vajrayuti stick with both hands, extended it and raised it high, and threw it at Yayu. Is that the extent? Yayu shook his head in disappointment. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen has reached the end of the road. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have forgotten that he can also seal the ghoul with one move, which makes Yayu, who wants to have a glimpse and steal it by the way, a little disappointed. Boom! In the end, when the Vidro wishful stick was about to hit Susanoo, Susanoo raised her hand and grabbed it. Then without the slightest hesitation, Yayu swung the Vidra rod with Susanoo and smashed Sarutobi Hiruzen to the ground with a speed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to react. Eat this, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely be smashed into meatloaf. However, at the last moment, the ape demon showed his upper body from the Vajrayuti stick, and tightly protected Sarutobi Hiruzen in his arms. In the end, because of this weak buffer, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive despite his bones being broken. The ape demon was seriously injured because of this, and then returned to the summoning world with a bang. It's really loyal. It's a pity that the entrustment is not human. Yayu ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was only breathing. If this continues, he won't be able to live for more than a few minutes without anyone treating him. Even if he can be saved, he can only be a useless person in this life. Besides, no one dares to save Sarutobi Hiruzen under Yayu's eyes now. I was interrupted by him. Where did I just say? Letting Sarutobi Hiruzen die so easily, Yayu felt that he was too cheap. Therefore, he doesn't even want to leave behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's name. He wants the entire Konoha to not only feel no pity and sorrow for the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen deserved it. Under Yayu's powerful influence, no one dared to step forward to answer his question. So, Susanoo raised his sword and casually pointed at a ninja. You say. The accused person was immediately flattered, and stammered, speaking of Orochimaru's defection. Oh, I remembered. Yayu seemed to suddenly realize. The man immediately took a few steps back with a sneer. Speaking of the reason for Orochimaru's defection, Konoha probably knows very few people, at least they all have the identity of Jonin. Before telling the secret of this matter that no one knows, I will make it public first, so that everyone can recall it. The reason why Orochimaru defected is because he secretly conducted human experiments. And the subjects in the human experiments are all babies and children he stole from Konoha's families. As soon as this remark came out, there was another short period of tranquility, and another uproar. But this time, the whole Konoha became lively. Those people who don't know the inside story of this matter are not calm after knowing it now. Among them, there are many parents whose children were lost or even died inexplicably during that period. They didn't expect that the child they regarded as a treasure turned out to be an experimental subject in the hands of others. And the person who did this kind of thing was actually a direct disciple of Third Hokage, whom they once supported the most. Orochimaru defected for this reason. Third Hokage's disciple actually did such a thing. I remembered, 70 or 80 children in our village were lost during that period. Right, I'm afraid it's more than that. Don't forget that there are still accidental deaths. Maybe it's just a fabricated illusion. Konoha says it is not big, and it is not small. Whether it is a commoner or a ninja present, children with relatives and friends were lost during that period. Originally, they thought it was because Konoha's prestige decreased after the death of Fourth Hokage, which attracted many criminals. But now hearing this secret, it turns out that the culprit is by their side. Because of their identities, the ninjas are quite receptive, so they only talked quietly. But on the other side of the safe zone, the civilians who heard the news couldn't accept it. My child, my child. Countless middle-aged women knelt down and cried bitterly. They were all mothers who lost their children during that period. Beside them, some middle-aged men also had red eyes. However, this was unacceptable and they soon received another breaking news. I only heard Yayu say, after what Orochimaru did was exposed, because he received the news in advance, he finally escaped from Konoha safely. But what all of you don't know is that on the day he left Konoha, someone stopped him. That person is Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. After speaking, everyone was attracted by Yayu's voice. Third Hokage actually stopped Orochimaru? How come they haven't heard Third Hokage mention it? Could it be that Third Hokage didn't fight Orochimaru, so I'm embarrassed to tell them? Yayu quickly gave them the correct answer. At that time, your Third Hokage's strength had not declined much, and Orochimaru was no match for him at all. But because Orochimaru has been his disciple for so many years, Sarutobi Hiruzen was kind enough to let Orochimaru go. What? Just as Yayu finished speaking, there was a shout from below. It was a Chunin, and I couldn't hold back when I heard this explosive news. In fact, many people were also very shocked by this, but he was one step faster. After shouting this sentence, he immediately covered his mouth and nervously looked at the sword in Susanoo's hand, for fear that Yayu would cut it down with a sword. Yayu is not so boring. And he said this just to shock them, so they spurned Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could he be angry? And according to the reaction of the people under his feet and in the distant safety zone, Yaya knew that he had done it. If he said what Orochimaru did and caused everyone's outrage. When he went on to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen let Orochimaru leave Konoha without seeing anything, these people turned all their anger on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who is Sarutobi Hiruzen? He is Konoha's Hokage. While accepting everyone's reverence and love, he shoulders the responsibility of defending Konoha at the same time. But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen let go of Orochimaru, who kidnapped hundreds of babies and used them for human experiments. How can such a person be worthy of the position of Hokage? As Sarutobi Hiruzen guessed before, the people who heard the news wanted to give him a knife one by one. Even if he has only one breath left now, some ninjas whose relatives and friends are missing want to kick him a few times. As for the people in the safe zone in the distance, Yayu couldn't guess what they were thinking, but they should be even more angry. Because Orochimaru stole most of them from commoner families. By the way, I'll tell you one more thing. Yayu looked at the crowd at his feet. Look around and see if you can find someone from the Sarutobi family, or the other elders' families. The ninjas below all looked at their side when they heard the words. The people Yayu said, none of them saw it. Everyone couldn't help guessing, did they all run away? Is there none? Yayu raised the corner of his mouth. Because these people are in the rear right now, protecting civilians in the safe zone. Oh, it turned out that he didn't escape. The ninjas nodded in understanding, but soon they noticed something was wrong. The four elders represent that there are four families behind them, and they all went to protect the civilians. The ninjas stared wide-eyed. They're not stupid, they won't be mobilized to protect civilians, right? Look around Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka. They also have clansmen to protect civilians, but those with certain strength are here. Facing the powerful Susanna here, she can only fight with her life. Just thinking about it and being terrified. The families of Hokage and the elders are simply using the pretense of protecting civilians to avoid participating in this war. Thinking of this, they began to recall the time when they fought against Nine Tails, and when they fought bloody battles in the third battle. Hiss. That group of people seemed to be doing a non-dangerous task too. Compared with the Senju clan who disbanded the tribe, let the tribe integrate into Konoha, and even the direct lineage is almost dead, these people are not even the slightest bit worse. Moreover, protecting Konoha is obviously the duty of all people living in Konoha, and as Konoha's high-level executives, they should lead the way. How come Sarutobi Hiruzen and these elders are here? Their family can escape danger. Angry. Everyone is angry. Pooh. A ninja standing behind Yutaten Koharu and Mitokato Homura spits directly on them. The two turned their heads angrily, wanting to see who dared to disrespect them. Then, bah, bah. Mouth after mouthful of spitting came towards them, and without any precaution, the two of them were directly covered all over. Yutaten Koharu was furious, you guys, but as soon as she uttered two words, the rest of the words were held back by thousands of angry eyes. They have already committed the anger of the public. If they continue to be arrogant, they will probably be torn to pieces by this group of people. Fortunately, they are simply using power for personal gain, otherwise, the eyes looking at them would not be so friendly. Yutaten Koharu, Mitokato Homura. At this time, Yayu softly called out their names. The two immediately raised their heads, and looked at Yayu with some apprehension and a hint of flattery. Yayu said flatly, the Uchiha clan, now there are only two of us left. Oh, there is also an 8-year-old Suzuki. Others, whether they are people in their 60s or infants, have all died because of your plan. As for me, I believe in returning others to others. You may not understand, but in layman's terms, I will pay back exactly what others have done to me, especially the enemy. I will repay you twice. After Yayu finished speaking, the faces of Yutaten Koharu and Mitokato Homura turned pale immediately. Only one thought remained in their minds, we're done. Yutaten Koharu and Mitokato Homura looked at each other, and both saw the fear in each other's eyes. Afterwards, the two of them seemed to have made up their minds, and nodded to each other imperceptibly. Whoosh! Mitokato Homura turned around and ran. The speed used by the body flicker technique was beyond the limit, and Cage Level was ashamed to see it. And Yutaten Koharu. Thump! Yutaten Koharu fell to his knees and kowtowed deeply to Susanoo. Sorry, that's all arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, it has nothing to do with me. Yutaten Koharu's hoarse voice was full of tears, and after kowtowing continuously, his forehead began to bleed. Mitokato Homura, who kept running away, turned his head and saw this scene, and couldn't help cursing. Suggest that I run away together, and then surrender, what a dishonest bastard. After a long time, he cursed trash inwardly again, and his escape speed increased by 3 points again. Yayu glanced at Mitokato Homura, who was getting further and further away. The moment that guy ran away, Quan chased after him. Yayu is not worried that Quan will not be able to beat that old thing. Then, he set his sights on Yutaten Koharu, who kowtowed to him constantly. One ran away, the other begged for forgiveness. I don't know if second Hokage will run out of the Pure Land and destroy you two shameful guys after knowing about it. Yuten Kohara trembled when he heard the words, as if he remembered Senju Tobirama's method. But when she saw that Yayu had no intention of doing anything for a long time, she was very happy. Homura, don't blame me, I am also for the family behind me. Suddenly, Yayu began to fall from the top of Susanoo's head, and soon his feet touched the ground. Afterwards, Susanoo also began to dissipate quickly. Seeing this, the joy in Yuten Kohara's heart became even stronger. Susanoo has dissipated, which means that Yayu has no intention of killing anyone. Wouldn't she be able to save her life? Suddenly, Yuten Kohara buckled his head deeply on the ground. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps became louder and louder until they stopped an inch in front of her, and Yayu stopped. In the quiet atmosphere, Yuten Kohara swallowed, and was about to raise his head and say a few compliments to Yayu. Then, Yayu's cold voice rang in her ears. Killing you is an insult to Susanoo. Puff. Before others had time to react, Yayu nailed Yuten Kohara's head to the ground with a sword. Red and white instantly flowed all over the ground. After doing all this, Yayu let go lightly, and took a few steps back in disgust. That sword was what he picked up in Uchiha, so he discarded it. At this time, Quan also returned to her side with a swish. With one move of her hand, Mitokato Homura's body covered in sword marks appeared out of nowhere, lying next to Yuten Kohara's body. Good job. Yayu smiled at Quan. Let's go, it's time to pay for it. Quan nodded heavily. Yayu glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the distance. It was already freezing cold. Then he waved his hand. Recycle. The three corpses disappeared in an instant, which increased Yayu's chakra by more than 30%. 3% is Sarutobi Hiruzen, 1 point is Yuten Kohara and Mitokato Homura. At the same time, among all the ninjutsu, Yayu finally got the ghoul seal that he was thinking of. He's timed just right. Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul hasn't traveled to the Pure Land yet. After doing all this, Yayu didn't even look at the thousands of ninjas beside him, took Quan's hand and walked towards the safe zone. In the end, only the thousands of ninjas looked at each other awkwardly. A. Do you want to follow? B. Why are you following? Are you courting death? Or do you want to avenge these old bastards? C. He seems to have walked towards the safe zone. B. Quick! Follow up and stop him. D. He seems to be going to avenge Uchiha, looking for the Sarutobi, Zanju, Mito, Shimura families. B. E. Then follow up too. Just in case it's not. After a heated discussion, they decided to follow Yayu. If Yayu doesn't do anything to civilians and their relatives, then they will pretend nothing happened. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people around, a member of the Hyaga tribe came to Hayashi's side. Patriarch, we. Hayashi nodded, all follow. So the Hyaga family also followed the large army and hung behind Yayu. But Hayashi, who chose to walk at the end, walked more and more slowly, and finally stopped. He glanced, no one noticed him in front of him, so he turned around quickly. Bah! 3 trash. Cowards! After doing all this, Hayashi seems to feel a lot easier. He walked leisurely, as if walking towards the safe zone. Uchiha Yayu, thank you so much. Did something I wanted to do but didn't dare to do. %%%. In the safe area, everyone looked forward to the direction of the Hokage building. Seeing Susanoo disappearing suddenly, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that everything was finally over. It's just that there was only a brief confrontation over there, which made them a little confused. Could it be that the giant is weak, just an empty shell? Suddenly, a person said, "You said, is what that person said true?" The scene was silent for an instant, and then, it became as noisy as a vegetable market. Is it fake? Otherwise, why didn't any news come out before? It must be fake. Third Hokage is not that kind of person. But the people next to us seem to be mostly family members of elders like Sarutobi and Shimura. That person's secrets seem to make sense. Using a baby as a human experiment, it's scary to think about it. I heard that Orochimaru still plays with snakes. What are you talking about? Suddenly, a loud shout of chakra made the safety zone quiet. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the one who reprimanded them was a member of the Sarutobi clan. The man shouted loudly, "Just now, that man casually destroyed Konoha, and he looked like an enemy at first sight. What credibility is there in what he said? And didn't you hear? He's Uchiha's. Uchiha is going to start a rebellion. Think about each of us, what a good person we, Third Hokage, are usually." Under his scolding, the people fell silent. But there is still a question in people's mind, are those things really fabricated? Then people looked around at the members of the elder family. Among other things, the last one must be true. Then can we go back to Konoha? A person asked. Everyone looked at each other, a little ready to move. Quick, look. At this time, another person suddenly pointed into the distance and screamed. Everyone looked at it in a blink of an eye. A young man with black hair and black pupils and a stern face was leading a woman towards them. and behind them hung a large group of ninjas wearing Konoha forehead protectors. What's going on? Someone asked dumbfounded. Who are the two of them? Why does it feel like the people behind are afraid to approach them? Where's Hokage-sama? I'm still waiting for him to come and explain to us. People started talking loudly again. Only this time, the Sarutobi clan didn't reprimand him again. It's because the picture in front of me is too weird. Finally, under people's various speculations and anxiety, Yayu pulled Quan and stood more than 10 meters in front of them. Look at their clothes, exclaimed one. Everyone take a closer look. These two people actually have Uchiha's family crest on their clothes. It's the enemy. The man from the Sarutobi clan shouted. Whoosh! Immediately, the clansmen of those Konoha high-ranking families took up their weapons and looked at Yayu and Izumi vigilantly. Even, Yayu and Quan seemed to be only 13 or 14 years old. But the other families, and some commoner ninjas, were at a loss. A person asked in an uneasy whisper, where is Master Hokage? Where are the two advisors? Why didn't you see them coming? Yeah, didn't it mean that Uchiha tried to start a rebellion and was exterminated? Why are there two 13-year-old Uchihas coming here? Look at the thousands of people behind, why didn't they follow? A very uneasy atmosphere spread in the crowd. They looked to thousands of troops in the distance for help, but it was useless. The group of people in the army, after Yayu stopped, also hung tens of meters behind Yayu, not daring to take a step forward. Finally, a guy from the Sarutobi clan couldn't bear it any longer. He pointed at Yayu and shouted, "Are you from Uchiha? What the hell happened to Konoha?" Yayu looked up at him and said, "You asked me what happened to Konoha?" After finishing speaking, he sneered again, "It's nothing, it's just that Uchiha's family was exterminated because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan, and then I killed Sarutobi Hiruzen and those two advisors, and sacrificed their lives to the subordinates." As soon as this remark came out, both civilians and ninjas present widened their eyes. What did they hear? Uchiha was really wiped out. Third Hokage, and the two advisors, all dead. Or did he die at the hands of this 13 or 14-year-old boy? Everyone can't accept it. But the reaction of thousands of ninjas in the distance, Hokage, and several high-level officials who have been invisible for a long time, these are all hinting to them that this news is probably true. Immediately, Yayu's figure in their eyes began to envelope a breath that made them suffocate. Before they could accept the explosive news, Yayu asked, "Which of you are members of the Sarutobi, Zanju, Mito, and Shimura clans?" The deathly stillness of the crowd. The family members who were pointed out did not dare to speak. Yayu seemed to be here to seek revenge, and they didn't want to lose their lives inexplicably. Seeing this, Yayu was a little impatient. "If no one answers, I will assume that you all belong to these families. Shua, Shua, Shua." As soon as the words fell, most people subconsciously backed away crazily. A total of more than 200,000 people were terrified because of Yayu's words. They didn't know why they were afraid of the young man Yayu, but in the end the threat of death in their hearts made them choose to retreat. Not only that, many civilians also pushed people from the Sarutobi and other tribes around them to Yayu. "Are you from the Sarutobi clan? Get lost. Don't kill me." After a while, only those trembling ordinary clansmen and hundreds of dazed ninjas remained in front of Yayu. This scene seems a little inexplicable, but when it comes to the thousands of ninja troops who dare not move in the distance, this scene seems very reasonable. "Do it." After dropping this sentence, Yayu's figure disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Quan immediately followed Yayu's footsteps. "Ah, ah." Afterwards, successive screams sounded from the isolated crowd of more than 200,000 people. "Defense! Unite together to defend!" Someone responded and shouted hoarsely. But when they had just organized more than a dozen people and hadn't responded effectively, they were instantly killed by Yayu. A genocide operation initiated by Yayu Izumi was directly unfolded in front of more than 200,000 villagers. People watched this scene tremblingly, and their legs started to move back crazily involuntarily, until the last group of people hit the mountain wall and had no way to retreat. And the other ninjas who were responsible for protecting the civilians, after seeing the one-sided battle, also extinguished the idea of helping in their hearts. If they go up, they will just die. But there are always guys with a single mind. In the face of Yayu who is fully fired, the members of these families can't stand it. One punch, one kick, is a person's death. With just one glance at the illusion, one can be knocked down. Quan, who is not far away, can't be as chic as Yayu, but he is not embarrassed when faced with the siege of more than a dozen people, and he can even kill one person from time to time. Someone tried to use ninjutsu on them regardless of their lives. Yayu jumped up high and clasped his hands together, fire-style fire extinguishment. A monstrous golden sea of flames descended from the sky, directly enveloping this Shura field. No meaty smell, only burnt smell. After the sea of fire passed, the number of people in these families was reduced by more than half in an instant. The devil, he's a devil. Run, I don't want to die. Looking at the purgatory-like scene beside them, this group of people finally collapsed. They screamed and cried and started running in all directions. Seeing this, Yayu shook his head. Can you run away? The orange materialized chakra wrapped him, but only formed one of Susanna's arms. Afterwards, this arm was raised high, and Guyu began to condense around it. Gautama of Yasaka. With a sudden wave of Susanna's arm, the 9-hooked jades in her palm flew towards the fleeing crowd. Boom! Guyu landed on the crowd, and suddenly there was a violent explosion. Those who chose to run away didn't even have time to scream, and their bodies were instantly smashed to pieces by the explosion. Quan rushed up and began to make up for the few remaining people. But Yayu turned his head and looked at the Sarutobi, Chimera and other families, the ordinary people in the family who have no ability to resist. Susanna's arm was raised again, and the Yasaka no Gakudama was condensed in the palm of her hand. Don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame your patriarch. They killed Uchiha mercilessly. After a long word, Yayu launched an attack without hesitation. With a flick of Susanna's arm, Guyu flew in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he came in front of the group of people. However, at this moment, a blue light suddenly flew out from the crowd of 200,000 people watching the theater. He stopped in front of Guyu even faster. After the two collided, Guyu exploded in the air instantly. The sudden assistance immediately saved those people from death. Yayu also squinted her eyes, looking at the guy who jumped out suddenly in front of her. A gray-green Jonin vest, lined with a pure green tights, the iconic watermelon head and dazzling white teeth. If I didn't run away, the whole Konoha would be worn like this by Might Guy. Speaking of which, Yayu also dealt with him a few times when he was in the guard. After blocking Yayu's attack, Might Guy immediately assumed a fighting stance. You Guy, are you Konoha's enemy? You killed so many of my companions. When Yayu came here, Might Guy kept order in the team. So when Yayu made a move, he was squeezed to the back by the crowd. When he managed to squeeze out from the crowd, he saw Yayu attacking the group of people behind him, and Yayu was surrounded by dead bodies. So before he had time to think about it, Might Guy rushed over and blocked Yayu's attack. Seeing this, Yayu shrugged helplessly. You bastard, can't you see the situation clearly? While talking, he also pointed to the frightened group of ninjas on the left who were in charge of protecting civilians, and pointed to the thousands of ninjas in the distance on the right. Look at these, and then look at those. They didn't intend to stop me. Why did you rush forward so stupidly? Facing Might Guy at this age, Yayu didn't have much pressure. After all, Might Guy opened the 7th gate at this time, but barely reached the threshold of ordinary cage level. Compared with a few years later, he is still far behind. So in this period of time, even if he can open the 8th gate, he is at best similar to his father. In dealing with the 7 ninja swordsmen, 3 were run away, compared to almost sending 6 paths Madara to heaven with one kick. The gap between this is not a little bit. Might Guy looked left and right, and it was indeed as Yayu said, he was the first to rush over to help. Yayu continued, I think I have made it very clear before, Sarutobi Hiruzen and those high-level officials jointly planned and led to the extermination of my Uchiha clan. Now, I'm just here to avenge my clansmen, and my target is only those families behind the high-level people. You are rushing up now. Does it mean that the whole Konoha is going to be my enemy? Chakra erupted from Yayu's body, and the ground cracked instantly due to the strong pressure. Everyone present felt an invisible pressure in an instant, as if a big hand was tightly grasping their hearts. A death fear made them glare at Might Guy. What's up with this guy? Do you have to direct Yayu's murderous intent to them? The stubborn Might Guy doesn't know that the crowd behind him is full of resentment towards him. Feeling the explosive breath from Yayu, he also knew that he was not Yayu's opponent. However, he still chose to stand firmly in front of the group of Sarutobi and other clansmen. Even if Uchiha was exterminated because of third Hokage, you have already killed them, and killed so many ninjas in their clan. The group of people behind me are ordinary people. There are old people and children among them. Why should I be implicated by them? Hearing Might Guy's seemingly reasonable words, Quan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said angrily, you ask why they were implicated. Then those 60 or 70-year-olds and 1 or 2-year-old children of my Uchiha clan, why were they implicated? They obviously don't know anything, but because they bear the surname Uchiha tonight, they were slaughtered mercilessly by Konoha. This is what the Konoha executive said personally, because their surname is Uchiha, so they are guilty. Then we're going to take revenge now. Those behind you named Sarutobi, Shimura, Mito, and Sleeping, their surnames are their crimes. Only when they die, Uchiha's wronged souls will rest in peace. Izumi almost roared out this sentence. She has a close relationship with those ordinary people in the Uchiha tribe, because they are the only ones who will not look down on her with foreign blood flowing on her body. So compared to Yayu, in fact, Quan is more intent on killing these people. After Quan calmed down a bit, Yayu said flatly, now you know the reason. Give you one last chance, get out of the way. Otherwise, you will die with them. Hearing what Quan said, Might Guy's faith was also shaken. But in the end, he still didn't want to see the innocent and weak being implicated like this. But Uchiha has already endured such pain, you can't let this pain continue. Yayu sneered, so, you want the elderly and children in Uchiha to die? It seems that you have made a choice, then die with them. Yayu raised his hand to make the seal of yin, fire style. Wait a minute. Don't get excited. Just before Yayu was about to perform ninjutsu, an urgent call suddenly came from afar. He. Yayu smiled coldly at this. Standing up one after another, do you really think he is so easy to talk to? Therefore, his ninjutsu has not been affected at all. Fire style huge fire destroys arrows. Compared with the hugeness of Hawomi K, Hawomiya belongs to the fire style ninjutsu with extremely concentrated power. Fire style shot straight at Might Guy like an arrow. Might Guy subconsciously wanted to get out of the way, but remembering the people behind him, he still chose to resist. Day Tiger. Might Guy yelled, stretched out his hands and squeezed forward, and a tiger head-shaped air bomb was formed instantly. Then, the air bomb collided with the flame arrow. After tens of seconds of stalemate, Might Guy was the first to be unsustainable. Soon, the blazing flames shattered the tiger head-shaped air bomb and completely enveloped Might Guy. It's a pity that his brief persistence had no effect at all, and the group of people behind him were still shrouded in flames in the end. What? A shrill scream sounded, and soon it gradually weakened. Seeing this, Yayu also lowered his arms, letting the flames gradually disappear. Not surprisingly, the members of those families have all died in the sea of fire. As for the Might Guy who chose to stand in the front, the blue steam on his body has disappeared at this time. His clothes were turned into ashes, his outer skin was completely burned to death, and blood was constantly spilling out from all over his body. He looked extremely miserable. Why bother? It's obviously useless persistence. Yayu shook her head, not feeling the slightest bit about Might Guy's stupid action. At this time, the person who was trying to stop Yayu's attack with his voice came to Might Guy's side with a swoosh, holding his slowly falling body. Yayu took a look and it turned out to be Heite Kakashi, another acquaintance. Might Guy, how are you doing? Kakashi gently shook Might Guy in his arms. Don't worry Kakashi, this little injury won't break me. Enduring the pain from his body, Might Guy stood up slowly with Kakashi's support. He has been training with his life for so many years. Although the current injury has made him lose the ability to fight, it will not threaten his life. It's just a pity that I still couldn't save them. Might Guy looked at the charred corpses behind him, and closed his eyes involuntarily. Kakashi glanced at it, but he was not moved at all. Now he is still close to himself because of the grief of the past, cold-blooded is synonymous with him, and only this friend, Might Guy, can let him show some feelings. Captain Kakashi, long time no see. At this time, Yayu's voice interrupted their conversation. Kakashi raised his head and looked at Yayu. It's been a long time, you've become a lot stronger. When Yayu was 12 years old, under the arrangement of her family, she stayed in Umbu for a while, but soon withdrew. At that time, he was doing tasks with Kakashi. Yayu pointed to the corpse on the ground. Captain Kakashi came out suddenly. Does he also want to avenge me for these people? Kakashi glanced at the purgatory-like scene around him, then shook his head decisively. No, their life or death has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to stop Might Guy from doing stupid things. He was supposed to be among the thousands of ninjas guarding Konoha, and from the very beginning, he watched Yayu show his strength and expose the filth of Konoha's higher UPS. Unexpectedly, watching, my good friend suddenly ran to Yayu and became a hero. As a last resort, he made a sound to stop Yayu from attacking. After Kakashi finished speaking, Might Guy looked at him in disbelief. Kakashi, you. He couldn't believe that Kakashi was so cold-blooded that he could remain indifferent after seeing hundreds of companions die tragically. Yayu was not at all surprised by this. He got to know Kakashi's character while getting along with Umbu. Besides, what he slaughtered was the family of Konoha's high-ranking officials. There are also quite a few conflicts between Kakashi and Konoha's senior management. Yayu looked at Kakashi and said, Might Guy made it clear just now that he wants to be my enemy. Kakashi hurriedly said, Might Guy was just confused for a moment, he has no ill intentions towards you. No malice. Yayu sneered. I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Originally, I just wanted to deal with those old things of Sarutobi Hiruzen and their families, and I didn't intend to implicate other people, but Might Guy suddenly jumped out to stop me. For me, anyone who stands in front of me and stops me is my enemy. The huge murderous aura was released, and everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. Especially Kakashi and Might Guy, who were specifically targeted by Yayu. They only felt that it was very difficult for them to even move their fingers at this time. Yayu looked at Kakashi full of murderous intent, and as my enemies, what will happen to them? I don't need to introduce you anymore. Gudong. Kakashi swallowed dryly, really no need for introduction, after all, the end was right in front of their eyes. Yayu, Yayu interrupted lightly, you want to intercede for him? Why? Kakashi was silent, he didn't know how to plead with Yayu. Talk about friendship? They have only been together for 2 or 3 months in Umbu, and the friendship between them is not strong at all. Talk about interests? Strictly speaking, he should be in debt to Yayu now. The scene was suddenly dead silent. At this time, Yayu broke the silence. However, there is something about you that I am very interested in. If you give it to me, it's not impossible to let me let Might Guy go. Kakashi was shocked when he heard the words, what? Yayu said lightly, Uchiha Sharingan, it's time for you to return. What? Kakashi's pupils shrank, and subconsciously put his hands on the eyes covered by the mask. Under the lobbying of your teacher Namikaze Minato, Uchiha agreed to let you hold that eye. Now there are only a few of us left in Uchiha. In order to ensure that Sharingan does not leak out, it is time for you to return. Kakashi was silent for a moment, and said, this is a relic given to me by my friend before his death. This Sharingan is more important than my life. If you spare Might Guy, I'll do anything except this Sharingan. Hee. Yayu smiled disdainfully, only this Sharingan on your body can barely get into my eyes. And, nobody is dead yet. I really don't know why you're feeling so sad here. What did you say? Kakashi's eyes widened. Obito isn't dead. He didn't doubt Yayu, after all. The strength between them is simply one in the sky and the other in the ground. Unless Yayu has a sudden personality change and wants to tease him out of boredom. Yayu shook his head. Didn't you think about finding that guy's body after the war? Kakashi was excited. Obito is really not dead? Then why didn't he return to Konoha? Where is he now? Why should I tell you? Yayu's expression turned cold instantly. If you hand it over yourself, you can exchange Might Guy's life. If you wait for me to do it myself, don't blame me for being merciless. Yayu is not an unreasonable person. He gave Kakashi this choice because of the little friendship in the past. But if Kakashi insists on not giving up the Sharingan, then he will have to fight hard. Kakashi's excited mood was a little hard to calm down. Because Obito is still alive, he suddenly doesn't want to hand over Sharingan. He wants to return the eyes to Obito with his own hands. But if you don't hand it over, Might Guy will. Kakashi was in a dilemma. Obito, Might Guy, which one should he choose? Eyes. I'll give it to you. After a fierce ideological struggle, Kakashi decided to exchange the Sharingan for Might Guy's life. Because he connected with a problem. If he disagrees, Yayu will take the Sharingan away forcefully, and he has no ability to resist. Therefore, it would be better if he handed it over justifiably and in exchange for Might Guy's life. He said apologetically in his heart, Obito, forgive me. Then, Kakashi slowly pulled down the mask, and, after a short period of severe pain, he abruptly took out his left eye. Give you. At this point, Kakashi did not hesitate, and directly cast his eyes at Yayu. Looking at the Sharingan in the sky, Yayu said directly, System, recycle. Recovery is successful. Congratulations to host for obtaining 1000 recovery points. Mangekyo Sharingan pupil power, 1/2. Pupil technique Kamui. Phew, I finally got it. Yayu was in a very good mood at this time. Obito, just wait for this surprise I prepared for you. The Kamui in Kakashi's left eye is a long-range attack. The Kamui in Obito's right eye must touch the opponent to use it. And when the two are combined, Kamui can exert its true power. In the final battle, Obito used his eyes Kamui to forcibly open the space channel to Otsutsuki Kagaya in the sky. In this way, Sasuke, who was hidden by Kagaya, was found. It can be said that without him finding Sasuke, Naruto alone could not seal the doubt in the final battle. Moreover, Kamui can also bless ninjutsu and Susanoo, so that the ninjutsu performed by Yayu and Susanoo's attack have a powerful ability to cut space. This has greatly improved Yayu's overall strength. Most importantly, with Kamui eyes, Yayu can forcibly open a passage connecting Obito's Kamui space when Obito enters the hollow. That way, the next time we meet, Obito will never be able to escape from him again. Therefore, Obito chose to keep this Sharingan with Kakashi, which is definitely the worst decision he has ever made. I'm really looking forward to seeing you next time. Kakashi. Might Guy looked at Kakashi with a moved face. He didn't expect Kakashi to give up the Sharingan that Obito left him for him. Immediately, Might Guy no longer felt dissatisfied with Kakashi just now. Even if Kakashi is still cold-blooded, at least it is different for him. Kakashi gasped and said, Guy, don't be so impulsive next time. I can't save you a second time. Yeah, Might Guy looked at Kakashi with tears in his eyes. It's just that how much he listened to, only God knows. There should be medical ninjas here, right? Yayu interrupted the two of them. Yayu pointed to the corpses on the ground and said to Kakashi, I just killed these people, now take out their eyes and put them on for you. You're right, I should still work. Kakashi's heart moved, but he still said, don't worry about it. Yayu looked at Kakashi and Might Guy, and suddenly a hint of evil flashed in his heart. In the original book, these two guys got Boruto's transfer, so he might as well facilitate their good things earlier. He looked at Might Guy, thank you Kakashi for your sacrifice, you helped his enemies, but he was willing to save your life. Enemies? Might Guy pointed to the corpses of Sarutobi and other clans on the ground with a puzzled expression. That's right. That's killing your father and your enemy. Might Guy was suddenly more puzzled. Yayu didn't hide it, and even amplified his voice. Kakashi's father's name is Heitake Sakumo, known as Konoha's White Fang. During World War II, he was the superpower who stabilized Sunin. However, when Kakashi was 5 years old, his father committed suicide because of the failure of the mission and was blamed by the whole Konoha. Then what does this have to do with the Sarutobi clan? Might Guy has heard of this matter before, but it is impossible to contact the Sarutobi clan. It's a big deal. Yayu sneered. Do you know who Heitake Sakumo is? Anbu's captain. Every mission he does is posted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and only Sarutobi Hiruzen can see it. But in the end, the fact that he failed in the mission made the whole village know about it. Tell me, what role did Sarutobi Hiruzen play behind this incident? Hearing this secret, Might Guy was dumbfounded. He looked at Kakashi questioningly, and Kakashi nodded with his eyes closed. Kakashi is now an Anbu, so he has already guessed the inside story of this matter, and has been able to prove that Sarutobi Hiruzen is involved in all this. Then what is third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen doing all this for? Might Guy asked. Yayu explained lightly. As I said before, Heitake Sakumo is very special. He is not only the captain of Anbu, but also a hero during World War II, so he has a high prestige in the village. Prestige represents people's hearts. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been in power for nearly 20 years, and rumors about the next Hokage had already begun in the village. So, in order to stabilize Hokage's position, it is only natural that Sarutobi Hiruzen did this. Looking at the stunned Might Guy, and the more than 200,000 Konoha civilians who have started whispering in the distance, Yayu decided to add another fire. And you can ask Kakashi, when the fourth Hokage was in power, was the third Hokage handling most of the government affairs? Kakashi still nodded. And the most important thing, do you know that when fourth Hokage died, on the day of the Nine Tails Rebellion, his child was born? Speaking of fourth Hokage, the civilians couldn't help talking about other things. From this we can see how high Namikaze Minato holds in the hearts of these villagers. And this thing, I remembered, Mrs. Fourth Hokage was indeed pregnant at that time. But how come we never hear about the fourth Hokage kid? Yayu ignored the discussion and looked at Kakashi instead. This is the best time to rectify the name of your teacher's son. Why don't you tell me? Kakashi was silent for a moment. When he raised his head again, he looked at Yayu with complicated eyes. There is fear, there is gratitude. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, the teacher does have a son, who is 8 years old this year. He takes his mother's surname, and his first name is Uzumaki Naruto. Wow! After a short period of silence, the civilians were in an uproar. It turned out to be that demon. How could it be him? Isn't he the incarnation of a demon? His hair is indeed blonde, like Lord Fourth Generation. People couldn't believe that the demon fox who had been accused, abused and treated coldly by them for 8 years was actually the son of their most revered hero. But this news came from the disciples of Namikaze Minato, with an accuracy rate of 99.9%. Can't help but they don't believe it. Why? Why has no one ever told them this? Why? Why did Konoha hide the identity of Naruto Hokage's son? Why? They couldn't have been nicer to this kid back then. After they were greatly shocked, their hearts were filled with not daring to face it, and endless regrets. Who is fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato? That is the hero who sacrificed his life to protect the entire Konoha and everyone's hearts. It has only been 8 years since this incident, and everyone still remembers him fresh. So Naruto, who is now the son of a hero, had such a miserable childhood because of them. How much they regret now. I'm so stupid. Really? How could I believe the ridiculous rumor that Naruto was transformed from a fox? How stupid of me. Really? I remember, I once urged my child to throw stones at him. I'm so stupid. Really? I deliberately sold expired things to him at a high price. What a fool of me. Really? I never let him in my shop. With the first person to review himself, more and more people began to review the crimes they committed against Naruto. It is foreseeable that when Naruto appears next time, those contemptuous and hateful eyes will all disappear. Maybe in the future, Naruto will be overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of these people for a long time. Yayu couldn't help sighing. Look at this scene. What a crime Sarutobi Hiruzen has done. At this time, Might Guy asked dryly, is this matter? Also Sarutobi Hiruzen did. After hearing so many secrets, he can no longer say the words, Master Third Hokage. Yayu sneered when he heard the words, who else can there be besides him and those high-level Konoha? Only they can spread such rumors, and even if there is no evidence that Sarutobi Hiruzen did it, it is an unforgivable crime for him to allow Naruto, the son of a hero, to be misunderstood and hated by the whole village for so many years. Then why is he doing this? Might Guy sighed. Yayu said lightly, it's very simple, he wants to firmly control Naruto. In order to completely solve the problem of Nine Tails, the fourth generation had no choice but to seal Nine Tails on someone, but the Nine Tails are too powerful. No matter how superb the sealing technique of the fourth generation is, a person with an ordinary physique may go berserk at any time after becoming a container. So for the safety of the village, he chose Naruto, because Naruto has the physique from his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, which is enough to keep Nine Tails from running amok. And when Naruto grows up, he will be able to gradually master the power of 9 tails, and his strength will reach the level of Shadow or even Shadow. Especially on the battlefield, Naruto's role is even greater. So such a weapon, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen not hold him in his hands? When everyone is full of malice towards Naruto, the only Sarutobi Hiruzen who is kind to him can successfully grasp Naruto's heart. After listening, Might Guy and the civilians in the distance were shocked. They didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to have such a dark plan. In this plan, not only Naruto, but even they have become tools of Sarutobi Hiruzen. These three. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also too hateful. Yeah, he actually used all of us. It's so scary. I'm starting to believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen did those few things. He must have done it. You see so many people, no one has come forward to refute. People seem to have found a vent, and they all started to blame Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, by pushing this matter to Sarutobi Hiruzen, they can relieve some psychological burden. It's not that they're wrong, it's that they were cheated too. Yayu watched their reactions with interest, and then stopped paying attention to them. He didn't try to find Naruto either. When he just came here, he checked, there is no Naruto here. It's not surprising that as Naruto, Umbu will naturally take him to a safer place. Otherwise, if Naruto is accidentally used by the enemy to make Naruto go berserk, then Konoha will be attacked from both sides. Therefore, this place is no longer worth his continued stay. Yayu looked at the 200,000 civilians, and at the thousands of ninjas in the distance. Next, what should I do with Konoha? The plot of the original book tells Yayu that the most important thing for him to do next is to improve his strength. Evolving Eternal Mangekyo, evolving Sage Body, evolving with style, are the most direct ways to improve strength. And this requires a huge amount of strengthening points. If the entire village of Konoha was slaughtered, it would be possible to scrape together. So, are you going to start a killing spree? Yayu narrowed his eyes. Civilians are worthless, and he is targeting those thousands of ninjas. However, these people have been cooperating with him, he seems to have no reason to do it. Yayu never thought he was a good person, but the education in his previous life would not make him start a massacre for no reason. If you kill too much, you will forget yourself. If you are too far away from home, you will forget your hometown. Yayu also doesn't want to be influenced by her obsession with becoming stronger, and eventually lose her human feelings. At this moment, he suddenly felt a touch of pupil force. Sensing the signal transmitted by the lower pupil force, Yayu couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth. Interesting. He suddenly took Quan's hand and walked towards the ninja troops in the distance. More than 200,000 civilians and thousands of ninjas were attracted by Yayu's actions. Seeing Yayu approaching gradually, the thousands of ninjas immediately scattered to both sides in a panic, leaving a passage tens of meters wide for Yayu and Quan. Seeing this, Yayu didn't move in the slightest, and coldly pulled Quan through the crowd. Until, they came to a crowd with white eyes. Yayu stopped in her tracks. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened. Fortunately, Yayu just turned his head to look at the Hyaga clan from the side, and exchanged a glance with the sweaty Hayashi and Hyaga. After a while, Yayu raised his foot again. This time, he went straight through the crowd without stopping. Konoha, hee, let's do it for ourselves. After leaving this sentence, Yayu pulled Quan and was swallowed by a burst of Uzumaki until it disappeared completely. For Konoha, he already has another plan. How all the ninjas and civilians breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, especially the group of ninjas who saw Yayu's power. Someone asked suspiciously, he's gone, how do we define him? Betrayal. He didn't seem to have done anything harmful to Konoha other than destroying a fence and chopping down Hokage Rock. His strength, are you sure you want to designate him as a traitor? Everyone thought about it. Yayu looked at them with murderous intent and suddenly shuddered. Forget it, just pretend nothing happened. Then third generation, how do they deal with them? Didn't that person say that they are a lot of dirty? It can be regarded as cleaning up the door for Konoha, right? So be it. Some jonin discussed for a long time, but still dare not convict Yayu. And strictly speaking, Yayu is cleaning up the cancer for Konoha. Although the method is a bit cruel, it doesn't hurt Konoha's interests. Only Hyaga Hayashi, standing in the crowd with a meaningful smile. He bet right. The ninjas began to disperse in small groups one by one, and the civilians in the distance also packed their bags and walked towards Konoha, the Hayashi patriarch. However, after turning around and walking a few steps, Hyaga Hayashi was suddenly stopped by a voice. Hayashi turned his head to look, but there were 4 acquaintances walking towards him. A pineapple head, a fat man with squinting eyes, a golden ponytail, a windbreaker, and sunglasses. Narashiku Akamaiki Choza, Yamanaka Hiki, Abarame Jiwei, are the patriarchs of several other big clans in Konoha. Nara Shikaiju looked at Hayashi full of deep meaning, and said, "It's time for us to discuss the future of Konoha." After this battle, several major families were wiped out, and Konoha indirectly lost thousands of combat power, as well as decision-makers and a cage-level combat power. After tomorrow, the spies hiding in Konoha will spread the matter to the ninja world. I'm afraid it will cause other villages to be greedy for Konoha again. Nara Shiju expressed the worry in his heart. Anyone with a little brain can see that Konoha is already in danger at this time. Hayashi looked at Nara Shiju. He always felt that his little thoughts had been seen through by this guy. However, sooner or later they must be informed of this matter. After looking at each other for a moment, Hayashi responded, "Yes. So what shall we do next?" Nara looked around the circle, and said, "We think we should recall Master Jiraiya. Now Konoha urgently needs a cage-level strongman to stabilize the situation." Hayashi narrowed his eyes and said, "So, you plan to let him be the fifth Hokage?" Nara Shiju and others nodded at the same time. Only Master Jiraiya has this reputation and strength. Seeing this, Hayashi shook his head decisively, "But I think it's wrong." Seeing this, Nara Ryu's heart suddenly moved, and he became more and more sure of his guess. But he still asked calmly, "Is there any problem? Or, do you have a better candidate?" Hayashi still shook his head. "It's not that I'm a better candidate, but Jiraiya is very difficult to get the position at this time. Don't forget, after Yaya told the high-level dirty, the villagers hated Sarutobi Hiruzen very much. Jiraiya is a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen and a former companion of Orochimaru. It is not easy to get the approval of the villagers. This is indeed a big problem." Nara Ryu thought for a moment, and said, "Jiraiya was born as a commoner, and after all, he is the teacher of Master Fourth Generation. This identity should be recognized by many villagers, right?" Hayashi sighed. "Don't forget, the reason why Fourth Generation came to power at the beginning was because Jiraiya insisted on not wanting to be Hokage." Nara Ryu frowned. At this time, he can't help but shirk, and regardless of whether Jiraiya is serving as fifth Hokage or not, recalling him is the most important thing right now. Konoha, there is no one who can be called cage level. As soon as this remark came out, everyone fell silent. Yes. What Konoha lacks most now is the top-level combat power. I used to be able to rely on Sarutobi Hiruzen to support the scene, and now Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. Involuntarily, everyone suddenly remembered the period of World War III. At that time, Konoha had Sunin in charge, and the younger generation had Namikaze Minato. They were all strong players that are rare in cage level. With 1 against 4, Konoha still won the 3 battles. But now, why has Konoha declined like this? Abarame Jiwei suddenly said, "Speaking of which, if Master Tsunade can be found, she will not be rejected by anyone, right? And with her identity, she can also quickly arouse Konoha's vitality." No one answered, and the people standing here are all people with a certain status in Konoha, and they all know the reason why Tsunade left Konoha. Even if Tsunade is brought back, she can only be a mascot. %%%. Hayashi walked towards the clan, but there was no one in sight on the street. They discussed it for a long time, but they couldn't discuss an appropriate way. In the end, we can only send more people to find Tsunade, and at the same time send an urgent mail to recall Jiraiya. Hayashi lowered his head and pondered how to complete the task Yaya secretly entrusted to him, but he heard the familiar call again. "Hayashi, I think we should talk." Hayashi stopped and turned to look at the shadows beside him. Nara Shiju gradually walked out of it. "Only him," he said as he walked. "Actually, we have a better choice." "What choice?" Hayashi asked calmly. He knew that he had to show his cards to the smartest guy in Konoha in front of him. Nara said word by word, "Uchiha Yayu." After listening, Hayashi suddenly thought to himself, "Sure enough." Nara Shiju continued, "Just before Yayu left, I should have talked with you in secret, right?" Hayashi was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "As expected of you, Luju, I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Nara Ryu shook his head and said, "It's because Yayu didn't think about hiding, otherwise I probably wouldn't have noticed. By the way, what have you guys talked about?" Hayashi said lightly, "It's nothing, that is, I want Yayu to take the position of Hokage, but he refused." Nara Shikaiju nodded, and then asked an inexplicable question. "What is his request?" "He doesn't seem to care about letting Yayu sit in Hokage. Because the smarter people are, the more they can realize that Konoha is already on the verge of collapse. Therefore, with Yayu's deterrent force of 1 person against 1 country, Konoha should feel lucky." Request. Hayashi narrowed his eyes. What Yayu wants is Konoha to be a sword in his hand, instead of him becoming Konoha's umbrella. "Yayu, where are we going next?" On a large road, Yayu took Quan to the nearest town. Hearing Quan's question, Yayu said with a smile, "In the next period of time, let's take a good tour of the Genin world. Then, wait for Konoha to send someone to beg me to go back." Quan tilted his head in doubt. "Konoha? Send someone to beg you to go back?" "Yes." Yayu touched Quan's head. "Because if you don't ask me to go back, Konoha, and even the Land of Fire, will be wiped out by other ambitious countries and villages." Quan frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly realized Yayu big brother wants to control Konoha. Smart. Yayu nodded approvingly. Quan asked again, then why don't we just stay? With the strength shown by Yayu big brother, no one in the village will resist you, right? Yayu looked up at the sky, because people's hearts are very complicated. I'll stay by myself. Even if I control Konoha, they will procrastinate and even refuse to do things for me. And when Konoha is in danger, I want to help them solve the danger. In this way, it's not that I control Konoha at all, but I have become Konoha's umbrella. Quan nodded thoughtfully. Yayu continued, on the contrary, Konoha has just been hit hard, and other villages will definitely not miss this opportunity. And the Konoha today is no longer the Konoha who used 1 against 4 in World War III. Facing the aggressive foreign enemies, Konoha is in danger of destroying the village at any time. At this time, as long as someone mentions me, the whole Konoha will beg me to go back. When I solve Konoha's crisis, I will become everyone's savior. Konoha will serve me wholeheartedly, and I don't need to make any promises to Konoha. This Konoha is the sword I want to hold in my hand. I see. Only then did Quan completely realize it. Only when Konoha becomes obedient after suffering, can she become a good tool in Yayu's hands. Quan asked curiously, then what are the chances that Konoha will get through this trouble by herself? Nearly zero. Yayu explained, originally among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha has a slight advantage in terms of military strength alone. But after the destruction of so many families tonight, Konoha's military advantage is gone. Then let's look at high-end combat power. Tsunaga Core has 2 cage levels, 4th Kaze cage and Cho of the older generation, and 1 tail can barely play a role. Iwega Core has 3 cage levels, 3rd Suchikage, 4 tails Jinchuriki, and 5 tails Jinchuriki, and there are several other elite jonin who can fight against Shadow. Cloud Shinobi Village has 3 cage levels, 4th Reikage, 2 tails Jinchuriki, and 8 tails Jinchuriki. There are also a bunch of elite jonin who can fight against Shadow. Kiriga Core aside, they are too busy to take care of themselves at this time. And you have seen Konoha's situation before. Facing the 3 cage levels of the 8 great ninja village, half of them are Jinchuriki. What will Konoha do to fight? Quan nodded, then is Yayu big brother sure that people will mention you at that time? Of course. Yayu smiled playfully, there is no shortage of wise people in this world. Speaking, Yayu recalled the secret conversation with Hayashi before. In Tsukuyomi's world, Yayu pulls Hayashi into it suddenly. Yayu looked at Hayashi in front of him and asked, Patriarch Hayashi, why did you suddenly contact me with your pupil power? Hayashi did not speak, but bowed deeply to Yayu. I want to thank you for exposing what happened to my brother a few years ago and to avenge him. Yayu said lightly, don't get me wrong, I just want to ruin Sarutobi Hiruzan's reputation. So, your thank you is unnecessary. Let's talk about business. If I'm not mistaken, your pupil power just now means, you want to follow me. Hayashi stood up and looked at Yayu, then nodded firmly. That's right, I want to bring the Hayaga clan to join you. Yayu looked at Hayashi with a serious face. After a short silence, he suddenly sneered. I want to hear why you have this idea. Hayashi let out a soft breath, and then began to tell the secret he had hidden for many years. Because of the unique branch house system of the Hayaga family, all kinds of information about Hayaga since its establishment have been completely protected. So the history of the Hayaga family has been passed down orally among our generations of patriarchs. Thousands of years ago, a pair of brothers appeared in this world. They are said to have saved the world. Later, due to some unrecorded reasons, the younger brother went to the moon, while the big brother stayed in this world. As soon as Hayashi opened his mouth, Yayu knew what he was talking about was the history of the ninja world thousands of years ago. Yayu is naturally very clear about this. He is surprised that Hayaga has passed all this information to the present. However, the information that Hayaga knew was only a rough idea of what happened at that time, and those details were not clear. Hayashi slowly told about the origins of Senju and Uchiha, and that Hayaga was divided into 2 branches, one stayed on the moon and the other stayed in the ninja world. And the reason why he wanted to join Yayu was because of the one who stayed on the moon. Hayashi sighed, the lineage left on the moon inherits the surname of the ancestor at Satsuki, and their overall strength is 10 times, even dozens of times stronger than our lineage. We have been in touch for thousands of years, but in the year when the Third World War was about to end, one couldn't get in touch with the line of the moon. The last piece of news they sent was that the branch house over there had launched a rebellion, and they were going to quell the rebellion. After that, there will be no more news. Yayu said lightly, obviously, they were wiped out. Hayashi also nodded heavily, and said that the problem is, the Zone family has a secret technique that can control the life and death of the branch house at any time. It stands to reason that the branch house rebellion can be easily resolved by the Zone family. Why is the Zone family destroyed now? Yayu raised his eyebrows. So, are you afraid that the branch house on the moon will come to the ninja world one day and come to trouble you? Hayashi said solemnly, this is only one aspect. More importantly, the reason why the branch house decided to launch a rebellion is because they have differences on the ideas left by their ancestors. What the clan believes in is, the ancestors let them observe the ninja world created by Sage of Six Paths, and at the same time protect the ninja world. And what the branch house believes in is, the ancestors let them supervise the ninja world. If the ninja world is always in chaos, they will destroy the current world and rebuild it. Yayu wanted to see how much Hayashi knew, so he asked, "Oh? How did they decide to destroy the ninja world?" Hayashi said, "The message left by the Zong family said that those branch houses made an extremely powerful weapon." Yayu narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "Don't you know the existence of Tensagen?" "That's right, the Luna clan will definitely not tell Hayaga how Tensagen was created." Hayashi continued, "You know, after thousands of years of steady development, the line of the moon, whether it is the main family or the branch house, can rival any village in the ninja world. So since those branch house weapons can destroy the Zangjia, they can also destroy any village in the ninja world." Yayu took the conversation and said, "So, you want to be protected by me who also has the power to destroy the village?" Hayashi nodded, "That's right. Your current strength can overwhelm Konoha. You are still so young. In a few years, your strength will definitely reach a higher level. So, when those branch houses come down, only you can shelter Hayaga." Yayu nodded knowingly, but quickly sneered, "The Hayashi patriarch really put in so much effort for Hayaga. However, why should I protect you, Hayaga?" Hayashi took a deep breath and threw out his chips. "I can convince other families to let you become Konoha's Hokage and control Konoha." "Let me be Hokage." Yayu sneered when he heard that. "If I want to take the seat of Hokage, just say it. Do you think anyone will disagree?" Hayashi was a little dumbfounded. This. Indeed, with Yayu's deterrent power at this time, who would dare to refute him? Seeing Hayashi who didn't know what to say, Yayu shook his head in disappointment. He thought Hayashi could understand him. Since Hayashi couldn't comprehend it, he could only make it clear. "However, you Hayaga clan are indeed useful to me. Turn around." Hayashi looked at Yayu with burning eyes. Yayu said lightly, "What I want is for Konoha to be the sword that I strike with my fingers, not for me to be Konoha's nanny." "Understand." Hayashi instantly understood. It was nearly midnight when Yayu and Izumi arrived in town. Although the hotels were closed, the hotel owner let them in after Yayu's kind persuasion. The boss looked at the kunao in Yayu's hands with a forced smile. "You too, how many rooms do you want?" "One." Yayu looked at Quan in surprise, but Quan bit his lower lip and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid." Hearing this, Yayu's heart softened instantly. That's right, Quan is just a 13-year-old girl, and in his previous life, he was just at the age of junior high school. But in this world, she has experienced the destruction of her family and the death of her mother, so how could she be as strong as before? 1. The boss quickly handed over the key to the best room. "You take the key, tonight." Of course nothing happened. Both Yayu and Quan are only 13 years old. After seeing Quan holding his hand and falling asleep, Yayu gently put Quan's arm on the bed, and then sat alone in front of the window. With a wave of his hand, 3 scrolls appeared on the table. 2 of them were collected by Shadow Clone, containing the corpses of Uchiha's clansmen whose eyes had been gouged out. The last one was given to him by Izumi, containing the dead body of Uchiha Itachi. He took out these scrolls now. Of course he didn't want to admire these corpses. When recovering Uchiha's body before, the system kept reminding him that Uchiha's blood concentration had increased. After he recovered nearly half of Uchiha, he found some inexplicable changes in his body. Best of all, he has absolutely no stress when using Mangekyo. It seems that as long as the pupil power is sufficient, he can use Mangekyo without restriction, and will not be burdened by Mangekyo on his body. He wanted to find out what benefits bloodline enhancement would do to him, so he took out these 3 scrolls. Yayu secretly said, "System, except for the pair of Mangekyo, all the others are recovered." Recovered successfully. Congratulations to host for getting Uchiha blood. The blood concentration of Uchiha in the host increases, host's blood concentration reaches the bottleneck, and it starts to evolve autonomously. This process does not need to consume enhancement points. Bloodline strengthened successfully. Congratulations to host for gaining the power of Indra. The power of Indra has been activated. Please host to explore alone. Hearing the system prompt, Yayu's eyes widened instantly. The power of Indra. What is the power of Indra? It is the yin power of 6 paths that Indra inherited from Sage of 6 Paths. Suzuki in the original book has this power in him. In the final battle, Sage of 6 Paths helped Suzuki activate it and fully open it. After that, Suzuki stepped into the 6 Paths level in an instant, and opened the one-eyed Guyu Rinnegan. This force is not insignificant. And now, Yayu also has this power. And the system also intimately activates it directly. Yayu only needs to develop it slowly. Even if Yayu leaves him alone and lets it grow by itself, it's only a matter of time before Yayu activates Rinnegan. It's a lot of money. Yayu licked his lips excitedly. Obtaining the power of Indra is definitely his biggest achievement tonight. But Yayu is not satisfied. Since he can obtain the power of Indra by recovering the blood of the entire Uchiha family, so can he have the power of Ashura by reclaiming the blood of the Senju family. Although most of the Senju are now integrated into Konoha, and only Tsunade is left in the main vein, doesn't Konoha still have the body of Senju Hashirama? And Senju Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura. He alone is probably the top of the entire Senju clan. So the next time I return to Konoha, it's time for me to fully obtain the power of 6 paths. Yayu calmed down and took out a bottle of solution prepared in advance. Then he made a seal on the scroll containing Uchiha Itake Mangekyo, Untai. After putting the pair of Mangekyo into the solution, Yayu stowed the bottle directly into the Kamui space. This is what he prepared for Izumi Eternal Mangekyo. Before Itsutsuki's group of perverts appeared, Yayu's own Kamui space was the safest place. %%%. Everything that happened in Konoha last night was spread to every ninja village through spies at a very fast speed before dawn. The Uchiha family is destroyed. The 4 clans of Sarutobi, Shimura, Zwanzu, and Mito were wiped out. This is nearly 1,500 troops lost. You know, after a large-scale battle during the Ninja War, the common death of both sides was only about 1,000. This wave of Konoha can be said to have received a heavy blow. Not to mention that the elders were destroyed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage who had been in power for several decades, also died. Konoha's highest decision-making level can be described as annihilated. How could the major ninja villages miss this opportunity? Tsunagakur held a meeting overnight, preparing to tear up the alliance agreement with Konoha. Uegakur immediately entered the state of combat readiness under Onoji's order. Cloud Shinobi Village is more direct, the army has begun to gather, ready to attack Konoha at any time. Kirigakur. The blood fog continues, and Yagura as Mizukage is firmly controlled by Obito. They can't participate in this frenzy of carve-up leaves. Even some powerful shinobi villages, such as Taki Ninja Village, Rain Shinobi Village, are sharpening their knives at this time. Konoha fell into the biggest crisis since the establishment of the village in an instant. At this time, Konoha has not yet contacted Jiraiya, and Tsunade is nowhere to be found. In the early morning of the second day, Yayu and Quan walked out of the hotel and officially started the trip. Where do we go first? Quan asked. Yayu had already prepared and said, Nation of Iron, I will use the best materials in the ninja world to forge a handy sword, and I will get one for you when the time comes. Hey, good. Quan narrowed his eyes happily. But, this seems to be the route to Tango country. Do you have money? 60 to 70,000. Yayu shook his head amusedly, not enough. The value of the light materials for the weapons we want to build is at least tens of millions. Unokuni has the best hot springs in the ninja world and a financially developed town. Let's go there to get some money first. Do you want to grab it? Quan was eager to try. Boom. Yayu tapped Quan's little head. Don't think about fighting and killing all day long. When the time comes, let me show you what a god of gamblers is. During the play, Quan suddenly stopped and stared blankly at Yayu. What's wrong? Yayu glanced at her body strangely. There was nothing dirty? Quan stepped forward with a strange face and faced Yayu face to face. Then, she put her hand on the top of her head and gestured to Yayu. Yayu, how do you feel that you have grown so much taller overnight? Yayu was surprised when he heard this, really. Then he observed carefully, and it was true that he had grown a lot taller. Before that, he was 168 centimeters tall, and Quan's height probably reached the position of his earlobe. But now, Quan actually only reached his shoulder. It is impossible for Quan to become shorter overnight. So, this shows that he really grew 7 or 8 centimeters overnight, from a 13-year-old boy to a 15 or 16-year-old boy. What's the situation? Yayu quickly recalled. If there is any change in him last night, it is that his blood has returned to his ancestors and gained the power of Indra. But Indra obviously inherited the yin power of 6 paths, which is related to spiritual energy. How could it feed back to my body? Yayu was a little puzzled, but it didn't take long for him to stop thinking about it, and attributed it to the magic of the power of 6 paths. Anyway, this is not a bad thing. So, Yayu prevaricated and said, perhaps because my Mangekyo evolved again, my bloodline also evolved, thus speeding up my physical development. Quan didn't delve into it either, but miraculously walked around Yayu twice, and then forgot about it. Since it's a trip, there's no need to hurry. Going to the country of Tang, Yayu stopped from time to time along the way to teach Quan some combat experience and teach her a few practical ninjutsu. At dusk in the afternoon, they stopped in another town. There is still a long distance from the border of the Fire Nation, and at their speed, they will be able to cross the border in about 4 or 5 days. Quan rubbed his wrists and complained, Yayu big brother really, my wrists are sore. Izumi is best at taijutsu and using ninjutsu, so Yayu began to teach her systematically strengthened Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Teaching swordsmanship naturally requires practical training, so before entering the city, Yayu took Quan to a swordsmanship duel. The improvement of strength is related to Quan's safety in the future, so Yayu is very strict, which makes Quan suffer a lot, which is why Quan's small complaints before. However, Quan was only acting like a baby afterwards, but she was very serious during the battle. She also wants to become someone who can help Yayu sooner rather than being under Yayu's protection all the time. After Yayu randomly asked a passerby to inquire, she took Quan to the nearest hotel. But when he walked to the door of the hotel, he ran into two acquaintances from the original book. Looking at the two people in front of him, Yayu couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth. Quan, I'm afraid this trip will be a little boring for just the two of us. How about I catch you a pet? Quan tilted his head and looked at Yayu suspiciously, wondering why Yayu suddenly thought of giving her a pet. Yayu said meaningfully, what do you think? How about cats? Cat? It's good. Quan nodded. The Uchiha clan has an old friend who is in charge of the Uchiha intelligence source and weapon shop. She calls herself a cat mother-in-law and raises a family of ninja cats. Many Uchiha children have been to her, so Izumi also likes cats very much. Yayu smiled and said, then I will give you a unique kitten in the world. While the two were talking, those two people also noticed them. They are Wooden Golem and Samui from Cloud Shinobi Village. Originally, they were on a mission, but suddenly they received an urgent recall order from Cloud Shinobi Village. The above simply said to prepare to attack Konoha and let them return quickly. So the two immediately gave up the mission and planned to go back to the hotel to pack up their things and rush back to Cloud Shinobi Village. But just before entering the door, Samui suddenly reminded Wooden Golem, look at the outfits of those two people over there. Looking back from Wooden Golem, Uchiha's iconic crest comes into view. Two Uchiha boys and girls. Wooden Golem turned his head quickly and looked at Samuel tacitly. Catch M. Now that Cloud Shinobi Village has decided to go to war against Konoha, and now they have captured two Uchiha back, Cloud Shinobi Village will not lose no matter what the outcome of the war is. As for whether the capture will fail, two Uchiha boys and girls, by Wooden Golem have confidence in himself and the two tails inside. Yayu kept staring at them, and naturally noticed the interaction between the two of them. He couldn't help grinning, hee. Do you also regard us as prey? Hearing Yayu's whisper, Quan also looked at the two women wearing Cloud Shinobi. Yayu and Quan, Wooden Golem and Samui faced each other, and then disappeared in place at the same time. On the open grass outside the town, four figures suddenly appeared after a few flashes. Yayu looked at Wooden Golem and Samui on the opposite side with a smile on his face, and joked, it seems that not only I am interested in the cat in your body, the two of you are also interested in our eyes. Wooden Golem was shocked when he heard the words, his identity as Airway Jinchuriki was recognized. But then she regained her composure, little cat? You are very arrogant, little brother. But if you're interested in what's inside me, why don't you go to Cloud Shinobi Village with your sister? Yayu laughed mockingly, hee. Your little Cloud Shinobi Village can't accommodate me. His own village was belittled, and Wooden Golem suddenly narrowed his eyes and showed a murderous look. It seems that little brother, you are not only arrogant, but you are also not mean-spirited. Samuel frowned and said, okay, stop talking nonsense with them. Don't forget that we have to hurry back to the village to see what happened. Talking about important matters, Wooden Golem also put away his joking expression. Little brother, my sister has to temporarily disable you. She clenched her hands tightly, and a pair of cat's claws stretched out from between her fingers. Samui also quickly drew the short blade from behind. Seeing this, Yayu turned to Quan and said, leave the blonde hair to you, and I'll take care of the other. Quan nodded, and then drew out the sword that imitated Yayu's waist. Sharingan, open. Whoosh, whoosh. Quan and Samui took the lead and collided with sharp knives. It turned out to be three-hooked jade. Samuel was shocked when he saw Quan's eyes. Then I immediately wanted to look away, but it was too late. After being in a trance for a while, and finally undoing the illusion, Samui saw Wooden Golem standing in front of him. Wooden Golem turned his head and smiled at her. Samui, you are too careless. How can they bear the name of Uchiha? Samuel tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. Facing Quan, who was only 13 years old, she was indeed careless. Not anymore. Quan also took advantage of this to jump back to Yayu's side. Good job. After hearing Yayu's praise, Quan suddenly smiled. After the short fight just now, no matter it is Wooden Golem or Samui, they no longer dare to underestimate the boy and girl in front of them. Wooden Golem narrowed his eyes, both of them at least have the strength of Jonin. As expected of the famous Uchiha clan, any two you meet are super geniuses. Samui said, leave that woman to me. She hasn't forgotten the shame of being almost killed by Quan just now. This time, I will never be careless again. After finishing speaking, she did not hesitate to kill Quan again. Quan was naturally not to be outdone, and rushed forward to start a fierce confrontation with Samui. At the same time, the two also began to deliberately stay away from Yayu and Wooden Golem, making room for them to fight. Yayu looked at Wooden Golem who was waiting in full battle, and teased, let your companions deal with Quan? Then you have to beat me quickly, otherwise, she might not live long. Seeing that Quan only opened the three-hook jade, Yayu knew that she wanted to hone her fighting skills. When Izumi achieves what he wants and does not keep his hands open to open Mangekyo, even if he does not use the pupil technique, Sumire will not be able to hold on for long. The growth rate of Mangekyo is not comparable to that of Sangoyu. Hearing this, Wooden Golem snorted coldly, "Humph. My companion is not as weak as you think." "Really?" Yayu shrugged and continued to tease, "Then let me deal with you quickly, otherwise my companion is not in danger." "Huh?" Wooden Golem snorted again, and then rushed forward. Whoosh! There was a sound of piercing through the air, and her claws scratched Yayu's clothes. Yayu, who dodged the blow sideways, did not forget to tease, "Oh, I almost couldn't dodge it, bastard." Gritting his teeth, Wooden Golem took advantage of the momentum and swept away. But Yayu retreated, once again making her attack miss. "It's dangerous, oh, it's a little bit worse, slow down, I won't be able to hide anytime soon." Wooden Golem's fast speed, especially her unique cat-like physical skills, give her always an advantage in melee combat. But today, she met Yayu. Facing the continuous attacks by Wooden Golem, Yayu can always dodge easily and comfortably, and even tease Wooden Golem from time to time. Regardless of his reflexes or speed, he can crush Wooden Golem even without using Mangekyo. So the attack by the Wooden Golem does not pose the slightest threat to him. After a violent attack, Wooden Golem jumped back and left the battlefield. At this time, her arms were sore and her body was dripping with sweat because of the long and swift strike. On the other hand, Yayu is not in the slightest embarrassment. This swift attack by Wooden Golem didn't even touch his shirt kakuzu. Yayu shrugged, and said quite innocently, "Are you tired? I haven't made a move yet." "Damn it." Wooden Golem gritted his teeth and raised his hand to seal quickly, then she opened her mouth and spit out several clusters of dark blue flames, and with a movement of her fingers, these fireballs went straight towards Yayu under her control. Rat tail ball jade. Seeing this, Yayu raised her eyebrows. "Physical arts are not good, so are you going to use ninjutsu?" "It's not a wise decision, and this fire looks too shabby. Let me show you what is the real fire style." As he spoke, he raised his hand to make the seal of yin, fire style fire extinguishment. If Yayu doesn't make a move, it's alright. Once he makes a move, the momentum is monstrous. The billowing sea of flames swept everything immediately, and the blazing golden flames were as dazzling as the sun. Everything along the way was instantly reduced to ashes. Even Quan and Samui, which were tens of meters away, could still feel the terrifying temperature. The grass blades and flowers began to shrink, and white steam gradually rose around. And facing the attack was Wooden Golem, and those blue flames controlled by her were instantly swallowed. Suddenly, Wooden Golem's face changed drastically, and then he started to retreat crazily. It's a pity that the billowing sea of flames was chasing her closely. Once she is involved, she will definitely die. Damn, is that the only way to use it? From Wooden Golem's body, blue flames began to continuously emanate. This flame grew rapidly, and soon it would not be weaker than the sea of flames in front of him. Then, the flame gradually turned into a giant blue cat. Roar! With a roar, Wooden Golem, who turned into airway, rushed into the sea of flames. After a moment of calm, the sea of flames exploded, turning into countless fireballs and falling all around. Yayu smiled playfully. "Yo! Is this a tailed beast?" Looking at the dwarfed guy in front of him, Wooden Golem shouted, "Bet on the name of Wooden Golem, my second tail, I will definitely knock you down today." "Really?" Yayu reached out and clenched his fist. "Then I will forcefully play with you for a while." Said, the orange chakra instantly wrapped Yayu. Ribs, meridians, Utengu armor. Soon, the third form of Susanoo, not weaker than the size of the two tails, was formed instantly. Seeing this, Wooden Golem was a little moved. The same substantive chakra as the tailed beast? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Yayu said lightly. "Uchiha's ultimate secret technique, designed for destruction and destruction." Susanoo. Uchiha's ultimate secret technique, compared to the power of the tailed beast. Exclaimed by Wooden Golem, "What a terrifying family." Yayu smiled slightly. "Don't worry, as the gift I said to Quan, I will not hurt your life." When Wooden Golem heard this, he said angrily, "Humph. Do you really think you're going to eat me?" After all, she rushed directly at Susanoo. After getting close, Airway raised his arm and clawed vigorously, but Susanoo raised his left Yata mirror to block it lightly. At the same time, the sword of Butu Yahan in the right hand unceremoniously cut towards the two-tailed Wooden Golem. Hiss! The sharp blade cut off a large part of Airway's body, and after falling to the ground, it turned into chakra and disappeared. Under the pain, Airway opened his mouth wide, and an explosive fireball was formed immediately, bombarding Susanoo. It's a pity that Susanoo's defense cannot be broken at all. At the same time, Susanoo also pierced Airway's body with a sword. This angered the two-tailed Wooden Golem even more. She opened her mouth again, and the black and purple chakra condensed in her mouth. Tailed beast bomb. Naturally, Yayu would not let her succeed. Susanoo let go of the Buddha Soul sword, and stretched out her right hand to pinch Airway's mouth. At the same time, Yata mirror pushed forward, knocking Airway to the ground. Boom! The tailed beast bomb that failed to condense directly exploded in Airway's mouth, deforming Airway's head. But the tailed beast is the embodiment of chakra after all. These injuries and the body cut off by Yayu will slowly recover. But Yayu doesn't want to give it time to recover. Susanoo changed again and grew 2 arms. Without hesitation, Susanoo waved her 2 arms and began to bombard Airway mercilessly. A bit. The ground trembles. Twice. Cracks are starting to appear in the ground. 3 times. The ground suddenly collapsed. Quan and Samuel watched the hand-to-hand fight in fear. After being cast by Wooden Golem and Susanoo by Yayu, they stopped fighting and jumped far away. With their tiny bodies, if they get involved, they will definitely die miserably. Can actually suppress the Wooden Golem who turned into 2 tails. Samuel swallowed. This is simply a battle between monsters. Izumi, on the other hand, looked seriously at Daihatsu Kamui's Susanoo. After seeing Yayu perform so many times, she seems to be about to awaken this ability. However, she did not relax her surveillance on Samuel to prevent Samuel from sneaking away. The ground continued to tremble, Susanoo's beating continued, and the place where they fought had completely collapsed. And Wooden Golem almost lost consciousness in the continuous severe pain. Although the tailed beast is chakra in essence, it can also feel pain. The Jinchuriki and the tailed beast are one, so this pain will also be felt by the Wooden Golem. But because Wooden Golem does not have the mental strength of the tailed beast, the pain made her faint, and soon woke her up again, which repeatedly tortured her spirit. So Airway quickly took over from Wooden Golem to control the body. After enduring several more punches from Susanoo, its shaved body finally recovered. So it kicked back and finally got out of Susanoo's control. Yayu didn't care too much about it. Can you still maintain consciousness? It seems that the real Airway has come out. Matatabi, I think we can talk. Airway Matatabi was startled and screamed, how do you know my name? To know its name, apart from the late sage of 6 paths, even Wooden Golem doesn't know it at this time. Yayu chuckled lightly, I know the names of all tailed beasts, Shaojuru, Matatabi, Isofu, Sungaku, Kokuo, Seiken, Kome, Jayaki, Karama, am I right? You. Hearing these familiar names, Matatabi was shocked and speechless. In a trance, it seems to go back to the day when Sage of 6 Paths created them. Sage of 6 Paths said, one day there will be a person recognized by you who knows the names of all tailed beasts, and that person will bring true peace to this world. Matatabi couldn't help but wondered, it's been more than 1,000 years. Could it be that 6 Paths refers to this guy in front of me? After a long silence, Matatabi said kindly, what do you want to talk to me about? Yayu raised the corner of her mouth, come be my pet. What? Matatabi looked at Yayu in confusion. Come be my pet, Yayu repeated again. There was another silence. Asshole, Matatabi roared, and the anticipation in his mind disappeared instantly. At the same time, it raised its head and was going to give Yayu a tailed beast bomb. Don't get excited. Yayu raised his eyebrows, Mangekyo rolled his eyes. In the next moment, he pulled Matatabi's spirit into the world of illusion. What's the situation? Matatabi was taken aback. It has such a powerful mental power that it fell into Yayu's illusion in an instant. And no matter how it bursts out its spiritual power, it can't get rid of this illusion. Give up struggling. It is impossible for you to get rid of this illusion. Yayu pointed at his eyes, with these eyes, I can let you be my puppet any time. I am the nemesis of your tailed beasts. Matatabi's eyes widened, Mangekyo Sharingan, and the breath of that 6 Paths guy. It naturally knows the Mangekyo Sharingan, and at the same time, it also feels the yin power of 6 Paths in Yayu's body. Yayu looked at Matatabi with a smile, so, you decided to be my puppet for the rest of your life, or keep your consciousness and be my little pet. Matatabi ignored Yayu's choice, but growled, why do you have such a strong 6 Paths aura? Yayu said, to put it simply, the bloodline returns to the ancestors. So, tell me your choice. Matatabi nodded knowingly, then remembered the choice Yayu gave him, and immediately shouted forcefully, bastard. I'm dead. Treated by you as a puppet. I've been immersed in illusion for the rest of my life. I won't agree to be your pet either. Crack, clap. Yayu immediately applauded Matatabi in admiration. Ah, very tough. Matatabi snorted proudly, humph. Tailed beasts will never submit to humans. Well said. Yayu nodded approvingly. However, Gadu's statue seems to have been summoned from the moon to the ninja world. The illusion world suddenly became silent. A moment later, Matatabi exploded and exclaimed, what did you say? Yayu ignored it, but said to himself, the guy who summoned Gadu's statue seems to be preparing to revive 10 tails, and then become 10 tails Jinchuriki, launching infinite Tsukuyomi on the whole world. Matatabi was silent for a while, and then exclaimed again, impossible, it is impossible without Rinnegan summoning out Gadu's statue. Yayu continued, that person is Uchiha Madara, who is said to be the reincarnation of Indra, and then he stole the power of Ashura's reincarnation. In the final battle of the original book, the tailed beasts were not in the slightest surprised by everything. Yayu reckons that apart from the existence of Black Zetsu, they know almost everything about the ninja world. After all, they are creatures that have lived for thousands of years. So Yayu is not worried that Matatabi can't understand what he is saying. Matatabi was left speechless. As tailed beasts, they do know most of the ninja world secrets, especially about Six Paths and his descendants. Therefore, it instantly judged the accuracy of Yayu's words. Yayu sighed again at this time. Since the blood returned to the ancestors, the pupil power of my eyes has been getting stronger. I don't know how long it will take to open Rinnegan. Speaking of which, Madara is really strange. She has to seal 10 tails inside her body. How good would it be to keep all the tail beasts by her side? It's a pity that you don't agree, so I can only ask other tailed beasts. With that said, Yayu got up and was about to leave. Wait. However, at this moment, Matatabi stopped him. Yayu turned around in doubt. Is there anything else? I saw. Matatabi said righteously. Actually, being a pet is also very good. Yayu looked at it quietly. Matatabi also looked at Yayu sincerely. It won't be too difficult for you, will it? No, don't force it. No force. Matatabi dared to reject Yayu before because it knew that even if Yayu controlled it, it would be free once Yayu died 100 years later. Even if Yayu feels bad and kills it, it can be resurrected after a few years. But if it is refined into the Gedu statue and waits for the 10 tails to be resurrected, it will be different. Not only it, even the will of the other 8-tailed beasts will completely disappear. In the original book, the reason why they can reappear after being swallowed by Gedu statue is because the battle is too fierce, and they have no time to be completely refined. Therefore, it doesn't want to just disappear after living for more than 1,000 years. Then Yayu in front of me is the best choice. With Mangekyo Sharingan, the blood has returned to the ancestors, and it will be a matter of time to open Rinnegan. Although Matatabi has never met Uchiha Madara, he has seen Senju Hashirama who is on the same level as him. Then it was hanged. So in Matatabi's view, only Yayu can stop Uchiha Madara. As for whether Yayu is lying to it, Matatabi snorted coldly. You think I'm stupid? Yayu has already shown the power to kill me in seconds. Why is she trying so hard to lie to me? For fun. Humph. Sundara turned around. Hiss, it hurts. Wooden Golem opened his eyes hazily, and what came into view was the grassland and half of the blue sky, and many more. Waking up suddenly by Wooden Golem, she was just engaged in an extremely intense, and completely crushed, battle. She only remembered that she couldn't bear the pain, so she let Airway's consciousness control her body for her. Then now, did she win or lose? By Wooden Golem ready to climb up and see what's going on now. Suddenly, a black shadow completely enveloped her. Looking up from Wooden Golem, only to see a pair of giant hands reaching out to her. She wanted to get up and back in a panic, but her body suddenly gave her a strange feeling, and it was this moment of Katon that caused her to be captured by those giant hands. Yo, you're still cute when you're smaller. A familiar voice sounded, and then Wooden Golem saw Yayu's familiar face. Wrong. Why does Yayu look so big? Meow. She opened her mouth to ask, but let out a meow. Meow. What's going on? Wooden Golem widened his eyes, then subconsciously turned his head to scan. Meow. She still maintains Airway's appearance, only shrunk down dozens of times. Looks like a pet cat. Yayu also found Wooden Golem's struggle. He couldn't help but wondered, oh? You don't seem to be Matatabi, are you? By Wooden Golem. Meow. Wooden Golem called out in grief. Yayu held up the cute Airway, by Wooden Golem, in amazement. It seems that Matatabi is not so honest. Perhaps because of the shame in his heart, although Matatabi turned into a pet cat, he didn't let his consciousness take over his body. It unleashes the consciousness of the Wooden Golem, and in order not to spoil Yayu's experience, it also blocked the ability to speak from Wooden Golem, making all her shouts into meows. Meow. By Wooden Golem still struggling. Just now, Airway told Wooden Golem the news that it agreed to be Yayu's pet, and then cut off contact with Wooden Golem instantly. After a brief period of sluggishness, by Wooden Golem distraught. Is she going to keep her consciousness all her life and become a pet in Yayu's arms? She can't accept it. Yayu will be put into the arms by Wooden Golem, completely ignoring her struggle. Anyway, Airway is suppressing her. She is just an ordinary cat now. The only special thing is that it's all immune to death. Yayu's palm is strong and powerful, and Wooden Golem will hold it firmly in his arms. Forget it, it doesn't matter whose consciousness it is. Let's go, take you to meet your other master. Saying that, Yayu raised her feet and walked towards Quan. From a distance, the picture is very quiet and peaceful. Of course, it would be even better if it wasn't for the shrill cat meowing that Wooden Golem uttered from time to time. %. The battle is over. Susanoo and Airway disappeared. Quan and Samui naturally noticed it. They couldn't see the result because of the distance and the collapse over there. However, Quan has confidence in Yayu, and Samuel has confidence in Wooden Golem. Wooden Golem should be able to escape, right? Samui thought worriedly. She couldn't help but not worry, after all she saw it when Susanoo beat Airway violently. So she wasn't kidding herself that wooden golem had won. So next, it's time for me to get out. Samui set his sights on Quan. Can't fight, whether or not the wooden golem escapes, I have to get out of here and get the news out. With a decision in his heart, Samuel immediately turned around and ran away without hesitation. Humph. Don't even think about leaving. Quan has been paying attention to Samuel from the corner of his eye, seeing that she wants to escape now, of course he will not allow it. Manjikyo sharingan. On. Now that Yayu has resolved the battle, Quan is not going to procrastinate any longer. The distance between the two was more than 10 meters. Although Samuel had the upper hand, Quan's speed was not slow. With the blessing of Manjikyo, Izumi kept throwing ninja gear with precision, forcing Samuel to change course many times. And Samuel was afraid of Quan's illusion, so he didn't dare to turn around and fight back. He threw the shuriken back casually, but because he couldn't aim, he couldn't hinder Izumi at all. In this way, Samuel was gradually drawn closer by Quan. Whoosh! The sound of sharp blades cutting through the air sounded, and Samuel, who was startled, immediately lowered his head to avoid it. After Kanken dodged the blade, Quan also stood in front of her. Damn it! Samuel gritted his teeth and stared at the movements of Quan's limbs, not daring to meet her eyes. She knew that this time, she might be in danger. I only hope that wooden golem can escape. Samuel thought bitterly. At this time, Quan launched an attack, and Samuel could only meet him. Bang! Zhang! After fighting for a while, Samuel found that Quan suddenly became stronger. Because of Gu Quan's illusion before, Samuel's swordsmanship could not exert its full power. And Quan's strength also increased overnight, plus the 3-go jade that they only used, so they can be regarded as inextricably fighting. But now, Samuel found that Quan had seen through her every move, and every attack by Quan pointed directly at her fatal flaw. After a few strokes, Samuel, who had forcibly withdrawn from the battle, was forced into a panic by Quan. Although she hasn't hung the color yet, the clothes on her body have been scratched in many places. If it continues, she's afraid she will see blood. Not bad. Even if you only talk about swordsmanship, with the blessing of Manjikyo, you are already comparable to elite jonin. At this time, a sound of praise suddenly sounded. Samui could tell that it was the voice of that uchiha boy. Yayu! Quan also exclaimed in surprise. Then, Yayu came out holding a blue cat under the gaze of the two of them. Sure enough, wooden golem lost. Seeing this, Samui sighed inwardly, I just don't know if she died or escaped. Thinking of this, she stared at Yayu and said, Where is wooden golem? Are you concerned about your companion? Yayu raised her eyebrows, then raised the cat in her arms. Hey, here it is. Being shown to his companions like this by Yayu, wooden golem was so ashamed and angry. Meow meow meow. She shook her head, twisted her body and waved her limbs, but Yayu still caught her firmly. Moreover, these resistances of hers were made out of the cat body, but in the eyes of Quan and Samuel, they were extremely cute. But soon, after looking at this cat, Samui's eyes widened in horror. This look is exactly the same as that made by wooden golem. And if you take a closer look at this cat, isn't it the shrunken and cute airway? So, wooden golem was really captured alive by this guy. At this moment, Yayu suddenly asked Samuel with a smile, Do you want to live? Samui was attracted by Yayu's words, and stared blankly at Yayu. Yayu continued, During our trip, we need a servant to handle some chores. As he spoke, he looked Samui up and down. I think you are quite suitable. His companion and best friend, the important property of Cloud Shinobi Village, Arrow. At this time, the young man in front of him grabbed him with both hands and placed it in front of his eyes. Samui inexplicably felt dizzy, as if he was dreaming. At this time, Yayu also walked to Quan's side. Then, he will be handed to Quan by wooden golem. Hey, the kitten I promised to catch for you. Quan subconsciously took over wooden golem and held it firmly in his arms. Then, she looked at Yayu blankly. Is this the guy just now? Yayu nodded. She is Airway Jinchuriki, and now she looks like Airway when she was a child. This. Quan took a few deep breaths, barely digesting Yayu's words. She just got an extra Airway as a pet out of nowhere? Quan was actually very happy that Yayu gave her a gift, but she still felt a little strange when she thought that the second tail was transformed from wooden golem. Yayu noticed Quan's discomfort, so he comforted, It's okay, the tailed beast and Jinchuriki are one, just treat her like an ordinary cat, hit when you need to be beaten, and scold when you need to be scolded. If you really can't do it, you can also get 2 knives. Anyway, in this state, as long as she has enough chakra, she can't die. Hit when you need to be hit, scold if you want to be scolded, cut twice if you have nothing to do. Before Quan was speechless, wooden golem, who heard this, couldn't help it. Meow meow meow. She turned her head and glared at Yayu, and kept waving her 2 little paws. Seeing this, Yayu stretched out his hand to her head, Don't make trouble. Boom, it's a brain collapse. Meow. Wooden golem hugged his head with 2 paws, curled up in Quan's arms with big teardrops in the corners of his eyes, and let out a low growl of pain. "Oh, you hurt her," Quan pouted, then subconsciously reached out and rubbed the kitty's head. "The hole is the image of a little master who loves pets." Yayu nodded in satisfaction. "That's right." Quan sighed, and rubbed the kitten again. Being made a fuss by Yayu, she gradually accepted it. Then, Yayu turned his attention to Samuel again, and took a closer look. Clothes are all torn huo. This figure. What a great evil." Looking away, Yayu asked flatly, "What do you think?" Hearing Yayu's shout, Samuel also recovered from his contemplation. What did Yayu ask her just now? "Let her be there, servant." Samuel's eyes widened, and she blushed instantly with shame and indignation. She was ready to refuse decisively on the spot, and then used this to humiliate Yayu and the two of them. But, seeing Yu Wooden Golem who looked like Erwei in Quan's arms, Samui hesitated. Obviously, Wooden Golem has lost the ability to resist. If she dies, what happened here will be completely buried. Then Cloud Shinobi Village. It is not as simple as losing 2 Jonin, especially at this critical moment when Cloud Shinobi Village is preparing to attack. Wooden Golem, who is a two-tailed Jinchuriki, was captured by these 2 Uchiha people, which means that Cloud Shinobi Village has become weaker and Konoha has become stronger. And once the war ends, no matter how much Cloud Shinobi Village argues, it is impossible for Konoha to return Airway to Cloud Shinobi Village. Thinking of this, Samui gritted his teeth. So, it's time for self-sacrifice. But the unprecedented grievance and shame in her heart made her purse her lips and said, I want to live. Well, a wise choice. Yayu nodded in satisfaction. If Samuel chooses not to bow his head, he can only regretfully destroy the flowers. In that case, whoosh, Yayu came to Samui's side in an instant, and slapped her on the chest. Seal. Immediately, Samui felt his chakra began to disappear rapidly, and he couldn't feel it anymore in a moment. Yayu laughed and said, "In order to prevent you from escaping, let's add a seal first." This seal not only prevents Samuel from feeling the chakra in his body, it can also warn and locate Yayu after she is 100 meters away from Yayu. A trace of frustration flashed across Samuel's face, which seemed to give up the thought of running away while Yayu was not prepared. Afterwards, Yayu returned to Quan's side, and they walked towards the town again. After walking a few steps, Yayu frowned and said, seeing Samuel still in a daze, "What are you doing in a daze?" Follow up. After this battle, the afterglow of the sun has almost disappeared. If he doesn't go to the city again, Yayu will have to use Kunao to reason with the innkeeper again. When he arrived at the hotel, Samui took back the items he and Wooden Golem had brought. Then, Yayu reopened a room. As the host, Yayu and Quan are naturally the bed, while Samuel can only hold Wooden Golem on the floor. Yayu set up a warning enchantment for the room, and didn't worry that the 2 guys without chakra could sneak away. In the next few days, Yayu and his party started a leisurely journey with 3 people and 1 cat. Along the way, Yayu did not forget to teach Quan, and Quan quickly adapted to the soaring strength. As for Samuel, who was originally loveless, after listening to Yayu's teachings to Quan several times, she also began to lick her face and listen. It's completely gone from the dying look before. Of course, she didn't forget her purpose of bearing the burden of humiliation. Whenever she arrives at a new place, she takes advantage of Yayu's carelessness to leave Anha with their whereabouts. But what she doesn't know is that Yayu knows all about it. The reason for letting her go is naturally to let Cloud Shinobi Village send more experienced babies over. He has always thought that his enhancement points are too few. After spending leisurely 5 days like this, they finally crossed the border of the Land of Fire and entered the Land of Tang. On the second day after he captured Wooden Golem, Cloud Shinobi Village noticed something was wrong. Reikage Secretary Mabi said, "Samui and you Wooden Golem have always been steady. After receiving the news normally, they should rush back to the village this morning. But I haven't seen them yet, it's very likely that they are entangled." Bang! Upon hearing this analysis, 4th Reikage stood up and smashed the desk with 1 punch. He roared angrily, "Don't let me know which bastard did it, or the old man will never let him go. It's time to change the table again." Mabai rubbed his forehead with some headaches. Darui on the side asked, "Master 4th Generation, shall we continue with the plan to attack Konoha?" AI sat down again, and said irritably, "Of course we must continue." Mabi analyzed for them, now that Konoha and even Hokage are dead, there is no one strong enough to fight. The powerful families like Uchiha and Sarutobi were also wiped out, and Konoha lost a lot of power. Besides, the dirty things that 3rd Hokage did during his lifetime have been exposed, and Konoha's morale will definitely be greatly affected. No matter which aspect we look at now, we have an advantage against Konoha. The other villages will not miss this wonderful opportunity. So, we must fight this war. After hearing Mabi's analysis, Darui nodded in understanding. Then he continued to ask, what about the two of them, wooden golem? Mabi thought for a moment, and said, in order to maintain the advantage over Konoha, neither Master 4th Generation nor Killer Bee can leave the village at this time. So, you can only lead a team of elites to find out what happened to wooden golem and the others. 4th Raikage nodded. Darui, are you okay? Darui's face was serious. No problem, I promise wooden golem and the others will bring them back safely. Then act. 4th Raikage waved his hand. He has confidence in Darui's strength. What's more, Darui will take a team of elites to act together. Yes, Darui responded, and then left in an instant. Seeing this, 4th Raikage looked at Mabi impatiently and asked, when can we launch an attack? Mabi said helplessly, Master Raikage, please don't worry, war is not a child's play. We need to mobilize a large amount of food, kunao, detonating talisman, and a series of materials. These all take time. But as soon as the first batch of supplies is prepared, we can launch an attack immediately. Because this time we don't need to look at the attitudes of other villages. The sooner we make a move, the more benefits we will gain. 4th Raikage sighed and leaned back on the chair. When will the first batch of supplies be prepared? He can't wait to make a move on Konoha. 2 days. Mabi said, I have mobilized the whole village's staff, and the first batch of materials can be finished in 2 days. Okay. 4th Raikage stood up with a bang. He wanted to pat the table, but remembered that the table had been smashed by him before. So he withdrew his arm resentfully, and said, I'll just wait for 2 more days. After 2 days, no matter what, the army will have to march. On the other side, Darui also quickly assembled an elite team of 20 jonin. Afterwards, he led the team quickly towards the gate of Cloud Shinobi Village. Wait a minute. However, just before he stepped out of the gate of Cloud Shinobi Village, a shout stopped him. Darui turned his head and saw that it was Ace, Samui's own brother. Ace came to Darui with a few flashes, and then shouted, I'll go with you. Darui frowned, don't mess around. I'm not messing around. I'm already a jonin. Aze said firmly, Samui is my sister, I must go. Darui looked at Aze who was ready to go, and his firm eyes. After a moment of silence, he turned around, hurry up. The troops started to move on. A hint of surprise flashed across Aze's face, and then he immediately moved to keep up with the team. In a hurry, they carefully crossed the leaf border, and the group soon came to the place where wooden golem and Yayu fought. After seeing the mess here, Darui is even more convinced that something happened to wooden golem and the others. Then, according to some clues left by Samuel in the town, this group of people started chasing after Yayu along the route he traveled. And in Tsunagakur and Iwagakur, Cloud Shinobi Village had an episode of the wooden golem incident, and the two of them were making preparations in an orderly manner. Under the premise of raising materials as quickly as possible, they are not slow. Cloud Shinobi Village. Perhaps, Konoha is about to face the simultaneous attack of 3 ninja villages. At this time, Konoha just contacted Jiraiya. As expected of the land of hot springs with a thriving tourism industry, Yayu took Quan, followed by Samuel, and wandered around this town and the country of Soup together. This is not the center of Tang country, but the business is also very prosperous. Even though the army of Cloud Shinobi Village has already passed through the land of Soup and stationed at the border of the land of Fire, the flow of people here is still huge. These people seem to be unable to perceive the coming of war. Because many industries in Tangzi have the shares of many nobles from the 4 kingdoms of Thunder, Fire, Water, and Earth, so even in the era of war, it will not affect the economy of Tang country's towns. At this time, Samui suddenly opened his mouth and introduced the inside story to the two of Yayu. The daimyos of various countries control the military expenditures of each ninja village, so even if the ninja village goes to war, they dare not go wild in the pockets of the nobles of various countries, except rebellious ninjas and wandering ninjas. The country of Soup is the only way for Cloud Shinobi Village to attack Konoha, so Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village basically knows these things. As for Yayu and Izumi, they haven't played Konoha much before, so naturally they don't know about it. Knowing the inside story, Yayu couldn't help but sigh. It is obvious that ninjas are the strongest in this world, and they are indeed going to be restrained by an ordinary person named Daimyo. When reading the original book, Yayu thought that the Daimyo had some great confidence. But he didn't know until he arrived in this world that daimyos are really ordinary people, at most they are a little bit richer. And their men are just ordinary people, samurai, wandering ninjas, and the like. Yayu secretly said, so when I take control of Konoha, the first thing I do is to tell these guys who is the boss of the Fire Nation. After thinking about this, Yayu glanced at Samuel. She had a smile on her face and her steps were extremely brisk. It seems that you are in a good mood today. The smile on Samuel's face froze instantly. She stammered and tried to explain, I just saw the prosperous streets of Tango country, nice and beautiful accessories, and then, I'm very happy. That's right. That's it. Hee hee, is that so? Yayu smiled and didn't expose her poor performance. Seeing that Yayu didn't continue to question, Samuel was also relieved. The reason why she is happy is because she didn't expect Yayu's destination to be the country of Soup. You know, the army of Cloud Shinobi Village is now stationed at the junction of the Land of Soup and the Land of Fire. And Yayu took her to walk on the streets so openly, as long as people in Cloud Shinobi Village saw her, wouldn't she be rescued by Wooden Golem? But these, she doesn't want Yayu to know. She said complacently in her heart, no matter how powerful you are still a young man. I can easily fool you with a little trick. Thinking of this, the sense of shame in Samuel's heart has been relieved a lot. At this time, Yayu has already started teasing Wooden Golem in Kwan's arms. Little cat, are you hungry? Do you want to eat? By Wooden Golem turning his head to prevent Yayu from poking his nose. These days, she is completely kept as a pet. Over time, she no longer struggled fiercely in the face of Yayu. Of course, the premise is that Yayu doesn't go too far. As for now, Yayu, who didn't get a response, hugged her and started to poke her cat's belly and itchy flesh. Instant hair blown by Wooden Golem. Meow meow. Asshole. Don't go too far. Yayu walked into the largest casino here, with Wooden Golem in his arms and Samuel behind him. As for Kwan, he was strictly ordered by Yayu not to come. She's only 13 years old, so she can't get involved in such bad things. So even though Kwan begged him pitifully, he still left Kwan in the hotel. Big big big. Small. 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 As soon as the door was pushed open, there was a deafening shout. Looking at the hoarse and red-faced people in front of her, Yayu couldn't help sighing that no matter which world there is, gamblers are indispensable. Afterwards, Yayu began to stroll leisurely. After he walked around, he realized that most of the gaming tables in this casino were playing dice, and a few were playing cards. So, he randomly found a gambling table and stood on the periphery to watch it. He listened carefully to the sound of the clinking dice, and with the powerful learning ability given to him by Mangekyo, he quickly learned to recognize the dice by hearing the sound. Then, he looked at Samui and instructed, "Go. Give me a minimum amount of chips." Samuel looked at Yayu in a daze. She thought she heard it wrong. But seeing Yayu's unquestionable eyes, she obediently carried out Yayu's order. And the people around who saw this scene immediately cast contemptuous glances at Yayu. They noticed this pair of master and servant when Samuel first came over. After all, tolerance is greatness is still very attractive. Samui is known as the second in the ninja world. These people thought that Yayu was a noble son from outside, but they didn't expect that Yayu would be so stingy when he opened his mouth. They thought about Samuel's figure and how she still listened to Yayu's words, and they were envious and jealous again. Because Yayu and Samui dressed up specially, these people did not discover their ninja identities. As for Yayu, he looked at these people with disdain. How can a mortal comprehend his next operation? Soon, Samui came back with the smallest chip. "Give you." Samui threw the chip directly to Yayu, as if it was some hot potato. Then, she closed her eyes in embarrassment. She couldn't forget the way the waiter looked at her when she said she wanted the smallest chip. Samui thinks that Yayu is deliberately humiliating her, trying to embarrass her. Watch my performance next. Yayu blew on the chip indifferently, and then threw it away. The chip directly hit the area where the 3-4 dots were located. Buy and leave. The croupier scanned the table. Open. The next second, the dice board was opened, and there were 3 and 4 dots inside. I'm going, is it true or not? 150 for one direct hit. F***K, isn't this kid too lucky? Humph. So what if you're lucky? It's just the smallest bargaining chip. Yayu took the chips from the croupier, and the people around were envious, and they didn't care. Samuel was also attracted and opened her eyes. She also thought it was Yayu's shit luck. But next, they will witness a miracle. Yayu began to bet continuously, and every time he could accurately bet on the right size. Selecting a few special points occasionally is also a precise hit. In just 10 minutes, he had placed chips worth millions in front of him. Now, the eyes of the people around will no longer be as contemptuous as before. Samuel also opened his mouth in surprise. Then, she cautiously approached Yayu's ear and whispered, "Did you cheat with chakra?" Yayu glanced at her. "Why, look down on me so much? If you even use chakra, wouldn't it be faster for me to grab the name?" The corner of Samuel's mouth twitched, he rolled his eyes and said nothing more. At this time, Yayu's legendary move also attracted the attention of the casino. A manager stood beside him with a person who could perceive ninjutsu, but Yayu still goes his own way. After all, he relies entirely on his strength. After winning a few more games, Yayu's funds reached a terrifying 8 million, and the manager, seeing that he still couldn't see through Yayu's methods, stepped forward and said, "My lord, the first floor is quite chaotic, and the game is very small. Please continue to play in the hall on the second floor." Because Yayu continues to create miracles, many people have followed him to bet. That's why this person came over to invite someone. Yayu is not an unreasonable person. Seeing that he is so polite, he nodded. "Then go upstairs and have a look." On the second floor, Yayu glanced around, but shook his head in disappointment. The person he wanted to see was still missing. Really, didn't you say that when you enter the casino, you will definitely meet Tsunade? How come I can't work here? Yayu wants to appreciate it, the legendary #1 majesty in the ninja world. Since I can't see it for the time being, let's continue to appreciate the second one reluctantly. Yayu shrugged, then lifted his feet to continue the journey. He hadn't forgotten that he had to collect the money to build weapons for him and Quan. After killing all directions for a while, Yayu walked out of the casino satisfied with the waving hands of the casino owner who wanted to cry without tears. At this time, he already has the wealth of two Asuma. It is still a pity for Yayu that he did not encounter the casino boss threatening him in the regular plot. The boss of the casino has been serving him since he went up to the second floor. From the beginning to the end, except for crying, there is no half of it. Before leaving, he even gave him 10 million taels as a farewell gift. Thinking of this, Yayu couldn't help but cast aside, sure enough, no one who writes novels is honest. However, at this moment, the accident finally came. Samui. A scream of surprise caught the attention of Yayu and Samui. After seeing the person who called her, Samui also exclaimed, Azzy. Seeing this, Yayu couldn't help raising her eyebrows. What a scene of repeated siblings. However, he always felt that Azzy looked like a fool. So he said directly, is this your brother? Doesn't seem very smart. When a normal ninja encounters a missing companion, shouldn't he first hide, summon his companion, and then wait for the opportunity to act? But Azzy actually yelled out loud. Did he think that Yayu would be reluctant to kill his beautiful sister? Although really reluctant to. As for Azzy, after he called his sister in surprise, he looked at Yayu again. Then, he vigilantly took out the signal flare and fired it directly. Yayu nodded and commented, This is the normal ninja's reaction. After speaking, he looked at Samuel and said, but his previous performance was really bad. In the future, you will have to tune in more. But at this moment, Sam Yishi couldn't listen to Yayu's words. She looked at Azzy worriedly, and signaled him to run away quickly and go to rescue soldiers. Only she who has seen the tip of Yayu's iceberg can understand, except for Raikage and Killer Bee, Cloud Shinobi Village is all food delivery. It can be said that Ace's IQ can't understand Samui's good intentions at all. In his opinion, Samuel's eyes were begging him for help, telling him to act quickly. Then, asshole, Aze roared, then drew his sword and went straight to Yayu. In his opinion, he has to hold Yayu until his teammates come over. Seeing this, Samuel almost fainted out of breath. She put her right hand on her forehead and sighed secretly, my little brother is hopeless. Then, without hesitation, she opened her arms and stood up in front of Yayu. My younger brother is a bit stupid, but I can't watch him die. What? Ace, who was in such an accident, almost didn't react, but he quickly withdrew his sword and stopped 3 or 4 meters away from Samui. You. Aze looked at his sister in disbelief, she actually blocked the knight for the enemy? Samuel looked at his stupid brother with hatred, what are you? Are you stupid? A little chinin, dared to take a knife to face the powerful enemy of me and wooden golem. Is there something wrong with your brain? Aze withdrew his sword in embarrassment. I already have the strength of Jonin. Seeing that Aze dared to talk back, Samui was furious. What's wrong with Jonin's strength? Are you proud? Is it stronger than me? Behind him, Yayu touched wooden golem's little head in his arms, watching the funny scene in front of him with interest. Yayu was quite surprised by Samuel standing in front of him. Samuel's reaction was quick. Otherwise, as long as Aze gets close to him, Yayu's fatal blow will greet him. He is not a beautiful woman, Yayu will not treat him softly. At this moment, Samuel also turned his head and looked at Yayu pleadingly. He's my younger brother. He has had brain problems since he was a child. Can you? Yayu caressed the kitten in her arms leisurely, then took Samuel's words and said, you want me to let him go? Samuel nodded quickly. She knew that if Yayu wanted to kill Aze, killing him would only take a moment. Yayu looked at Samuel jokingly, and said, it has nothing to do with me if he is your younger brother. Since they all shot at me, why should I let him go? Samuel's face turned pale immediately, and he said in a panic, I'm not your maid, he's my younger brother. Yayu sneered, but you don't give your heart at all these days, isn't it, kitty? Saying that, Yayu also scratched wooden golem's chin. But maybe it is related to the life and death of Samui's brother, because wooden golem actually closed his eyes this time and did not blow his hair. Yayu immediately teased, you two really are best friends. At this time, after a fierce ideological struggle, Samuel pursed his lower lip and said, only, as long as you let him go, I will listen to you and everything from now on. As soon as these words came out, she immediately lowered her head in dejection. With her haughty character, saying such words to Yayu is undoubtedly a huge physical and mental torture. Do you think your promise is worthy of my trust? Samui looked up and found that Yayu was looking at her with a half smile. Yayu's words seemed to humiliate her. She took a deep breath, stretched out her hand and swore, I swear in the name of Samui, as long as you let my brother go, I will obey you in this life. Aze stared blankly at her sister from behind, and swore to become someone else's slave with a humiliating expression on her face. He knew that with his sister's proud personality, saying these words would hurt her so much, but for his younger brother, Samui still said it. Sister, you don't need to. But before he finished speaking, Samuel turned around and shouted angrily, shut up. Seeing this, Yayu shook her head. This scene makes me look like the villain in that movie. Glanced up at him by wooden golem, as if to say, isn't it? Boom. Yayu stretched out his hand and flicked it, and wooden golem immediately curled up with his head in pain. At the beginning, you were the ones who stared at the eyes of our brothers and sisters, and then I stared at the kitten in your body. In the end, because of our strength, you were captured. So this is obviously a battle between hunters, but I am stronger. How can you say that I am the villain? Speechless by wooden golem, though she couldn't be. After arguing with wooden golem, Yayu waved at Samui. It seems that you can't make a better guarantee, and I won't force you anymore. Let your brother go away, but if he still dares to make a move, I won't be merciful anymore. After speaking, Yayu didn't look at Samui's grateful eyes, but scanned the eaves around the circle. Since everyone is here, come out quickly. After finishing you guys, I have to go back and have dinner with Quan. After speaking, Samuel and the others subconsciously scanned the surrounding area. Swoosh, swoosh, a few black shadows flashed, and Darui jumped out with 20 jonin. Perhaps they were afraid of accidentally injuring Samuel, so they didn't secretly throw hidden weapons, because the sensory ninjas in the team had detected that Samuel had been sealed. Just so few people. Yayu was a little disappointed. These jonins can only provide him with more than 10,000 reinforcement points. Yayu secretly said, it seems that the big head still has to be obtained in the ninja battle. But when Samui saw Darui and others, he cursed in his heart. Didn't my old lady leave a signal? The enemy is very powerful. Either send more people, or let Killer Bee's level come over. Now Darui is here with 20 jonin, isn't it, to deliver food? But no matter how much he scolded in his heart, Samuel didn't dare to speak anymore. She was afraid of angering Yayu, so Yayu would solve it with her and her brother. Yes. Samui has already sentenced Darui and others to death in his heart. She now understands that Yayu noticed all her little actions before. She's Yayu's tool to lure the Cloud Shinobi village ninjas into attack. Samui turned his head, unable to bear to watch the next scene. She stared at Azei, preventing Azei from attacking Yayu later. Yayu just said that she can't save Azei for the second time. I just hope that if you feel something is wrong, you can run a few more. Darui didn't know what Samui was thinking, but after a short observation before, he found that Yayu actually has no intention of killing Samuel, so they can attack with confidence. Just be careful not to let Samui become a hostage at a critical time. So he asked, Samui, where is wooden golem? Samui didn't speak. Yayu took the lead in raising the wooden golem in his hand, saying, don't ask, here it is. Darui looked at the wooden golem lifted up by Yayu. His eyes suddenly became serious. Although it is a little smaller, it is undoubtedly Airway's appearance. Not only can this guy defeat wooden golem, but he can pet her in his arms. With the arrogance of wooden golem, unless he has no ability to resist, he will not be indifferent to it. So, we're in big trouble. Darui let out a breath, and the laziness on the outside disappeared in an instant. Such an enemy must be dealt with by Reikage-sama himself. If you don't pay attention, our team may be wiped out. Darui stared at Yayu, who looked like a rich man no matter what, and began to quickly think about the attack method in his mind. After a long time, he sighed helplessly. It can only be a tentative attack. Get some information about this person and leave. Have you figured out how to deal with me? Yayu yawned. If I haven't figured it out yet, then I'll make a move first. With that said, Yayu will be thrown to Samui by wooden golem. He wasn't worried that Samuel would dare to run away, as Darui and the others were not enough for him to exercise his muscles. Seeing this, Darui immediately shouted, Plan C. Don't love to fight. When he left the village, he made plans A, B, and C to deal with different situations. Plan A means, under the condition of guaranteeing the rescue of Samuel and wooden golem, try to kill or capture the enemy alive. What to deal with is the enemy who is not strong. Plan B, focus on rescuing Samuel and wooden golem. Once you succeed, retreat immediately. Dealing with an evenly matched enemy. Plan C refers to, on the premise of saving your life, collect as much information as possible about your opponent, and retreat immediately if you can't do anything. Faced with their invincible enemy, the rest of the people in Cloud Shinobi village who heard Darui's shout were shocked immediately. They know that the next battle may kill them at any time. It's very rigorous. Yayu stretched out his finger and ticked Darui and the others. Then come here. As soon as Yayu finished speaking, Darui quickly formed seals with both hands. Lightning-style Black Panther. Black lightning spouted from Darui's body, and soon formed the shape of a leopard, rushing towards Yayu. At the same time, other ninjas from Cloud Shinobi village took their positions, and those who were good at martial arts drew their swords and rushed towards Yayu. The Black Thunderbolt looks very strong. Yayu smiled, Mangekyo opened instantly, and clapped his hands together. Lightning-style Black Panther. Black lightning also emerged from Yayu, and then formed a Black Panther, which collided with Derui's attack. Then, the two attacks stalemate in the air for a moment. Whoosh! After the two phases were cancelled, the remaining power came straight to Derui. Derui hurriedly dodged in a panic, and then his eyes widened. How come? The Black Lightning style is a powerful secret technique created by Third Reikage, and he is the only one who knows this trick in the entire Cloud Shinobi village. But now, with just a glance, this guy in front of him can cast a Black Lightning that is more powerful than him. This is sharingan. Then Derui noticed Yayu's eyes. Didn't it mean that Uchiha has been destroyed? Then this person. Is he the same Uchiha survivor who killed Hokage and caused Konoha chaos? Uchiha Yayu. In an instant, Derui knew Yayu's identity. One person coercing a ninja village, how could such an enemy be able to deal with them? Even probing information is an act of death. Retreat quickly. He is. Derui immediately wanted to remind his companions. But before he finished speaking, he felt dizzy. In the next moment, he came to a blood-red world and was tied to a cross. Illusion. Derui immediately understood his situation. Because he didn't know Yayu's identity and looked at him, he fell into the illusion instantly. Then, Yayu quickly appeared in front of him, skillfully pulling out a black stick in his hand. This is the Tsukuyomi world I constructed. In this world, you will spend 3 days, while in the outside world, it will only pass for a moment. Puff. What? Yayu stabbed the black stick into Derui's eye socket. Just 1 second passed, you still have 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Outside, under the puzzled eyes of everyone, Derui instantly fell to his knees. But he deserves to be Reikage's left and right hand. At this time, he can bear the pain and remind his teammates, come on, he's the Uchiha from the intelligence. The surroundings are instantly quiet. This person in front of him is Uchiha Yayu, who killed Hokage and suppressed all the ninjas in Konoha. Gudong. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village swallowed subconsciously. Run. This is their only thought at this time. The whole Konoha has nothing to do with this person, let alone 20 of them. What's more, their captain was made to kneel by this guy's look. Yayu straightened her hair. Oh? Was it directly frightened? It seems that I am well known in the ninja world. Unfortunately, no one dared to respond to Yayu. Whoosh whoosh. Without the slightest hesitation, these jonin of Cloud Shinobi village turned around and ran. What Samui, what airway Jinchuriki. At this moment, their lives are not as important as theirs. However, there were also conscientious ones who dragged Derui before leaving. After Konoha's story spread throughout the ninja world, all ninjas had a consensus: the opponent is Uchiha Yayu. Don't hesitate, run away as fast as you can. Even if you are the shadow of a village, no one will laugh at you if you do this. Otherwise, it's not embarrassment, but life. It's all here, don't rush to leave. Yayu shrugged helplessly when he saw the group of guys turning around and running away without hesitation. Then, he glanced at Samui. When I come back, don't move around. After saying this, his figure disappeared instantly. How could he just let go of the prey he got? 10,000 enhancement points are also enhancement points. Hey, Azzy. After everyone left, Samuel pointed to Yayu's back and asked, I know this guy is strong, but is he famous? Aze glanced at his sister and said, you know we're going to attack Konoha, right? It's actually because of what this guy did. Konoha high-level planned to destroy Uchiha, and he is a survivor. So he went in front of Konoha high-level officials, not only exposing the filth that those people had done, but also killing all Konoha Shinobi high-level officials in front of all Konoha Shinobi. Then, in front of the entire village, he directly slaughtered those high-level families. After listening, Samui and Wooden Golem in her arms were stunned. He is so strong. Aze glanced into the distance, and after finding that Yayu was nowhere to be seen, he hurriedly said, Sister, let's take this opportunity and run away. No, you go by yourself. Facing his younger brother's words, Samui categorically refused. Why? Aze looked at Samui in confusion. But he soon remembered Yayu's handsome face that made people feel inferior, so he looked at Samuel in surprise again. Could it be? Sister, are you sinking under his appearance? Boom! Samuel punched Aze. Be normal, bastard. Then, she explained angrily, Yayu dares to let us stay here. Do you think he won't have the means to catch us? At that time, I may not be with you, Wooden Golem, but you will definitely die. Aze rubbed his head and said aggrievedly, why do I have to die? Don't engage in gender discrimination, okay? Samui took a deep breath, resisting the urge to punch Aze again. Then, she said seriously, you go now. Go back and tell Master Reikage everything about this place. Aze frowned and said, then sister, you. Samuel shook his head, don't worry about us, he has already done it if he wanted to kill us. And, didn't he defect to Konoha? We stayed, maybe we can pull him into the camp of Cloud Shinobi village, and that would be a big profit. Aze looked at Samui strangely, and he actually wanted to say, then you must sacrifice yourselves together. But thinking of Samui's fist, he wisely didn't say anything. Why don't I stay here with you? Darui and the others will bring back the news here. As he thought of this idea again. Let's not talk about whether Yayu will let you follow, hee. Samui smiled bitterly. Yayu has caught up. Do you think Darui and the others will still be alive? Aze fell silent, and the expression on his face disappeared instantly. Yes, Darui and the others. I understand. Darui and his party of 21 did not choose to run in one direction. They divided into 4 teams and started fleeing from different directions. But this is no problem for Yayu. He shook his head. Why do you have to do this useless struggle? Wood style would clone. With a clap of both hands, 3 wood style clones appeared immediately. During this period of time, Yayu used only tens of thousands of enhancement points to increase the power of wood style a lot. Although it is still not as good as Hashirama, the regular wood style ninjutsu can be used at will, and it is very powerful. His 3 would clone, among other things. It is still no problem to open a Susanoo in the 3rd and 4th stages. Whoosh! After doing this, Yayu no longer slacks behind. Has he caught up? Darui asked out of breath. After resting for a while, he was finally able to move his legs and escape without relying on the support of others. Upon hearing his inquiry, the only perception ninja immediately performed perception ninjutsu. There is no. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But that perception ninja soon changed his face. Wait, he's ahead of us. Just as they were talking, they rushed out of the forest. What? Darui looked up in shock, and there was a person standing on the grass in the distance. It was Yayu. The team stopped advancing and did not choose to retreat. We're done. Darui felt bitter in his heart. He didn't expect that Yayu would directly choose their team. Darui looked at his teammates apologetically. It seems that I must have dragged you down. The other 5 people shook their heads when they heard the words, and said freely, it's not that you dragged us down, but we stopped him for others. Darui wanted to say something else, but Yayu interrupted jokingly, it's really affectionate. Unfortunately, those teammates of yours will not escape as you wish. As soon as this remark came out, the expressions of everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village sank. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Darui laughed and stepped forward. Did you use Shadow Clone? Our Cloud Shinobi Village is not as weak as you think. Although you are very powerful, my companions can still deal with just a few Shadow Clones. Ha ha. Before Darui laughed a few times, an explosion suddenly sounded from afar. Boom! Darui's smile froze. Boom, boom! 2 more explosions came from 2 other directions. Puff! Yayu sneered, it seems that your companion is not as strong as you imagined. Darui clenched his teeth, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Then, he directly pulled out the sword behind his back, and the blade flashed with lightning. The other 5 people followed suit and stood ready with their swords in hand. Kill! With a roar, the 6 people held their swords straight and charged at Yayu. Cloud Shinobi Village was a country of warriors thousands of years ago. Although they all began to practice chakra in the end, swordsmanship is still the skill that each of them is good at. Knowing that they were invincible, they decided to use swordsmanship to make the last fight. Samurai spirit? Heh. Then, as you wish. Yayu drew out the sword at his waist, which was a boutique weapon he had bought for a while. In terms of swordsmanship, uchiha who is sharingan is also very good since ancient times. Soon, Yayu confronted them. As for the result, it goes without saying, but there are only 5 jonins and 1 quasi shadow. Darui seems to be the 5th Raikage in the original book? Yayu suddenly thought of this, but immediately put it behind her. Are there still few original characters who committed suicide? Wood Style's avatar also came from other places soon, and 21 corpses were recovered, which immediately restored Yayu's bottomed-out reinforcement point to more than 10,000 blood. Soon, Yayu returned to the previous place. Samuel was holding Wooden Golem and stood there without moving, and Aze has disappeared. Yayu embraced Wooden Golem who was in Samui's arms. Not bad, very obedient. Samui reluctantly responded with a smile that was uglier than crying. She didn't ask Darui how they were doing. The smell of blood on Yayu's body already said it all. The smell of blood on my body is really unbearable. I heard that the hot spring ninja of Yuno country is the #1. Let's go. Find a hot spring to soak in before going back. Yayu marched forward with Wooden Golem in his arms, and Samuel immediately followed obediently. But when he came to the entrance of the hot spring shop, Samuel suddenly looked ashamed and angry, and hesitated to go in. Even Wooden Golem struggled in Yayu's arms. After Yayu easily suppressed Wooden Golem in his arms, he turned his head and looked at Samui playfully. Something wrong. Looking into Yayu's eyes, recalling the previous oath, Samuel knew that she couldn't escape today. No problem. She took a deep breath, and pushed the door open with arrogance as if she was going to die. A moment later. Oh, no, that's up to you. The hot springs in Yunokuni are truly unique in the ninja world. Yayu walked out of the hot spring room refreshed in her bathrobe, but Samuel seemed to be falling apart, leaning against him weakly. Hearing Yayu's meaningful words, she couldn't help rolling her eyes. From entering the hot spring 2 hours ago to coming out now, Yayu has never enjoyed the hot spring peacefully at all. Did Yayu come here today to soak in the hot spring? Samuel is too embarrassed to point him out. She handed over everything anyway. As for Wooden Golem, neither of them cared about her from the beginning to the end. She could only move her 4 short legs with a resentful expression, and followed the couple in front of her, watching them flirt. Let's go back. Yayu tilted her head and looked at Samuel, who was snuggling up to her, and said with a smirk, I've lost so much blood, I have to give you a good patch. Bah! There's not a single good word out of my mouth. Samui blushed suddenly, and spat lightly at Yayu, but in the eyes of others, she looks like a spoiled child. It seems that after the friendship between Guan and Bao, Samui's attitude towards Yayu has become a lot closer. Yayu couldn't help but think of what a great man in his previous life said, the closest way to a woman's heart. Sure enough, what the great man said was right. Damn it! Soaking in a hot spring is not peaceful. When Yayu walked past the hot spring room next door, etc., she suddenly heard such a curse. After he and Samuel looked at each other, Samuel blushed instantly, covered his face with his hands, and curled his head tightly on his shoulder. It's all your fault. Yeah, Yayu teased, it's all because I didn't tell you to keep your voice down. Wow. At this moment, the curtain of the hot spring room was pulled open, and 2 figures came out. Yayu turned her head to look, and then froze instantly. It turned out to be Tsunade and Shizun. Yayu didn't expect that he searched for them in the casino, but he couldn't meet these two. I casually soaked in a hot spring, but saw them instead. In this way, his trip to Tang Country can be regarded as complete. The eyes are roughly compared. Sure enough, Tsunade is the strongest. And Tsunade and Shizun were a little dazed when they saw Yayu standing inexplicably at the door. What a handsome young man. Shizun's eyes have little stars. Looking at Yayu, Tsunade felt that his mentality was beginning to return to his youth. But soon, she noticed Yayu's eyes, and Samuel, who was supported by him. With that strange posture and the blush on her face, she knew what happened to the two of them at a glance. Immediately, Tsunade looked at Yayu with unkind eyes, and the gleam of affection that had just appeared in his eyes disappeared in an instant. His eyes seemed to say, so it was you who made the noise just now. But as a prestigious existence in the ninja world, she couldn't hold back her face and directly admonished the two young men on this matter. So Tsunade could only snort coldly, turn his head and walk away, choosing to be out of sight. Seeing this, Shizun could only look away reluctantly, and hurriedly followed Tsunade. After catching up with Tsunade, she asked in a low voice, Master Tsunade, do you feel very unhappy? The corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched. Kids, don't ask so many questions. She doesn't want Shizun to know about these things. Oh. Shizun nodded aggrievedly. She wanted to say, she will be 24 this year. But after seeing the displeasure on Tsunade's face, she wisely chose to shut up. Yayu watched the two drift away, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slowly twitch. Sure enough, Tsunade still can't let Konoha go in his heart. Hiss. While thinking about it, Yayu suddenly felt a pain in his shoulder. He looked down and saw that it was Samuel who had bitten him and looked at him with resentment in his eyes. Yayu flicked Samui directly on the forehead. Don't make trouble. Think about business. Samui rolled his eyes, then turned his head in disdain. In her opinion, Yayu's appearance like that is just greedy for the woman's figure just now. It's just a little bit stronger than me, Samuel thought, full of resentment. Although Tsunade was wearing a bathrobe, Samuel was already ashamed of the grandeur that was about to emerge. The thinking was interrupted by Samuel, and Yayu stopped staying and walked out with her feet. While walking, Yayu said, do you know who that blonde woman is? She's Tsunade. Princess Katsuyu from Konoha Sunin. Tsunade. Samui and Wooden Golem behind him were shocked. Sunin. Samuel frowned, then she came here to find you. Before she knew it, she began to think about Yayu too. Before she could react, Wooden Golem rolled her eyes and scolded herself as a best friend who valued sex over friends. Yayu smiled playfully, don't worry, it won't be the enemy. Back at the hotel, Yayu briefly told Quan what happened. Of course, just skip over the hot springs. But the careful Quan still found something was wrong. Samuel, why did he look so different after going out for a trip? Especially the attitude towards Yayu. Before ordering her to do things, her face was always full of reluctance. But now, she took the initiative by herself. The ignorant Quan couldn't figure it out, and in the end it could only be attributed to Yayu's powerful methods. Everyone went out to prepare cooking, and Wooden Golem was held in Quan's arms. But once downstairs, Yayu was attracted by 2 figures. Met Tsunade and Shizun again. Yayu couldn't help admiring, the treatment of the protagonist finally comes to me. The lobby was quite satisfactory, and Yayu and his party went downstairs, which also attracted a lot of attention. Shizun pointed at Yayu and exclaimed in surprise, Master Tsunade, look, it's the same person from before. Tsunade turned his head to look curiously, but his face turned black in the next moment. Why is this guy so haunted? But the small wine and side dishes ordered have already been served, and Tsunade has no way to get up and change places. She just lost a lot of money elsewhere, and she is very poor now. Finally, the three of Yayu sat at a table away from them. Seeing this, Tsunade turned around and chose to use the food in front of him to divert his attention. But after eating for a while, she found that Shizun hadn't moved his chopsticks. So she looked up. Whoa! Shizun stared blankly at the man without even turning his eyes. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh with his forehead. Shizun has reached the age of thinking Chun too. However, before Tsunade opened his mouth to remind, Shizun exclaimed to her in a low voice, Master Tsunade, look, that man and the little girl next to him are wearing clothes. Is that the Uchiha clan's crest? Uchiha? Tsunade was startled. Then she quickly turned her head to look. That's right. That is the family crest of Uchiha. Then, the identities of this annoying guy and that girl are obvious. Konoha's affairs made a big fuss. Except for the other 4 major ninja villages who got the news for the first time, in the past few days, the whole ninja world has also begun to spread what happened to Konoha. The deaths of high-level people are all secondary, and the dirty things done by high-level people exposed by Yayu are mainly talked about by the whole ninja world. The high-level entraps the strong in the village, uses all means to maintain power in their hands, and is so weak to foreign enemies. People can't help but cite Konoha is the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. How could such a thing happen? Although Tsunade and Shizun lost contact with Konoha, they also learned the news the day before yesterday. But when Tsunade heard the news, he just sneered a few times and drank some wine alone that night. Why did she leave Konoha? In addition to the death of relatives, the rotten high level is also a major reason. So she was not surprised at all about the dirty things that happened to Konoha after she left. Konoha has already broken her heart. But after she sobered up, she unknowingly came to the town closest to the border of the Land of Fire. She can naturally see Konoha's predicament at this time. Maybe she is still reluctant to part with the Konoha created by her grandfather. Now meeting Yayu who caused all these things, Tsunade is also in a complicated mood and doesn't know how to face it. Master Tsunade. Shizun looked at the dazed Tsunade, and immediately called out in a low voice. Tsunade came back to his senses and glanced at her. What? Shizun secretly pointed at Yayu. What shall we do? Although I confirmed it from Tsunade, the rumors are basically true. But when he met Yayu, Shizun subconsciously became vigilant. After all, it is rumored that Yayu is very ruthless. Sarutobi, Shimura and other clansmen were killed by him, not a single one remained. Tsunade sneered at this moment. What does it have to do with us? He's taking revenge for his own family, and he's not killing innocent people indiscriminately. Shizun opened his mouth and fell silent. Well said. At this time, Yayu suddenly spoke to break the silence between them. The two of Tsunade turned their heads, only to find that Yayu was looking at them with a smile on his face. Tsunade didn't deliberately hide what he said. Yayu and the others are both ninjas, so they naturally knew the content of the conversation between the two of them clearly. Yayu praised, Master Tsunade is worthy of being the legendary Sunin, and his ability to judge right from wrong is much stronger than others. Hearing this, Shizun blushed immediately, and lowered her head in embarrassment. She felt that Yayu was talking about herself. Tsunade said with a sneer, those old bastards have done evil, and they deserve this kind of retribution. After finishing speaking, she took a sip of wine, with an extremely complicated expression on her face. Yayu smiled, and then invited, come and sit with us. Speaking of which, the fate of Uchiha and Senju, both of the big families that founded Konoha, is so similar. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then laughed at himself. Yes. After finishing speaking, she got up and walked to Yayu's table, and sat next to Samui, opposite to Yayu. But after sitting down, she just focused on drinking without saying a word. Yayu couldn't help laughing. Did a trash like Sarutobi Hiruzen make you so emotional? Although he was your teacher, you won't forget what he did to you and the Senju clan, right? Tsunade looked up at Yayu, somewhat confused about this guy's purpose. At this time, Shizun just moved the bench and followed. Hearing Yayu's words, she frowned and asked, Third Hokage, did you ever hurt Master Tsunade and her family? Does this question still need to be asked? Yayu sneered, look at the current Senju clan, isn't Tsunade the only one left? Hearing this, Shizun was shocked. Yes, Tsunade is indeed the last known Senju. What about the others? As if seeing her question, Yayu explained, during the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's administration, he did one thing. He dismissed most of the Senju clan, erased their surnames, and let them quietly integrate into the whole Konoha. However, he still kept his direct bloodline with first generation as the inheritor of the surname Senju. It's a pity. After Senju Tobirama's death, these people died on the battlefield one by one under the arrangement of Konoha's senior management. Finally, only your Tsunade-sama is left. Shizun opened his mouth in surprise. There is such a thing. She looked at Tsunade. Tsunade did not deny what Yayu said. So she couldn't help asking again, then why didn't those Senju people notice the conspiracy of the high-level people? Yayu laughed and said, because they were all brainwashed by the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others are using a conspiracy. During the war, these people were assigned the most dangerous and even death-defying missions, and these people are the descendants of Hokage who claim to be their ancestors, so if they take the lead in doing things, they will naturally die soon. After explaining, Yayu added, but they are luckier than Uchiha, because most of the people in Uchiha died at the hands of their own people. After hearing this, Tsunade seemed to be poked into the pain in his heart, and took another sip of wine. How about you? Tsunade couldn't help asking, why are you telling me this now? You want to win me over? Let me be with you, to take revenge on Konoha. Revenge on Konoha. Yayu looked at her strangely. Why should I take revenge on Konoha? My enemies are just Sarutobi Hiruzen and their family, and I have completely eliminated them now. As for Konoha, Uchiha is one of the founders of Konoha. Why should I deal with my own property? Yayu looked straight at Tsunade. I told you this, just to remind you, I'm also a benefactor of you and the Senju clan, the kind of benefactor who helps you avenge your hatred. Under Yayu's eyes, Tsunade turned his head unnaturally. At this time, Shizen suddenly muttered again, then why did you defect to Konoha? Yayu smiled. He, who said I defected? Did Konoha issue a warrant for my arrest? Shizen stammered, but didn't you kill Hokage? I killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's what everyone expects. Yayu smiled disdainfully. You know, I'm also a hot-blooded boy who has been aiming for Hokage since childhood. Help Konoha get rid of the malignant tumor of the Elders group. I will give myself a holiday to ease the grief of the family being destroyed in my heart, can't I? Shizen was speechless for a moment. Indeed, firstly, Yayu did not cause much harm to Konoha, secondly, he was not wanted by Konoha, and thirdly, he exposed the filth of the Elders. No matter how you look at it, it is indeed not a traitor. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see Konoha's next crisis. If Yayu really has Konoha in her heart, why did she leave at this time? Thinking about it this way, Tsunade seemed to see Yayu's great ambition. The dinner ended quickly, and Yayu and Tsunade said hello and separated. His goal has been achieved, and he has basically mastered Tsunade's mentality. Yayu knew that Tsunade appeared here at this time because he was still thinking about Konoha's safety in his heart. It is estimated that in a few days, she will choose to return to Konoha. In this regard, Yayu is not worried that the addition of Tsunade will destroy his original plan. Tsunade, who has blood phobia, is not a combat power at all. On the battlefield, she can only act as a medical ninja. In this war of unequal strength, Konoha, who has no absolute combat strength, faces the three major ninja villages, and his fate is already doomed. Unless Konoha returns to its combat power during World War III, or Senju Hashirama is revived. Otherwise, they can only rely on Yayu's rescue. The next day, when Yayu and the others woke up, Tsunade had already left the inn with Shizen. So, Yayu also took Quan and Samui to their next goal, Iron Country. At the same time, after a short trial, the villages finally started their general attack on Konoha. Tsunaga Corps dispatched 5,000 elite ninja troops, 4th Kaze Cage Rosa and Veteran Cho together. Uega Corps is also a cage-level powerhouse dispatched with all 8,000 ninja troops. Cloud Shinobi Village is even more amazing, except for the standing protection of the village, they are almost all dispatched. But in the face of the menacing three-way army, Konoha has only a poor 8,000 people, and the cage-level strong is Jiraiya alone. So, Jiraiya led 3,000 people to face Cloud Shinobi Village. The trio of Ino, Shika, Cho and their families took 2,000 men to face Uega Corps. The Hayaga family and other small families, as well as the younger generation such as Kakashi, plus Tsunade who could not directly participate in the battle, brought 2,000 people to face Tsunaga Corps. And the remaining 1,000 people are responsible for guarding Konoha, and most of them are just genin. With such an arrangement, it can only be said that Konoha only wants to procrastinate for time, and if it can be delayed for a day, it will be a day, and I will think about it later. But the facts tell them that delaying time is just delusional. After only 10 days of confrontation, the Ino, Shika, Cho team was the first to be defeated. The two-tailed beasts attacked at the same time, and even Oniki didn't make a move, and the defense line of Ino, Shika, Cho was torn apart. In the face of absolute strength, ingenuity only exerts a delaying effect. In the end, Ino, Shika, Cho had no choice but to evacuate with the remaining people, creating obstacles in the way of Rock Shinobi's troops. However, 3 days later, the defense of Tsunade's team was broken by Tsunaga Corps. At first, Tsunaga Corps was afraid of Tsunade's reputation, and he was timid to attack. But Tsunade's absence from the battlefield for a long time aroused their suspicion. Under a tentative attack, the secret of Tsunade's phobia was discovered. The deterrence of Sunin had no effect, and after the others resisted hard for a few days, they were still breached. Ninja battles are different from ordinary people's siege. Ordinary people may be able to defend the city wall for a few more days, but the ninja only needs a round of fierce ninjutsu attacks, and the city wall will be easily torn apart. The two defense lines were breached, and Tsunaga Corps and Uega Corps began to plunder mercilessly, and all parts of the Land of Fire fell into flames of war in an instant. It was also at this time that people unexpectedly discovered that Jiraiya had withstood the attack of Cloud Shinobi Village. Jiraiya showed Sage Mode and stopped Raikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki alone. Konoha's ninjas are buoyed up, and those of Cloud Shinobi Village are bummed out. With one increase and one decrease, Konoha successfully resisted the attack of Cloud Shinobi Village. After the news got out, it also added a lot of fighting spirit to other Konoha Shinobi fans. Unfortunately, after only 3 or 4 days, Konoha was hit again. Cloud Shinobi Village did not know how to convince Tsunagakure, but under the sneak attack from behind, Jiraiya was still breached. In this way, Konoha only persisted for 20 days, and the major defense lines were completely breached. The ninjas of Konoha can only curl up and protect a small area centered on Konoha Village, allowing the 3 major ninja villages to privately plunder in the Land of Fire. Their harmless harassment from time to time has no effect on the 3 major ninja villages at all. Half a month after Yayu left Tang Country. Get ready, we are coming to the Land of Water. On a large ship heading to the Land of Water, Yayu and the others stood at the bow and looked at the looming land ahead. They have already been to Iron Country. With Yayu showing his prestige, the Iron Kingdom mobilized the most elite weapon casting masters in the country to create weapons for Yayu and Izumi. But even so, it will take at least half a year to complete the construction. So Yayu continued to travel with Quan and Samui. He is going to come to Kirigakure to play a wave of autumn wind. Before Konoha asked him for help, this was the only place where Yayu could get a lot of reinforcement points and all kinds of blood inheritance limits. After getting off the boat, under Yayu's deliberate search, they quickly caught a Kirigakure ninja. Under Yayu's powerful illusion, he easily obtained information about Kirigakure at this time. Under Obito's control, the blood fog policy just got bloodier. Kirigakure's ninjas are like emotionless machines, controlled by Obito through 4th Mizuke Jagura. The bloodline family in the village, Minajiki, following the setting of the fan here, disappeared. Only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens remained in the ghost lamp, and dead bone pulse was suppressed. And recently, a force has also appeared in Kirigakure, and it has begun to have friction with the ninjas of the Yagura line. After learning about this, Yayu secretly said, "Sure enough, Kirigakure in this time period is the most suitable for me to seek benefits, regardless of whether Kirigakure's other force is led by Zabuza or Terumi Mei. There will be a big battle in Kirigakure next time. But before that, let's look for Bai first." Yayu learned from the Mist Ninja that there was an Ice Escape bloodline owner in this area 2 days ago. This man slaughtered an entire village. And this Mist Ninja is the Yagura family responsible for handling this matter. Yayu, who is familiar with the plot, naturally knows that this is the appearance of Bai in the original work. Let's go. After disposing of the Mist Ninja casually, Yayu took Quan and the others to the village where they were massacred. Going there can not only find traces of Bai, but also allow Yayu to get a new bloodline Ice Escape. After all, the mother who died in vain, although not strong, is at least the owner of the Ice Escape bloodline. Yayu is still very excited about the cool bloodline of Bingdun. With all his strength on the road, Yayu soon came to the village. The house pierced by the Ice Escape is easy to find. There are corpses holding farm tools all over the house, and inside, Yayu's target is lying in the middle. Bai left here in a trance. It seems that he didn't collect her body. Then, Yayu waved his hand, and the corpse disappeared in an instant. Successful recovery. Congratulations to host for obtaining Ice Escape bloodline. Late at night, on a wooden bridge covered by heavy snow, he walked up the bridge step by step, and when he reached the middle of the bridge, a child in ragged clothes was curled up and squatting under the guardrail. That's his goal today. White, owner of Ice Escape bloodline. Looking at Bai again, he said in a deep voice, "A child like you, who is not needed by anyone, ends up dead on the street." Bai raised his head and looked at Zebuzan, and suddenly smiled softly. But before Bai could say anything, suddenly, the black shadows of 6 paths jumped up from both sides of the bridge. Target locked. Kill him. They are Yagura's assassination unit. And their goal is the same as Zabujan. They are all white. Not long ago, Zebuzan even worked in it. But today, they each represent different wills, and Bai is the fuse between them. Assassination team? The action is as fast as ever. Zebuzan frowned, but he didn't choose to retreat. His hands quickly sealed water-style water barrier. The water on the river spewed upwards, forming 2 walls of water on the left and right of Zebuzan, successfully blocking several members of the assassination team from the bridge. Kill! But before Buzan breathed a sigh of relief, 2 teams of assassination ninjas suddenly appeared at both ends of the bridge. But just when they were about to step onto the bridge, 2 teams of mysterious people descended from the sky and stopped in front of them. "If you don't cut it, we will come too." These mysterious people are the subordinates trained by Zabujan over the years. In order to prevent accidents from happening, it has been hidden in the dark, but now it has played a miraculous effect. Zabulat Jean said in a deep voice, "These guys are all from the assassination force. They are very strong, don't love to fight." After finishing speaking, he grabbed Bai, who was at a loss, and knocked him out lightly. "Little devil, come with me." The least number of people jumped out of the river just now, so he decided to break out from the river. At this time, the water flow wall has gradually dissipated, and the 3 assassination ninjas who were hindered reappeared in front of Zebuzan. And behind Zebuzan, 3 other assassin ninjas also came from behind him. But Zebuzan has long been prepared, water-style mist shinobi technique. In the next moment, a thick fog quickly spread across the river, covering everyone's figures. Not good. Get out. The assassination ninjas were shocked. They have worked with Zebuzan before, so they naturally know Zebuzan's terrifying assassination ability after using the mist shinobi technique. But their movements are still too slow in front of Zebuzan. Without the slightest sloppiness, screams sounded one after another. Soon, the 6 assassination ninjas were solved as quickly as possible by Zebuzan. But also because of the pursuit of speed, there will be 2 more wounds on his body if he doesn't cut it. But he couldn't control it anymore. He jumped towards the shore and was about to leave this place. If you don't kill him, leave that child behind. But right here, the accident happened again. Another group of people appeared on the shore and blocked Zebuzan in the air. Zebuzan looked at the familiar figure in the team and frowned deeply. Terumi Mei. When her name was called, Terumi Mei stepped forward with a smile on her face. No more killing, although we are in different camps, the ultimate goal is to change the current Kirigakure. So, as long as you keep that child, I'll let you go. In addition to Yagura, who is controlled by Obito, and his completely emotionless assassin ninjas, Kirigakure also has 2 major forces that want to change Kirigakure. One is a part of the people led by Kirigakure elder Yuanshi and genius ninja Terumi Mei. The other is the strength of the family headed by second Mizukage's family and the Ghost Lantern family. If you don't cut it, you will be the number 2 person here. Although both of them want to change Kirigakure, they usually have little contact with each other, and they are not convinced by each other. After all, they all think that they are the only savior. However, if you usually see that the other party is in trouble, both parties will provide help within their ability. But when the interests are related, then each depends on his ability. Percent. What a big show. Yayu watched all this happen in front of him with great interest. He didn't expect that the plot would change so quickly. In the original book, Zabuchi easily took Shiro away, Yagura, Kazuto and Terumi Mei didn't appear. Yayu thought secretly, it seems that Obito hasn't come to Kirigakure for a long time after Kanaha's defeat. This has led to the Kirigakure rebel forces ready to move, and now they are even fighting for an ice escape bloodline. But that's fine too, the more chaotic Kirigakure is, the sooner the war of rebellion will happen. At that time, it is time for him to maximize his interests. Let's go, it's time for us to play. Looking at Terumi Mei's group again, not only are there more people on the opposite side than him, but Terumi Mei's strength is still higher than him. In addition, his subordinates were all entangled by assassination ninjas, and they were even at a disadvantage. No longer sighing inwardly, he secretly said, "It seems that I have no destiny with this guy." Thinking of this, he is ready to give by to Terumi Mei. After all, the opponent will not persecute Shiro, but will train him with all his heart, and will also serve for the newly built Kirigakure in the future. Terumi seemed to be moved by her persuasion, and the smile in her eyes was even bigger. "Don't worry, I'll treat this little guy well. Kirigakure's bloodline can't be reduced any longer. The group of assassination ninjas, we will help you solve it later." Zabulat and John sighed again. Unfortunately, Huan, you didn't have time to come. Terumi Mei had already talked about this point, and he didn't insist anymore. He raised his hand and was ready to throw by to Terumi Mei and the others. Tisk tisk tisk. The kingdom of water is really lively. You can see a big show everywhere. At this moment, an untimely chuckle suddenly sounded. Everyone's complexion changed, and they all turned their heads in a swish look. An extremely handsome young man was walking towards them with a girl holding a cat in her arms and a blonde beauty with a hot figure. "Who?" Someone from the Terumi Mei camp suddenly scolded. "Kirigakure is here to work. We will not be polite if we go one step further." "Oh?" Yayu raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. "How are you going to be rude?" Looking at the 3 who continued to move forward unmoved, the person who spoke immediately looked at Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei raised her eyebrows, pursed her lips and said with a light smile, "He's such an exciting little handsome guy. If you take another step forward, sister can't help but want to give you a hot and passionate kiss." "Bah! Shameless!" Before Yayu could speak, Quan and Samui spat at Terumi Mei at the same time. After finishing, the 2 looked at each other, and then turned their heads with a hum at the same time. After so many days of getting along, Quan has already noticed something is wrong. So she has no good temper towards this woman who dared to seduce her Yayu big brother. Yayu didn't care about the tit-for-tat confrontation between Quan and Samui behind him. He believed that Quan would understand him. After all, he is also for Uchiha's revival. As the only normal man in Uchiha, he naturally has to shoulder the responsibility. So, facing Terumi Mei's threatening words, Yayu also teased, "You've already said that, if I don't step forward, wouldn't it be a disappointment to you?" Saying this, Yayu's pace didn't stop at all. Seeing this, Terumi Mei's face turned cold instantly. She waved her hand, do it. The few people who had prepared for a long time immediately concluded the seal after hearing the words. Water-style water waves. Suddenly, the river next to it began to turbulent. Soon the water surged high, forming a wave of more than 10 meters high and hitting Yayu. Ah! Yayu just chuckled at this. How can the water in the ditch compete with the ice ocean? An icy chill emerged from Yayu's body, and a chill visible to the naked eye began to wreak havoc in front of Yayu. Ice slag appeared on the ground, and the vegetation began to stiffen. And the water wave jointly released by several people also instantly turned into a beam of ice under the cold air. Terumi Mei's pupils shrank suddenly. Ice escaped bloodline. The others also retreated again and again, for fear of being affected by the cold wave. Fortunately, Yayu didn't intend to go on a killing spree, and the cold wave finally stopped. Seeing this, Terumi Mei looked at Yayu solemnly and said, Ice escape bloodline owner. You came here for this child too? Of course. Yayu chuckled, such a good seed cannot be ruined by you and Kirigakur. Terumi Mei heard Yayu's overtones, his words. Vice Admiral stood outside Kirigakur himself. She immediately asked, You are not from Kirigakur. Who are you? Yayu stopped immediately, My name, Uchiha Yayu. When the words fell, the scene suddenly became silent. Uchiha? Terumi Mei broke the silence. She looked at Yayu warily and said, So you are from Konoha? You stepped into the land of water without permission. What does Konoha want to do? Tell me your purpose for coming to Kirigakur. Yayu suddenly had question marks on his face. Then, he patted his forehead again as if suddenly realizing it. Almost forgot, you Kirigakur, and even the land of water, are now in a closed state. The news from the outside world hasn't come in these days, right? It seems that I can't help it. Terumi Mei frowned, news from the outside world? What happened to the outside world? Want to know? Yayu grinned, if you can please me, I'll tell you. You! Terumi Mei was furious. She waved her hand, let's go together, take them down. Yayu looked innocently at the inexplicably angry Terumi Mei. The conscience of heaven and earth, he just let Terumi Mei show his strength to please him, but he didn't refer to other aspects. But seeing the group of people who had already started to attack, Yayu could only sigh, it seems that your Kirigakur's education has a big problem. Puff. As he said that, he condensed an ice blade in his hand, and instantly pierced the guy who had rushed in front of him. Then he jumped back and said to Quan, I've given you these miscellaneous fish. Let me see the results of your practice for half a month. As far as these guys are concerned, no problem. Quan threw the wooden golem in his arms to Samui, and then drew his sword and stepped forward. As soon as Mangekyo opened, Izumi chose the melee combat that he is best at. As soon as he entered among those people, 2 of them died under Quan's sword in an instant. Terumi Mei can't believe that a girl is so strong. But when she saw the red in the spring's eyes, she suddenly said in surprise, Sharingan? This guy is also Uchiha's. Then, she will come forward to help. However, just as she took a step, an ice thorn pierced out from under her feet. Yayu lazily said, Don't think about disturbing Quan's training, just let me play with you. Terumi Mei frowned and looked at Yayu, who was full of flaws. She knew that only by solving this guy, could they survive this crisis. Concentrate on dealing with this guy, I'll help them. At this moment, Zabuzen suddenly jumped ashore and chose to join the battle group over there. As for Bai, he handed it over to 4 people in the battle group standing on the periphery. Thanks. Terumi Mei breathed a sigh of relief. With Zabuzen joining, she doesn't need to worry too much on the other side, right? Terumi Mei felt that she could deal with Yayu with peace of mind, but Yayu's indifferent appearance still made her a little worried that she would not kill there again. Sure enough, you're still immature. You can't even manage yourself well, yet you're still worried about your teammates. Yayu's voice suddenly rang in Terumi's ears. She turned around abruptly, only to find that Yayu's face was just a palm away from hers. Snapped. Yayu raised his arm and easily blocked Terumi Mei's sweeping punch. Terumi Mei took advantage of this and quickly took a step back, while puffing up her cheeks. Lava-style monster dissolving technique. The next moment, she opened her mouth to Yayu and spit out a large piece of orange-yellow strong acid liquid. But Yayu didn't care about it at all. Strong acid is also a liquid. Before the strong acid liquid touched him, a cold wave gushed out of his body. Feeded by his majestic chakra, the cold snap freezes the acid for just a moment. His ice escape is so powerful. Terumi Mei couldn't help but took a few steps back. But Yayu said with a smile, It's really heart-wrenching enthusiasm. I suddenly feel a little bit reluctant to kill you. Being so underestimated, Terumi Mei immediately snorted coldly, Humph. Do you think you are sure to win? Of course. Yayu opened his eyes. Tsukuyomi. Just a look, Terumi Mei, who was still stubborn, got a pupil technique in an instant and came to the world of Tsukuyomi. The familiar cross rose to hoist Terumi Mei. Is this an illusion? After Terumi Mei was stunned for a short time, she immediately tried her best to struggle. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. At this time, Yayu also appeared in front of her. Don't worry about it, this is the world I built with my pupil power. Unless your mental power is far superior to mine, you can't break it by force. And in this world, no matter how much time passes, it's just a moment outside. So next, Yayu lifted Terumi Mei's chin lightly, and whispered in her ear, how do you want me to deal with you? Outside, Terumi Mei fell to the ground in an instant. The mental torture suffered by Tsukuyomi's world made her face flushed and her eyes blurred, and she has completely lost the power to resist. Yayu walked up to her with a smile, look, I can easily capture you now? You, shameless. After Terumi Mei gave him a look of embarrassment and indignation, she passed out completely. Yayu didn't do too much to Terumi Mei. He just thought of a lot of punishments that were not cruel but very interesting based on the memories of his previous life. Pity. Now it seems that this world is still a bit ahead of its time. Yayu picked up Terumi Mei with one hand and carried it directly on her shoulders. Then he looked at the people who were still fighting over there, and lazily shouted, do you want to continue the fight? Your boss has already been captured by me. As soon as this remark came out, Terumi Mei's subordinates immediately turned their heads to take a look. Hiss. Their boss has really been captured. And the shame of being carried on the shoulders of that person like a trophy. How long has it been? Is there 3 minutes? This group of people was instantly at a loss. But after being dazed, there is endless fear of Yayu in my heart. They know Terumi Mei's strength, if they can beat her in seconds, how strong will this man be? Zhang! Puff! But at this time, Quan still didn't stop attacking, and even though Bullet and Jean and several people joined forces, he was still embarrassed by her continuous attacks. The others looked at their suppressed companions, and at Terumi Mei on Yayu's shoulder. They were in a dilemma. If they are afraid to do it, Yayu will kill Terumi Mei without hesitation. However, Yayu is not interested in their actions. Seeing Quan's performance, he nodded in satisfaction. After more than half a month of training, Izumi finally mastered Mangekyou's strength increase. Now even if she doesn't use the pupil technique, she can still fight against ordinary shadow-level powerhouses. If you use pupil art, even using Susanna you just mastered, she is still a very strong existence in normal cage level. So he shouted, Quan, come back. This group of people is going to overthrow Yagura's rule. If they all die here, Yayu will suffer a lot if the rebellion is delayed by then. So he doesn't mind letting them go for the time being. After Quan heard Yayu's call, he retreated with a sword and then jumped back to Yayu's side. Hey, you guys. Yayu cast her eyes on the 4 guarding by, and said, give me that child. The 4 people looked at each other when they heard the words, but they held by Huo even tighter. One of them boldly pointed at Terumi Mei and said, give her to us first. Oh, talk about terms? Yayu sneered and shook his head, then gave him a look. Kamui. Binocular Kamui's activation speed is fast. In just an instant, those 4 people were crushed into pieces by the distorted space. Yayu looked at the debris on the ground and smiled disdainfully, so much nonsense. Then without Yayu's reminder, Quan walked forward with a calm face, held by in his hand, and walked back step by step. During this period, those fog ninjas didn't dare to move at all. Yayu didn't even look at them. After Samui came to the side with wooden golem in his arms, a burst of Uzumaki swallowed them, and they disappeared in a moment. Terumi Mei was kidnapped. What to do? We already know that this person calls himself Uchiha, there is no other information. Do you want to chase? This group of people talked a lot, but they still couldn't come up with an idea. At this time, Bullet and Jean stepped forward and said in a deep voice, go back first and tell Master Yuan what happened here. After I go back, I will also tell Huan Yu about the things here. Also, do your best to investigate what happened in the inland during this period of time. %%%. In a hotel in the country of water, Bai opened his eyes in a daze. Bright lights, clean bedding, tidy room, such a hearty meal. All these things were beyond reach when he was an orphan. Bai couldn't help murmuring, am I dreaming? Hula. You are not dreaming. The door was opened suddenly, and Yayu walked in with a smile on his face. But Bai, who saw a stranger, subconsciously hugged the blanket and curled up in the corner. He remembered the battle that broke out before his eyes before he fell into a coma. This made him, who was kind to everything, start to be wary of strangers who suddenly appeared. Don't be afraid, I am the same person as you. In order to dispel Bai's uneasiness, Yayu stretched out his hand, and suddenly a ball of water appeared and floated in his palm. Looking at this scene blankly, most of the vigilance and fear in his heart disappeared immediately. Seeing this, Yayu smiled and pointed to the table beside the bed. Do you want something to eat? Bai glanced at Yayu, then at the sumptuous food on the table. After going back and forth several times, the hunger in his stomach made him get out of bed and walk to the table. Because Yayu was beside him, Bai began to eat in small bites in a subtle way. But when the taste of the food stimulated his taste buds, his movements gradually accelerated. After a while, it turned into gobbling. Yayu watched from the side with a faint smile, until by choked on a rice ball, he raised his hand and pushed a glass of water over. Eat slowly, these are all yours, if not enough, I will give you some more. Bai grabbed the water glass and started to swallow. After the rice ball that choked him was swallowed, he took another 2 gulps. Putting down the water glass, he didn't choose to continue, but looked up at Yayu blankly. Gradually, 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and he quickly changed from sobbing to howling. Yayu looked at Bai to vent, without any intention of comforting him. Until Bai's crying gradually faded away, he suddenly said, I need your strength. You will follow me from now on. Hearing this, Bai's body that was convulsed by crying suddenly stopped. Then he quickly wiped away his tears, looked at Yayu and quickly nodded in response, I am willing to follow you and be your tool. Please don't abandon me again. Yayu reached out and touched his head, no, it's not a tool. From today on, you are my companion. However, my strength is very strong. If you want to really help me, you must work hard to become stronger. Bai looked at Yayu and nodded firmly. From this moment on, a seed of becoming stronger took root in his heart. And following Yayu, the education and resources he received are much better than those in the original book when Zhe Buzen was with him. With the ice escape bloodline, his upper limit is naturally infinitely higher. Yayu closed the door, set up a soundproof barrier, and gave Bai a quiet time to rest. I didn't expect you to know how to comfort people. At this time, Terumi Mei's shady voice suddenly sounded. He. Yayu pouted, as a prisoner, you are not qualified to speak to me in such a tone. Be honest. After Yayu finished speaking, Quan scolded her unceremoniously. Seeing Yayu bring back another beautiful captive, Quan's vigilance suddenly increased. She hadn't forgotten about Samuel. At the same time, she is full of resentment towards Yayu. I'm not ugly. Although I haven't developed yet, can't you wait for me for a few more years? Yayu didn't know what was going on in Quan's mind. But Yayu can clearly feel Quan's deep resentment towards him. But Yayu felt that he was very innocent, he really had no other ideas this time. Taking Terumi Mei captive is just to make my plan better. So, to prove himself, Yayu went directly to the two and sat down. He looked at Terumi Mei and said, now it's our turn to talk. About what? Terumi Mei looked at Yayu blankly. I told you in advance, even if you kill me, you don't want to get any information about Kirigakur from me. Terumi Mei's reaction made Yayu sneer and said, what's the use of Kirigakur's information? And if I really want to get any information from you, you have already confessed everything just now in the world of Tsukuyomi. Bah! Bastard! Terumi Mei suddenly remembered what happened to her in the world of Tsukuyomi. This damned guy in front of him, where did he learn so many shameful punishments? The more Terumi Mei thinks about it, the more angry she becomes, the more she thinks about it, the more ashamed and angry. Even the whole person's face was red and his ears were red and trembling slightly. Seeing this, Yayu still smiled unrelentingly. It seems that your psychological quality is really not very good. Hashtag. Terumi Mei was going crazy, she couldn't believe it. The reason for doing those things had the nerve to mock her. If you bring up that illusion again, even if you bite your tongue and kill yourself, I will completely defeat your plan that I don't know what it is. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and looked at Yayu. If her strength allowed, she would like to pounce on Yayu and take a few bites. Ha. I really can't stand verbal provocations. Yayu shook his head amusedly. In that case, I won't tease you anymore. But Terumi Mei just turned around when she heard the words, and she didn't even want to meet Yayu's eyes. Yayu didn't care either. He organized his words and said, speaking of which, what we're going to talk about next is a major event related to the rise and fall of Kirigakur. So, after listening to it, you should thank me for taking you prisoner. Terumi Mei turned her head unconsciously when she heard it's about the rise and fall of Kirigakur, but she still scoffed at the second half of Yayu's sentence. So she asked reluctantly, what do you want to say? Yayu smiled playfully, do you want to know why Yagura's personality changed so much and he treated Kirigakur so cruelly? That's what we're going to talk about next. And knowing the whole story, you can really change Kirigakur. As soon as this remark came out, Terumi Mei was instantly moved. Seeing Yayu's open eyes, he didn't mean to fool himself. She immediately asked seriously, what do you know? Yayu kept a smile on his face that drove Terumi Mei crazy, but he didn't intend to speak right away. Until the moment before Terumi Mei couldn't help but want to go crazy, he said, because Yagura was controlled by someone using illusion. What? Terumi Mei stood up suddenly. Yagura was controlled by illusion? I see. Terumi Mei murmured. She finally figured out why Yagura suddenly imposed a tyranny on Kirigakur, killing a lot of powerful and talented bloodline ninjas. Because someone wants to weaken Kirigakur's strength by doing this. No. But soon, Terumi Mei noticed the flaw in Yayu's words. She stared at Yayu firmly and said, you said that Yagura fell into someone else's illusion? Yayu nodded. Terumi Mei sneered instantly, it's so funny, I was almost tricked by you. Yagura has cage-level strength, but tyranny has been implemented for several years. Who can control him for so long? Most importantly, Yagura is the perfect three tails Jinchuriki. With the reminder from the three tails in his body, even if he is under the illusion, he will wake up soon. After debunking the loophole, Terumi Mei immediately looked at Yayu triumphantly. That look seemed to say, "You don't want to lie to me." Yayu watched Terumi Mei's performance amusedly, then applauded teasingly, "What a wonderful reasoning. I didn't expect that because of your ignorance, you could make such a funny joke." The corner of Terumi Mei's mouth twitched. "No, ignorance? Laughing? A joke?" Yayu shook his head and sneered, "Let me teach you a lesson." As he spoke, he instantly activated the eternal Mangekyo sharingan. Seeing the familiar red in Yayu's eyes, Terumi Mei immediately remembered the scene when she was under the illusion. Subconsciously, she shrank her head down and turned her eyes elsewhere with a whoosh. "Ha ha ha ha." And her embarrassment immediately made Yayu laugh out mockingly. "If I want to use illusion on you, I won't let you notice it." Amidst Yayu's mocking voice, Terumi Mei said angrily, "Then explain those problems to me." "Okay." Yayu grinned, then pointed to his own eyes. "Uchiha sharingan should be clear to you, but my eyes are still above the ordinary 3-go jade, named Mangekyo sharingan. Its increase in strength is beyond your imagination. Even a cage-level expert will unknowingly be immersed in the illusion performed by it. And it also has a special ability, that is, restraining tailed beasts. Any tailed beast in front of these eyes will be instantly controlled by it. And Yagura, who has 3 tails Jinchuriki, is controlled by someone who has Mangekyo like me." While Yayu was speaking, Terumi Mei unconsciously began to look at Yayu's Mangekyo. Powerful. Just looking at it already made her feel uneasy. But for Yayu's remarks, she still couldn't believe it. After all, Mangekyo can control the tailed beast, which has never been heard before. And Yayu pointed to Kwan's arms as if he had expected it. "Look at that." Terumi Mei followed the guide to look. Kind of familiar. "Very beautiful kitten. It's Airway." But Yayu's next words made her eyes widen. She began to scrutinize the feline version of Wooden Golem. "Yep. It's the same as the picture on Kirigakure's dossier about the tailed beast. It's just that this head is 100 times smaller than the record." At the same time, Matatabi, who received Yayu's secret order, awakened instantly, replacing Wooden Golem's will. Then, the momentum exploded. Terumi Mei was instantly overwhelmed by this momentum. Brutal, powerful. Having seen Yagura enter the breath of a tailed beast, Terumi Mei believed it instantly. This is Airway. But Airway should belong to Cloud Shinobi Village? How could it be in the hands of Uchiha of Konoha? Terumi Mei remembered what she had said before, and she looked at Yayu in surprise. There is only one possibility. That is, Yayu captured Airway Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village and took Airway under control. Matatabi burst out with momentum, and then shrank back in an instant. After doing this, after getting Yayu's secret consent, it re-released the will of Wooden Golem, and it itself began to continue to sleep. The bubbling is over. Mangekyo sharingan closed, Yayu took a sip from the teacup on the table. "How, do you feel your ignorance?" Terumi Mei came back to her senses. After sorting out all kinds of thoughts, she immediately looked at Yayu vigilantly. "You came for my Kirigakure's 3 tails." "No," Yayu said indifferently. "I captured Airway because I wanted to give Kwan a pet. As for Kirigakure's 3 tails, it's so ugly, I'd be ashamed to bring it out." This. Terumi Mei stared blankly at Yayu, and then turned her gaze to Kwan. "Izumi is grooming the feline Wooden Golem, who doesn't resist. She's getting used to being herself these days. It's the way you treat pets." Terumi Mei made sure in her heart. But for Yayu's words, Terumi Mei still didn't fully believe her. Her eyes were full of doubts and speculations. Yayu sighed and put down the teacup, looking at Terumi Mei with pity. "You must think I have some purpose?" "Oh, that's right." Terumi Mei sneered, ignoring Yayu's gaze. Yayu shrugged. "Okay, then just pretend that my purpose is I want you Kirigakure to fall into chaos and you can't take care of the inland." "What do you mean?" Terumi Mei frowned. Tonight, she has heard Yayu mention the other 4 major ninja villages in the inland more than once. Yayu didn't explain. "I think your subordinates should have already started collecting information on the interior. When you go back, you will naturally know." Terumi Mei still frowned, but Yayu didn't want to say it, and she couldn't help it. "And many more." Suddenly, Terumi Mei froze for an instant. She looked at Yayu in disbelief. "What did you mean just now? Are you willing to let me go back, otherwise?" Yayu smiled faintly. "I told you the secret of Yagura being controlled. If you don't go back, how can I see you Kirigakure in chaos? When the time comes, won't my purpose be defeated?" Yayu deliberately emphasized the word purpose. Terumi Mei didn't care about the sarcasm in Yayu's language. She now as Hein just wants to leave. Whether it is to see if Yagura is under control, or to explore what happened in the interior, and Yayu's identity, all these made her eager to explore. So, she stood up tentatively, then can I leave now? Yayu curled his lips, then stretched out his hand, please come. Terumi Mei tentatively took 2 steps towards the door, then turned around abruptly. Do you still want me to keep you for dinner? Yayu, who was drinking tea, glanced at her. Terumi Mei continued to walk forward, turning back 3 times with 1 step. Yayu didn't attack suddenly like she imagined. When she reached the door, she opened the door and tiptoed out, then closed the door softly. Deng din din. In an instant, there was a rush of footsteps going downstairs. Yayu shook his head, the mind is really deep. Then, he looked at Quan teasingly. Do you still want to continue to doubt my purpose? Quan made a big blush, and simply threw wooden golem to Yayu. I'm going out to train. Shua! Bang! The door was pulled open and quickly closed again. Only myself and a cat were left in the room. Yayu murmured suddenly, it's time for the second step of the plan. I really didn't expect such a big thing to happen. This is a good time to attack Konoha and gain benefits. What are you thinking? We Kirigakure don't have the energy to mind other things now. That guy from last night was too strong, he even suppressed a ninja village by himself. No, I don't know what happened to Terumi Mei. In a secret basement, a large group of mist ninja gathered here. They are all hot-blooded fog ninjas who are committed to changing the status quo of Kirigakure. The dozen or so people who took their lives from Yayu's hands last night are also here. After they came back, they immediately mobilized all sources of information, so they quickly learned about all the major events that happened inland during this period. After knowing the information, they were shocked by Yayu's strength, and regretted that Kirigakure could not benefit from it. At this time, someone outside suddenly shouted, Terumi Mei is back. Shua! Everyone turned their heads at the same time, and the familiar figure of Terumi Mei came into view soon. It's not dead. One person opened his mouth in surprise, and the rest of them had the same mentality as her. After knowing Yayu's information, they couldn't imagine how Terumi Mei escaped from Yayu's hands. Could it be? A wretched-looking guy suddenly had an idea. Suddenly, he looked at Terumi Mei with weird eyes, envy, jealousy, resentment. Many people with dirty hearts gradually have this idea. However, Terumi Mei didn't know what the people around her were thinking. With a serious expression on her face, she broke into Kirigakure Yuanshi's office in the innermost corner. There are 7 people standing in the office, all of them are small senior executives of this group. Master Yuan is an old man with a cane. Later, Terumi Mei told several people in the house verbatim the conversation she had with Yayu while flipping through the inland information she had just obtained. And after she finished speaking, the room suddenly fell into silence. After a long time, Master Yuan took the lead and said, if it is true what Uchiha Yayu said, Yagura is indeed very likely to be controlled by someone. So what do we do? Asked Jonan, a sidekick. We can only find a way to release Yagura's control first, replied another actor. As for Master Yuan, he set his sights on a young man wearing a one-eyed shield. This matter probably depends on your supercilious eyes. That person was Ching with a white eye transplanted. Ching said firmly, I will try my best. Master Yuan nodded, glanced at the people in the enclosure and said, then let's act in these few days. Changes will come later. Meet Yagura first, and try to break his grip. Yes. Everyone responded immediately. I understand. At this time, Terumi Mei excitedly slapped the information in her hand on the table. Then she found that the people in the room were looking at her inexplicably. Ahem. Master Yuan coughed twice to break the silence. Then he asked, what did you find? Terumi Mei smiled embarrassedly, and then said seriously, I understand the real purpose of Uchiha Yayu. Master Yuan's eyes lit up immediately, quickly say it. Knowing Yayu's deterrent power, what they are most afraid of now is that they don't know the purpose of Yayu's coming to Kirigakure. Terumi Mei explained confidently, according to the rumors in the ninja world, Yayu defected to Konoha after killing Konoha's senior management. But Konoha didn't issue a warrant for him, and he didn't take action against Konoha's other innocent people at that time. So, Yayu didn't defect to Konoha at all. Or, he wanted to be Hokage. And solving Konoha's current crisis is the fastest way for him to become a Hokage. Konoha is currently being attacked by the 3 ninja villages, so he came to Kirigakure to tell us the truth, in order to make Kirigakure have no time to attack Konoha. At that time, he will be able to lead Konoha to victory with the least pressure. After Terumi Mei finished speaking, she immediately scanned the enclosure triumphantly. She felt that she had already guessed the truth. After listening to her remarks, the others found that the logic was correct after a little thought. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Is this really the purpose of Yayu coming to Kirigakure? However, some people also questioned, but the information shows that with that guy's strength, it's enough to deter all ninja villages including us from attacking, right? Terumi Mei managed to guess what Yayu was thinking and was slightly ahead of him. She was full of confidence at this moment. So she thought for a moment and said, no matter how strong Yayu is, her physical strength and chakra are limited. Maybe we can't threaten him, but with a huge advantage in numbers, we can also consume him until he is exhausted and loses his ability to fight. That's why he wants to reduce the number of enemies as much as possible. Reasonable explanation. When Terumi Mei said this, everyone began to believe her previous thoughts. At this time, Master Yuan added, but since that guy can catch airway, we can't take it lightly. As we implement the plan to undo Yagura, we must also be prepared to prevent him from stealing three tails. Master Yuan's worries are not unreasonable, they have to be prepared to be cautious in order to be cautious. So everyone including Terumi Mei responded immediately, yes. It's just that after Terumi Mei responded, she felt sleepy for some reason. At the same time, the state of flying thoughts and bursting with inspiration just now disappeared in an instant. She didn't care either, because she was a little depressed after being attacked by Yayu's illusion last night. At this moment, a guy with deep thoughts suddenly said, if we succeed in breaking Yagura's control, shall we first? The man exchanged meaningful glances with the others. Others understand instantly. This guy wants Kirigakure to also go inland for a share. But Master Yuan and Terumi Mei frowned at the same time and said, no. The man hurriedly asked, why? This is a good opportunity to gain a lot of benefits from Konoha. Master Yuan looked at Terumi Mei and motioned for her to explain. Terumi Mei said, don't forget, if Yagura is really controlled by someone using illusion, then who is that guy? Based on what Yayu said, that guy is also from the Uchiha family. But when Yayu explained to me, his words were full of disdain and disgust for that person. With Yayu's strength and character, if that guy is weak, Yayu would have killed him long ago. So, after we undo Yagura's control, we're going to face an enemy that Yayu can't kill. At this time, how can we have time to participate in the disputes in the interior? Terumi Mei's words caused everyone to think deeply, and Master Yuan nodded in satisfaction with her. After a while of discussion, everyone finally settled on the charter, solve Yagura's matter first, and secretly investigate the mastermind behind this matter. For Konoha, just wait and see what happens, and at the same time, don't relax your vigilance against Yayu. %%%. It was getting dark, and Kirigakure ushered in the night time. There is no pedestrian on the street, and the doors of every house are closed. This has been the norm for the villagers of Kirigakure since the Yagura tyranny. Yayu walked in the darkness, walking the streets of Kirigakure in a state where no one could notice. While walking, Yayu sighed, oh, I really worked hard. In these days, you have to worry about doing good deeds to such an extent. In order to let Terumi Mei and the others dispel their vigilance towards him to the greatest extent, he took great pains. He even left hints in Terumi Mei's mind, leading her to find out the truth of Yayu to Kirigakure. Only in this way, Terumi Mei's rebellion will not be postponed infinitely because of Yayu's existence. And Yayu came out this time to implement the second step of his plan. After thinking about it, he has already reached his destination, Nizu Cage office building. In Yayu's perception, his target is sitting inside. After looking up, Yayu walked in without hesitation. Who? The guard inside the door saw Yayu and was about to reprimand him. But under the gaze of Yayu's scarlet eyes, he was instantly immersed in the illusion. After waking up, he will also forget everything that happened in this moment. Yayu's footsteps did not stop at all, and continued to walk towards the goal. 1, 2, 5. No matter in the light or in the dark, all the guards were caught by the illusion he carefully prepared the moment they saw Yayu. In the end, Yayu easily came to the outside of the house where the target was, and then pushed the door open and entered. Inside was a man who looked 15 or 16 years old. He is the current 4th Nizu Cage, Three Tails Jinchuriki Yagura. Attracted by Yayu's push on the door, Yagura suddenly looked up at Yayu. You are. Yayu looked at Yagura, although it looks immature, it has a serious expression and no emotion in its eyes, giving others a sense of majesty. In Yayu's eyes, Yagura is indeed like a controlled machine. After hearing Yagura's inquiry, Yayu ignored him. Mangekyo Sharingan stared, he directly invaded Yagura's spiritual world. Damn it! It's the same eyes as that bastard. As soon as he entered, Yagura's resentful voice came from Yayu's ear. Yayu looked up and saw that Yagura and a huge tortoise were tightly bound by chains, hanging above the spirit world and unable to move. Yagura continued to roar, why didn't that masked guy come? Are you his lackey? Seeing his appearance, Yayu knew that he couldn't answer her own question. Here is Yagura's spiritual world, so he gets simply violent. What? Amid Yagura's miserable screams in the sky, Yayu gradually got the information he wanted to know. After Obito used Mangekyo's pupil power to control Yagura and Three Tails, he needed to replenish his pupil power for this illusion every once in a while. And Obito didn't isolate Yagura's consciousness, allowing him to see everything outside with his own eyes, but he couldn't change it. Yayu shook his head, hey, you are so narrow-minded. Then, he started his action. Yayu didn't forcefully replace Obito's pupil power with her own pupil power, but used her own pupil power to protect Obito's. Among other things, at least Ching's white eyes can't unlock Yagura's illusion like in the original book without Yayu's secret promise. And Yayu can also secretly influence Yagura's thoughts through the pupil power he left behind. Not only will it not be noticed by Obito during the period, but it will also make Yagura think that Obito did it. After doing all this, Yayu erased Yagura and Three Tails' memory of him with a wave, and returned to reality. Now, it's just the last step. Uzumaki appeared for a while, and disappeared here with Yayu. The country of rain. It was raining non-stop. A dark cave. Obito stood at the entrance of the cave, staring up at the dark sky in a daze. After a long time, Obito muttered to himself, "It's been so long, it's time to go to Kirigakure again." With that said, he was about to release Kamui and leave. I don't think this is a good time to go to Kirigakure. But at this moment, a pinch of pitcher plants suddenly emerged from the ground next to Obito. Obito stopped when he heard that, and asked calmly, "What happened to Kirigakure?" GG. Jusen smiled, and then said, "You control Yagura's tyranny, and finally caused some Kairuman displeasure. They have now divided into two forces, but both are ready to launch a rebellion and overthrow Yagura's rule." Obito still said flatly, "It's just a group of miscellaneous fish, I won't be able to make any waves when I go there." In the original book, maybe other things diverted Obito's attention, so instead of going to Kirigakure himself, he sent Uchiha Itaki and Loquat Juzo. But now, after experiencing Kanaha's defeat and being defeated by Yayu, Obito actually has a fire in his heart. So he decided to find a place in Kirigakure. Ah la la. It was unheard of, but the laughter was even weirder. Among the two waves of rebels, there are two very good guys. And more importantly, Uchiha Yayu is staying in Kirigakure now. With this tone, it seems that half of White Zetsu is speaking. "What did you say?" After a brief silence, Obito's scream suddenly sounded. Under the mask, his face was no longer dull, it was full of unbelievable suspicion. Uchiha Yayu, what did he go to Kirigakure for? Did he guess his plan again? Or, is this just a coincidence? Obito suddenly asked seriously, "Do you know his purpose?" Ju shook his head, and then Black Zetsu said, "We didn't find out either." After he arrived in Kirigakure, he first snatched a child with the bloodline of Ice Escape. After that, he told one of the leaders of the villains the information that Yagura is being controlled. Then he didn't move at all. Although Ju is very confident in his stealth, if the target is Uchiha Yayu, he actually dare not approach. All these news he got from the discussions of those people in Terumi May. Obito frowned deeply. Uchiha Yayu, what the hell is he trying to do? Under the huge robe, he clenched his fists tightly, venting his inner unrest. Speaking of which, last time Yayu destroyed both arms and a 3-tomo sharingan. When Obito came back, he used White Zetsu to reattach his arms and retransplanted an eye. But he dare not face Yayu again. Yayu's weird ability to copy has copied all of his Kamui. And the girl named Quan next to Yayu also opened Mangekyo, and the pupil art is still an unknown timespace type. Obito was afraid that if he appeared in front of Yayu again, would he be killed by Yayu directly? "Ah, Obito, are you scared?" At this moment, White Zetsu, who was outspoken, spoke mockingly, making Obito's face even uglier under the mask. Black Zetsu said understandingly that Uchiha Yayu is really weird. "For our plan, it's okay to avoid him for a while." "Humph. That's right," Obito said immediately, walking down the steps of Black Zetsu. "No matter how arrogant Uchiha Yayu is, he cannot avoid the side effects of Mangekyo. He doesn't have any siblings. When his Mangekyo is completely blind, what waves can he make?" Black Zetsu responded, "Yes, Mangekyo is not perfect after all." Poor duo, none of them know that Yayu is already eternal Mangekyo at this moment. There was another silence, and Obito began to think about Kirigakure. Kirigakure, let them fight for power. Obito decides to give up. After all, his own life is more important than revenge. "But I won't let go so easily." Obito sneered. "Orochimaru hasn't been doing well recently, so let Orochimaru, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Loquat Juzo go. If Uchiha Yayu doesn't want to control Kirigakure, destroy those rebel forces and let me continue to control Kirigakure. Just to test the loyalty of Hoshigaki Kisame and Loquat Juzo." Black Zetsu responded, "Okay, I'll go talk to Pain." Then, he slowly dived and merged into the ground. When he was alone, Obito stared fiercely into the distance, and said in a low voice, "Uchiha Yayu, the road ahead is still long." He didn't dare to face Yayu directly, so he could only comfort himself with a stern look. In a blink of an eye, another few days have passed. Early this morning, the villagers of Kirigakure stepped out to start another day of numbness. And in the Mizukage building, which represents the power center of Kirigakure, many ninjas began to gather here. Today is Kirigakure's monthly Jonin meeting. Terumi May followed Yuanshi, and the team with them as the main body also came over. Head-on, they bumped into another group headed by a white-haired youth, and no longer beheaded. The white-haired young man named Kirigakure is the current patriarch of the Ghost Lantern clan and the leader of another team dedicated to changing Kirigakure. Terumi May said, "Hello, Full Moon, if you don't cut it, it's been a long time." Ghost Lantern Moon didn't say a word and then sneered and said, "Didn't we just meet a few days ago?" He has a deep grudge against Terumi Mei. If it wasn't for Terumi Mei's sudden appearance, he would have left with by long ago. In the end, neither he nor Terumi Mei got by, which made One Ninja Village lose a lot of bloodline geniuses. Terumi Mei knows she is wrong, and she is not prepared to fight again. She looked at Ghost Lantern Full Moon, and said solemnly, "We have discovered something. I'm afraid we need to work together today." United. Ghost Lantern Moon narrowed his eyes. He didn't need Terumi Mei to point it out, he already guessed what Terumi Mei was talking about. However, he is very interested in the discovery that Terumi Mei said. After all, both sides are proud people and have never been convinced of each other. Now that Terumi Mei said union, Ghost Lantern Moon also realized the seriousness of the matter. Terumi Mei took a deep look at Ghost Lantern Full Moon and Zebuzan, and said, "At that time, you will act according to the situation." After speaking, she immediately followed Master Yuan into Mizu Cage building. Ghost Lantern Full Moon also immediately ordered in a low voice, "Cheer up, I'm afraid there will be a big battle today." In the distance, Yayu sat on the eaves and watched this scene with interest. He knew that the big drama was about to be staged. "I hope neither of you will disappoint me, the stronger both of you are, the better." On the top floor of the Mizu Cage building, there is only one huge meeting room. Miss Ninjas came in continuously from the door, and 2/3 of the seats were soon filled. As for the other third of the seats, there used to be people, but all died under the tyranny of Yagura. Terumi Mei glanced at the vacant place with nostalgia and heartache, and then set her sights on Yagura, who came late. She secretly swore, "Today is the new era of Kirigakur." Above, Yagura began his speech. "The content is no different from the previous ones, and what I said over and over again are those few things: strictly investigate the bloodline family, erase the owner of the bloodline that is designated as a disaster, and take warning from other bloodline owners, and so on." Terumi Mei didn't listen to Yagura's speech, but nodded to Ching not far away. Yagura lives in seclusion, and he can only be seen at this monthly meeting, so Terumi Mei began to confirm the authenticity of Yayu's words at this time, and Ching, who received the order, immediately started to act. He made a seal calmly, blind eyes, open. Through the thick blindfold, his white eye instantly saw the scene outside. Then, he stared at Yagura and began to observe. Chakra seems to be stable, but when he concentrates and observes carefully, there is still a trace of confusion, and the spiritual energy in his mind is like a pool of stagnant water. In this situation, only dead people and controlled puppets will appear. There is no doubt that Yagura was indeed under the illusion and became the thought puppet of others. Ching Qiang endured the shock and grief in his heart, then nodded to Terumi Mei. Including Terumi Mei, the others who had been looking at Ao closed their eyes at the same time and let out a deep breath. They are suppressing their inner anger. The dignified Mizu Cage of Kirigakur has been quietly controlled for 7 or 8 years? This is simply a disgrace to Miss Ninja Village. Terumi Mei opened her eyes again, and with mental preparation, she would not be too sad. Then she nodded to Ching again, and proceeded to the second step. So, Ching stood up suddenly. "Mizukichi-sama, I have something to say." Yagura was interrupted, and without the slightest annoyance, nodded. "Let's talk." Then, under the gaze of everyone, Ao went straight to the podium above the meeting room and stood next to Yagura. "Not long ago, I found a illusion solution." Just when he spoke and attracted everyone's attention, Ching turned around and pointed at Yagura's forehead. The situation changed so fast that no one stood still in place. When someone finally came to his senses, he found that Yagura had let the blue dot on his forehead. The blank eyes seemed to be really controlled. At this time, people remembered that what Ching Xing called out was illusion solution. Everyone couldn't help thinking in amazement, could it be that Mizukichi-sama really fell into an illusion? "Good job, Ching," Terumi Mei praised excitedly, and then stood up with her small group. "Everyone." She was about to explain the reason for this, but the accident happened again. "You are so brave." Yagura roared angrily, and then kicked Ching into the air. "Green." The companion quickly stepped forward and caught Ching, who was about to fall to the ground. Ching got up and looked at Terumi Mei with a painful face. "The pupil power of the person who cast the illusion is too strong, I can't solve it." At this time, Yagura pointed at Terumi Mei and shouted, "Attack me? Are you trying to start a rebellion? Everyone take them down for me." In the position of Mizu Cage, even though many people were dissatisfied with his behavior, when this order came out, everyone around took out their weapons to be wary of Terumi Mei and the others. "Ha ha ha ha, it's really interesting." Watching Yayu start laughing all the time, Yagura's reaction just now was of course controlled by him deliberately. "So, if you don't want to launch a rebellion next time, you can't do it." In the conference room, there were more than 30 Terumi members, surrounded by nearly 10 times as many people. Ghost Lantern Full Moon stood in the crowd, looking at Terumi Mei with a mentally handicapped look. That look seemed to say, "Is this the union you are talking about? A stupid rebellion together?" But Terumi Mei ignored him. She knew that if she didn't do something, they would all die here. Terumi Mei took a deep breath and said loudly, "Everyone, after our investigation, we found that Master Mizukage has been controlled by someone for several years. That's why he issued a series of policies that cost Kirigakure a lot. Today I originally wanted to release the illusion that controlled him in public, but with Qing's white eyes, I couldn't do it. You should be very clear about my usual behavior. I, Terumi Mei, can't do anything harmful to Mist Ninja Village. So, if you want to change the current Kirigakure, join us to release Yagura's control and find out the real culprit behind this incident." After she finished speaking, everyone immediately looked at each other in blank dismay. What Terumi Mei meant was to let them overthrow Yagura together. As for Yagura being under the illusion, they didn't really believe it, for the same reason as Terumi Mei faced Yayu before. But if it is simply to overthrow Yagura and change Kirigakure, someone has begun to have an idea. Many people who have long been dissatisfied with Yagura's administration were very moved, but seeing that no one stood up, they still chose to wait and see. At this moment, Terumi Mei looked at Ghost Lantern Full Moon, not beheading a group of people. Ghost Lantern Moon is also very entangled in his heart. According to their plan, Yagura should be assassinated without anyone noticing. That way, Kirigakure won't suffer a huge loss. But after thinking for a long time, he still took a step forward. "Kirigakure, it's time for a change." As soon as Ghost Lantern Full Moon stood up, his followers also took a step forward under the leadership of Zay Bullet and Jean. Then, seeing this, some people who had already thought about it slowly started to step forward. After a while, Terumi Mei accounted for 1/3 of the conference room, and the number is still increasing slowly. Yayu watched this scene quietly through Yagura. Only by letting Terumi Mei incite more people can the battle situation be expanded. Otherwise, just a few of them will be submerged in the crowd before long. In that case, there are not many enhancement points that Yayu can get. So Yayu didn't control Yagura until Terumi Mei assembled the manpower and scolded, "It's nonsense, I think you are launching a rebellion. Under my policy, although the death of those bloodline ninjas has reduced the strength of Yunin village, it has also increased the resources obtained by other ordinary ninjas. Under the equal distribution of resources, Kirigakure will be better than before in just a few years of development. You Terumi Mei are bloodline ninjas, and so are you Ghost Lantern Moon, so you are all for your own benefit." As soon as this remark came out, it immediately hit the heart of an ordinary ninja. Under Yagura's policy, they have indeed obtained better resources, which has slightly improved their already fixed strength. They are winners. The meeting room is deadlocked. What Yayu said completely provoked the conflict between most ordinary ninjas and bloodline ninjas. As for right, most of the ordinary ninjas who choose to stand on Yagura's side are not very talented. With the same resources, their growth rate lags behind other ninjas by a large margin. And even if the resources increase, they won't be much faster. Coupled with the limitation of talents, their upper limit is actually very limited. Even if resources are piled up to reach Jonin, the three of them can beat the two in other villages, and Yunin village will burn incense. If things go on like this, Miss Ninja village will become mediocre and featureless. Not everyone in the ninja world is Might Guy father and son. After all, with the perseverance of the father and son, it is impossible for them to choose to rely on Yagura's policy. Seeing that the situation was basically clear, Yayu controlled Yagura and waved his hand. "Do it! The rebels will be killed without mercy." Immediately, the two sides looked at each other, and then shot at the same time. Outside the Mizukage building, some people walked by numbly, some were secretly vigilant, some were talking and laughing. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded, and the top floor of the Mizukage building was instantly wiped out. And not long after, the entire Mizukage building collapsed completely. Pedestrians on the road were stunned for a moment, and then fled here screaming. Some people who had been prepared for a long time looked at each other and started to scatter. Some of them go to gather people, some go to evacuate ordinary people, each perform their duties. In the broken Mizukage building, countless figures flashed out while dealing with the enemy. Soon, the battlefield will spread out from here. It was only the Jonin who fought at the beginning, but as time went by, friends and disciples of each Jonin joined the battle one after another. The number of people fighting has also evolved from 300 to 400 people to thousands of people. And it's still spreading. The chaos Yayu had planned for a long time was successfully unfolded in front of him. And in the ruins of the Mizukage building, only Terumi Mei, Ghost Lantern Moon, Zabuzan and Yagura controlled by Yayu were left soon. This is the battlefield of cage level. Yagura said coldly, "You guys who have the limit of blood successors are indeed a group of unstable guys. Since you have chosen to rebel, it will be a shame to keep you." As soon as this remark came out, the three of Terumi Mei suddenly became nervous. You must know that Terumi Mei and Ghost Lantern Moon can both display cage-level strength except for making up the numbers. But it's Mizukage they're up against, and with the identity of Three Tails Jinchuriki. So 3 against 1 is not ashamed. Obito hasn't shown up yet? Yayu raised his eyebrows. Then let me use Yagura's identity and have fun with you first. just to experience the fun of ordinary ninja fighting. Thinking of this, Yagura instantly raised his hand to make a seal. Water-style water dragon bomb. Water flows around the body of Yagura, instantly forming a water dragon more than 10 meters long. The water dragon attacked forward, directly sounding the horn of battle. The three of Terumi Mei are not vegetarians either. Terumi Mei raised her hand and cast a large water barrier to resist the attack of the water dragon. And Ghost Lantern Full Moon took out a scroll and summoned Double Knife Flounder with a bang. Cooperating with Zabuzen holding a single-edged sword, the two chose to face the enemy in close quarters. Their short-lived battle plan is Terumi Mei's ninjutsu supports, and they look closely for Yagura's flaws. Zhang. Yagura also drew the big stick from behind and confronted the two together. Boom! The entire Vunin village began to resound with the sound of fighting explosions and the collision of weapons. As a result, many places in Kirigakure became ruins. The ruins of the Mizu Cage building, which is the center of the battlefield, are more affected. This is a cage-level confrontation. Even if Yagura has not entered the tailed beast form, its destructive power is still terrifying. But the opponents are numerous and powerful, and Yagura has no unique abilities, so he quickly chooses to enter the tailed beast form to meet the enemy. A stance of coral palm was slapped on Zabuzen's body, and the red coral spread across his body in an instant, restraining him in place and unable to move. But just when Yagura was about to make up the knife, Ghost Lantern Menya stepped forward with Flounder and blocked his attack. After knocking him back, Terumi Mei in the distance took the opportunity to release ninjutsu again. Yayu couldn't help but sighed in his heart, it's really good. Although it was just him controlling Yagura to fight, it also made him feel the long-lost blood. It's a pity that it's still a lot worse than the hands-on experience. And if he goes off in person, he won't feel the sense of urgency to control Yagura. It seems that I am short of an evenly matched opponent now. Thinking of this, Yayu suddenly lost interest. After all, he still has to wait 7 or 8 years to find a real opponent. So, having lost interest, he simply let go of the control and let Yagura rely on his fighting instinct to play out. Then, boom! Yagura was slashed and flew out by the Ghost Lamp Full Moon within a moment of fighting. Ghost Lantern Full Moon frowned and said, "Why does it feel like Yagura has suddenly become so much weaker?" Terumi Mei said, "It should be due to the decline in physical strength, Chakra has lost too much. But don't be careless, he hasn't revealed Three Tails' real body yet." However, as soon as she said this, the number of Tail Beast Chakra on Yagura suddenly increased. In a moment, Yagura cast the full body of Three Tails directly. The three of Terumi Mei are on alert instantly. This big guy, just by the power on his body, shocked them who were still a little immature. However, Terumi Mei hasn't used Bloodline yet, and Ghost Lantern Moon only took out a ninja knife, and they have actually been hiding their strength. However, at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly sounded, "The whole body has come out, it seems that we should also take action." Then another voice also responded, "After all, the opponent is the new generation of Kirigakure, and they still have the advantage in numbers." After finishing speaking, 3 figures appeared on the battlefield with a whoosh. The 3 of Terumi Mei immediately took a look from the corner of their eyes. The black robes with red floating clouds embroidered on them are the 3 of Akatsuki sent by Obito. Kisame, Tenzang, another one is Orochimaru of Sunin of Konoha Rebellion. Terumi Mei identified the identities of these 3 people one by one. Hoshigaki Kisame and Loquat Juzo are very familiar, after all, they are Kirigakure's defected ninjas. As for Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, Kirigakure is also impressive overall. After all, at the end of World War III, when Kirigakure attacked Konoha, the Miss Ninja had dealt with him several times. All 3 of them are above elite Jonin, and Orochimaru is a long-established cage-level player. Terumi Mei shouted in a deep voice, "You guys still dare to go back to Kirigakure? Or with Orochimaru who rebelled against Konoha?" Hoshigaki Kisame grinned. Mr. Yagura was hired to help him put down the Kirigakure rebellion. Hire? Put down the rebellion? Terumi Mei's pupils shrank. Then she exclaimed, "You were sent by the man behind Yagura." Hoshigaki Kisame didn't answer, and Loquat Juzo didn't speak from the beginning, as if remembering the time in Kirigakure. GG. Orochimaru smiled grimly, "Don't talk nonsense with them. When it's over, I still have a lot of interesting things to deal with." Hoshigaki Kisame glanced at him, then reached out and pulled Samehata from behind. "Since Mr. Orochimaru is in a hurry, let's make a quick decision." Hearing this, Loquat Shizang also silently drew out the beheading sword. Things are in trouble. Terumi Mei frowned deeply. Except for the 3 of them, everyone else was stopped by Yagura's assassination force and some greedy Kirin, and they couldn't help them at all. And what they are facing at this time is an old cage level, a new Samehata user who can kill Zigwashin puffer ghosts, and a first-generation beheading sword owner. The number of people is the same, but the overall strength is much worse. Not to mention, no one can control Yagura transformed into 3 tails, and there is hope for the 3 of them to work together. What should I do? Is Kirigakure really going to be under the control of the Black Hand behind the scenes and never turn back? Terumi Mei fell into despair. Yayu silently watched the scene under her feet. He wasn't actually surprised by the appearance of the Orochimaru trio, because Yayu felt it when they first stepped into Kirigakure. Obito didn't come over himself, just sent the three of them. In this regard, Yayu can only lament that Obito is cautious enough, and White Zetsu gathers information quickly enough. Otherwise, he doesn't mind sending Obito to the Pure Land right now. But regarding the current situation, Yayu is somewhat entangled. He looked at the battle situation in other battlefields. Now the total number of missed ninjas is less than 200 dead. If counted as strengthening points, it would only look like 40,000 to 50,000. This is not a small distance from the big harvest in Yayu's heart. Not to mention the evolution of Rinnegan, just strengthening the Wood Style and Ice Dungeon to the Super Shadow level will cost 4 to 500,000. Terumi Mei and the others face the three of Orochimaru. Obviously they have no chance of winning. In this case, this war will soon end. So, in the end, I still have to do it myself. Yayu was a little helpless. He actually wanted to watch the show leisurely, but in order to enrich the strengthening points, he can only work hard. It just happened to be easy, and I caught Orochimaru, a lazy snake, back to work as a coolie. Then, Yayu's figure disappeared with a burst of Uzumaki. Terumi Mei, what should we do? Ghost Lantern Moon asked solemnly. He somewhat regretted having an affair with Terumi Mei rashly. Isn't it good to secretly assassinate Yagura? It's alright now, they can't run away, and the power accumulated over the years probably has to be taken in. Terumi Mei was also very upset at this time. The sudden appearance of the three Orochimaru completely disrupted her deployment. She really didn't expect that the mastermind behind the scenes would be able to mobilize these three powerhouses. Only, escape from here first. Terumi Mei's voice was very low, because this choice means that they have to give up the thousands of forces that are fighting in the distance. Hey, you don't have to run away. At this moment, a very familiar ridicule sounded out from Terumi Mei. She turned her head in shock and saw that Yayu was standing not far from her with a teasing smile. How do you? Terumi Mei wanted to ask why Yayu appeared at this time. Yayu interrupted her first and said, since Yagura can hire outsiders to help, so can you. Terumi Mei shook her head bitterly, where can I find it now? But after saying this, she gave a sudden meal. Then she looked at Yayu in disbelief. Are you willing to help me? Yayu shrugged, it depends on what you can impress me with. And because of Yayu's appearance, the three of Orochimaru didn't dare to move rashly. After all, Obito had already given them Yayu's information when they came, and said that if Yayu made a move, they could escape immediately. Even Orochimaru, who was extremely proud, did not dare to be careless after knowing Yayu's information. The three looked at each other, and secretly agreed that if something goes wrong, they will leave immediately. This also gave Yayu and Terumi Mei time to talk. Terumi Mei pursed her lips and asked, what do you want? Yayu glanced at the dilapidated Kirigakure, then laughed and said, as far as your Kirigakure's wealth is concerned, to be honest, there is really nothing that catches my eye. After hearing Yayu's words, the three of Terumi Mei were all a little angry. But Yayu quickly changed his voice, however, you can barely get into my eyes. His finger points to Terumi Mei. If you can follow me and be a little maid serving tea, washing and cooking, I can promise to help you once. This. Terumi Mei was instantly dumbfounded when she said this. She didn't expect that Yayu could put forward such a shameful condition in public. How should she answer this? Can't you say it in private? Wrong. You can't even say it in private. Terumi Mei's mind was in chaos, she really didn't know how to speak. Reject? Then Kirigakure is basically completely finished. Same? It's not impossible, after all, the punishment Yayu gave her in the illusion made her really, but this is a crowd. However, just when she was struggling, Yayu suddenly laughed and said, just kidding. You're not really thinking about it, are you? Crack. Terumi Mei instantly petrified. This is even more embarrassing to her than agreeing to Yayu's conditions. Is this looking down on her? Seeing Terumi Mei's spoiled expression, Yayu put away the looseness in her heart. He said seriously, if you want me to make a move, you can do it. Hand over that white eye you got from Hyaga and I'll help you with any of them. This condition is very normal. Ghost Lamp, Full Moon and Zabujan were immediately moved. It was not easy for them to make a decision about the previous matter. After all, it was very shameful for them to think about using a woman in exchange for victory. But it's different now. The white eyes were originally acquired by Kirigakure during World War III. Now trading this for the piece of Kirigakure is bloody money. But Ching is Terumi Mei's subordinate, so this matter has to be decided by Terumi Mei. After Terumi Mei was ashamed and angry, she felt good about Yayu's request. So she nodded and said, if you can help us deal with that Orochimaru, I can give you the white eyes. She didn't replace the most difficult three tails, after all, she was still worried about Yayu's idea of kidnapping three tails. Good deal. Yayu smiled slightly, then looked at Orochimaru. He is not afraid of Terumi not breaking the appointment, after all they know the consequences of angering themselves. And he was ready to make a move, and that white eye was just an excuse for him to appease the heart of his subordinate Hayashi. So, Yayu beckoned to Orochimaru, turned around and walked out of Miss Ninja Village, saying, "Let's go. Go and choose a qualified cemetery for yourself. He is not going to fight here, otherwise it will affect the mood of other people." Facing Yayu's contempt, Orochimaru just licked his lips, and followed with excited eyes. He is really not afraid of death. In other words, he was very confident in his ability to escape. At the scene, only Terumi Mei was left. 3 against 3, fair fight. Terumi Mei immediately arranged Hoshigaki Kisame returns to the full moon, and the Lokwa Tenzang returns. If I don't cut it, I will deal with Yagura. She keeps the most troublesome 3 tails for herself, because only she has the means to deal with large creatures. Do it! After a sharp shout, the 3 of them rushed forward. Hoshigaki Kisame and Loquat Juzo looked at each other, but they still didn't choose to leave. They also know another meaning of being sent, which is to let them thoroughly understand the past. Now that Yayu is not here, it is the best time.